Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry Potter was Snape's son. Here is short summary. What if a routine Hogwarts investigation uncovered a secret that changed everything? As new measures expose the abuse Harry Potter has suffered for years, Professor Snape is forced to confront a shocking truth, one that ties his fate to Harry's in ways neither could have imagined. With long-buried secrets revealed and powerful bonds forged, Harry's life takes a dramatic turn that could reshape the wizarding world forever. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. He tried to explain this to Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Auror who found him. Shacklebolt had seemed sympathetic, but he'd said that it wasn't safe for Harry to wander about unsupervised, even in the wizarding world. He'd explained that there was some dangerous criminal dark wizard on the loose. That wizards needed to be more careful than usual. He seemed to imply that Harry, due to his stature as the boy who lived, might be at more risk than average. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, escorted Harry back to Privet Drive. It had taken some fast talking on Fudge's part, but he had soothed the Dursleys' ruffled feathers and had them agreeing to take Harry back. The nasty glint in Vernon's eyes told Harry that his estimate of the rest of his summer was not wrong. Fortunately, Vernon was a master at not punishing Harry where it would show. He couldn't have borne returning to school with the bruises and cuts he'd had right after he'd returned to Privet Drive. Their nosy neighbor, Mrs. Fig, had asked some very awkward questions that first day back, when he was mowing the lawn. Harry had to talk at some length with her, to lure her that he'd gotten into a fight with some teenagers, when he'd run off in a huff the prior night. Petunia had overheard the conversation and advised Vernon to stay away from the boy's face, in future. She'd also given Harry an extra piece of toast that night. He wasn't sure if the extra food was to help him heal faster, or a reward for throwing Mrs. Fig off the scent. Uncle Vernon had used the cane more often, after that, on the theory that it left less actual damage, while driving home the lessons that needed to be imparted. Harry's back was on fire, this morning. Uncle Vernon had woken him at the crack of dawn to make sure he understood what he would be returning to next summer. The boy had barely been able to tolerate the ride to London. When they'd arrived at the station, Uncle Vernon had stopped long enough to pitch Harry and his things out of the car. Fortunately, Hedwig had had the sense not to return to Privet Drive after he had let her go, telling her to head for Hogwarts, where she'd be safe. Harry wrestled his trunk onto a trolley, navigated around the muggles in the station and ped through the solid-seeming brick wall that led to the platform. Much to Harry's pleasure, the first person Harry saw when he came through the barrier was Ron. He was saying goodbye to his parents. His brothers were already loading the luggage onto the train. Mr. Weasley was giving Ginny a hug and Mrs. Weasley was hugging Ron tightly. "Harry," Mrs. Weasley cried, spotting him as she looked over Ron's shoulder. She gave Ron a final as he squirmed away from her, embered. He turned to give Harry a smile. Ron was more freckly than ever and his red hair looked sun-streaked from his family's vacation in Egypt. He'd also grown about a foot in the last 2 months. Harry sighed inwardly, wishing he'd gained a few inches in the summer. "All right," called Ron. The twins turned to grin at him, too. Ginny gave him a shy smile. Harry grinned at them all in delight, deciding that his height didn't matter, his relatives didn't matter, and his empty stomach could be taken care of shortly, so that didn't matter. "Yeah, fine. It's great to see you." Even before getting on the train, he felt like he had arrived home. He set his teeth and didn't flinch when Mrs. Weasley hugged him. "Well, all of you, hurry up," said Mrs. Weasley, holding her arms wide to guide them along like they were a flock of chicks. "It's almost 11 o'clock. Fred and George grabbed his trunk and hoisted it onto the train for him. Ron, Harry, Hermione waved at them from the platform, hurrying to catch up. Fred and George grabbed her trunk too. She smiled at the twins gratefully. The twins returned the grin, and then ran off to the front to join their friend Lee, who had already found them seats. Harry yelped when Hermione gave him a hug. Hermione backed off to look at him questioningly. "It's nothing," he urged her quietly. Fortunately, Ron still waving at his parents, "Uncle Vernon had me doing all the yard work. I'm sore as hell. You just caught me wrong." Hermione nodded reluctantly. Harry knew she had her suspicions, but what could she do? Harry knew that the painful marks would be gone in a day or two, so all he really needed to do was avoid Hermione's more enthusiastic expressions of affection. She patted his hand and turned to hug Ron. Next, the three made their way down the corridor, looking for an empty compartment. Finally coming to one which was only inhabited by a shabby man who was asleep with his head against the window. "Who's that?" asked Ron in a low voice, as they all took the empty seats in the compartment. They'd never seen an adult on the train, other than the witch who pushed the food trolley. "Professor Lupin," replied Hermione. "He's teaching defense against the dark arts." "How do you know that?" asked Harry, surprised. "His name's on his suitcase." Hermione pointed at the inscription on the worn suitcase, Professor R. J. Lupin, and Defense Against the Dark Arts is the only CL that doesn't have a teacher. "Go on then, be logical," grinned Harry. "I was enjoying the mystery." The other two laughed and Ron pulled out a deck for exploding snap. While they played, Ron told them what his dad had said about the search for the escaped criminal, Sirius Black. The witch with the food trolley came. Harry bought one of everything, although most of the sweets he stashed in his trunk. Hermione had taught him a pretty cool stasis charm last year, and he was determined that he'd always have something to eat available. Stupid, he supposed, since he never went hungry at Hogwarts, but it went a long way to making him feel more secure. He felt Hermione's gaze on him again, although Ron didn't seem to think about it. He just took it for granted that Harry's appetite must rival his own. The door of the carriage opened. "Hermione," called Neville, as he stood leaning against the door frame. He was pale, with deep circles under his eyes. His round face was a lot thinner than it had been when he left school last term. Harry noticed that he held himself curiously stiff, almost as if he were guarding an injury. He looked a bit like Harry felt, to be honest. "Hi, Neville," chirped Hermione. "Can I talk to you a second?" he asked, his face going red. Hermione's eyebrows drew together in confusion. "Of course, but what?" Neville's eyes darted around as if he feared someone would overhear. "I need help with a spell." He didn't seem keen on talking about it. Harry couldn't tell if it was because he and Ron were here, or if he was just uneasy. In general, he took a deep breath as though steeling himself, and came into the compartment. He sat gingerly next to Hermione. "Do you know any healing spells?" he asked. His voice sounded strained, and Harry noted that he didn't lean against the back of the seat. "Not really, no," replied Hermione. "Potions work much better for that sort of thing." "Have you hurt yourself?" "Fell down some steps," replied Neville, quickly. Too quickly, for Harry's comfort. Neville didn't meet their eyes as he spoke, either. "You know how I am," he went on, still in that strained voice. "I was hurrying to get the post. I was waiting for some letters. My gran was supposed to owl me before I left for school, since she had to be away this morning, and I tripped on the rug. Just fell headlong, and the owl wasn't even there yet, I found out. Anyway, I'm all bruised up. My uncle brought me to the station, and he's not that good with healing charms. He said I should just let Madame Pomfrey take care of it when we get to school. I guess he thought I was just being dramatic, but some of these bruises are really painful." He pulled up his sleeve to show the red, black, purple and blue marks on the underside of his arm. "Anyway, I was hoping you knew a good healing charm, Hermione." Neville finished. Hermione and Ron nodded sympathetically, but Harry's stomach tightened uneasily. Something about what Neville was saying felt off. "You should have Madame Pomfrey look at it, when we get there," Hermione was saying. "We won't be long." It had grown quite dark over the last hour, a steady rain extinguishing the afterglow of the sunset. "I think we're there, actually," said Ron. "We're slowing down." "No, it can't be," said Hermione, looking at her watch. "There's another half hour." As she spoke, every light on the train went out. "What was that?" said Neville's voice, panicky in the darkness. "Have we broken down?" asked Ron's voice. "I'm going to talk to the driver," said Hermione, jostling past and tripping over them. "Ow, that's my foot," said Harry, pulling them back. They heard the sound of the door sliding open, then, "Ow." "Hermione, Ginny, I came to find Ron." "Well, come in and sit down. What do you think?" "Quiet," said a hoarse voice, cutting through the babble. It was their sleeping companion, apparently awakened by the disturbance. "Calm down," he said in a firm tone. There was a little crackle of sound, then the man's face was illuminated by flames he seemed to be holding in his hands. "Let me go find out what's wrong." Before he had a chance to move 2 steps, however, the compartment doors slid open again. A tall figure in a cloak stood there, blocking the way. It had the shape of a human being, but Harry knew, instinctively, that it was not even close. Resting on the door frame, a slimy, scabbed hand was visible from underneath the cloak. It was white and rotted looking, as though the thing standing before them was already dead, and had been pulled up from beneath a lake. The thing took a long, rattling breath, tasting the air, in some vital quality. Every bit of warmth seemed to be pulled from Harry's body, with that breath. White fog swirled up inside his head, chilling his thoughts, drowning him. A woman's screams echoed through the fog. Where was she? Harry wanted to find her. To go to her. To help her. But the white fog surrounding him was freezing his limbs, motionless. "Harry," Ron's voice was urgent, as though he had called him several times already. "Come on Harry, wake up." Harry blinked, confused. Why was he on the floor? Where was the woman? Who was screaming? He muttered. He could see Ron, Hermione and Ginny, in a circle around him. Their faces pinched with concern. "That was Neville," said Hermione, very quietly. "That thing came in, and it was like it made you have some kind of fit. You went all rigid and fell over." "But Neville," she trailed off, upset. Harry struggled up. What happened to Neville? The screaming he'd heard had sounded like a woman, but he could have been mistaken. He pushed himself back up onto the bench, next to Hermione. "I don't know," said Ron. He was so pale that his freckles stood out in stark contrast to the rest of his face. Neville took one look, staggered backwards and screamed. He collapsed. "Professor Lupin told the thing. None of us have serious black under our cloaks." He pointed his wand and shot silver stuff at it and it went away. "He checked you and Neville." Ginny took up the story, quietly. She was unwrapping something in her hand. "He said you weren't in any danger and we should give you this when you came around." She held out the thing she'd been unwrapping. Harry recognized it as a bar of chocolate, when he checked Neville. Ginny glanced uncertainly at Ron and Hermione. He was upset about something. He picked up Neville like he didn't weigh anything. "I think he took him up front." She snapped off a piece of chocolate and shoved it into his hand. "We've all already had some. It helps." The 4 of them didn't speak for a few minutes. Harry stared at the chocolate in his hand, not eating it until Hermione nudged him in the side. "Eat that. It does help." He bit into the chocolate and was surprised to find that warmth spread through him, all the way to his toes. "Did Professor Lupin say what those things were?" Harry asked, finally feeling up to talking. "They're Dementors," he said. Answered Hermione, in a low voice. "They guard Azkaban." They must have been looking for Sirius Black. When the train arrived at the station in Hogsmeade, the 4 of them were still subdued, and rather shaken. They were not the only ones. Everyone was talking in low voices about the Dementors. Harry looked around for Professor Lupin and Neville, but they seemed to have gone up to the castle already. The teachers were strangely tense at the welcoming feast. Professor McGonagall was late. She marched into the hall after the first years were already standing in a loose grouping around the 3-legged stool that the Sorting Hat sat on. Harry noticed her glance at Dumbledore and give him a brief, jerky headshake. Harry looked up and down the Gryffindor table, realizing that Neville had not joined them. How bad could it be that Neville had to miss the feast? He looked at the teachers' table. 3 chairs were empty, Madame Pomfrey's, Professor Snape's and Madame Sprout's. Professor Lupin was there, sitting next to a very grave-looking Dumbledore. After the sorting, Dumbledore stood. He gave a very serious speech about the Dementors that were guarding the school and how dangerous they could be. Harry barely heard him, as preoccupied as he was with his own discomfort, now that the adrenaline of the events on the train was wearing off. He ate as much as he could manage, knowing that he had a lot of weight to gain and he needed the calories to heal. He avoided eating to discomfort though, knowing from experience that if he stuffed himself tonight, it would only come back up. He'd been living on dry toast and cold tea every morning for the last 2 weeks, so he reckoned bread and potatoes wouldn't disagree with him. He made sure to butter his bread heavily and put extra on his potatoes as well. Professor Snape had finally returned to the table, but now McGonagall was gone. Snape looked terrible. His normally sallow face was completely colorless. His face was an imp mask, determined not to let what he was feeling show. He looked like a man who had just heard news of a grave illness, or the death of a friend, and was determined to bear up underneath it. He whispered to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood very quickly. The room went silent, waiting for him to say something. For a moment, it seemed that he had forgotten where he was. Snape touched his sleeve, as if to remind him. Recovering, Dumbledore said, "You will have to excuse me. A matter of grave importance calls me away." He strode out of the door with Snape beside him, his silver and blue robe billowing beside Snape's black. A little while later, Professor Flitwick dismissed them to go to bed. Harry was very grateful. He wasn't sure how much longer he could act normally. The other students were very interested in whatever little drama was happening with the teachers, but Harry was only interested in bed. Neville was still conspicuous by his absence. His trunk was at the end of his bed, untouched. Trevor the Toad was forlornly, or so Harry imagined, sitting on his rock on Neville's bedside table. Harry showered quickly and was in his pajamas and in bed before the other boys had come up. Harry didn't want to explain the many bruises covering his body. Something occurred to Harry suddenly. He looked at the almost healed bruises on the underside of his forearms. Those were the ones he had received from Uncle Vernon when he was protecting his chest from being struck with Dudley's smelting stick. The bruises Neville had shown him had looked very similar. He resolved to ask Neville about it in the morning, before drifting off to the first decent sleep he'd had in weeks. The next morning at breakfast, Harry noticed that, again, Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and Professor Snape were missing. Flitwick was gone this time too. The teachers who were there were completely silent. Hagrid was wiping his eyes with a gigantic handkerchief. One teacher, a woman with enormous fleas that made her look like a giant insect, that Harry hadn't seen very often at breakfast, was absolutely gray and shaking with what looked like shock. Madame Hooch had her arms wrapped around the arithmancy professor, who appeared to be crying into her robes. Professor Lupin sat rigidly gazing into his teacup. Dumbledore looked as if he had aged 50 years overnight. "I have very grave news," he said in a quiet voice that, nevertheless, carried to every corner. "Neville Longbottom died in the infirmary, last night." Harry heard Hermione's gasp, but didn't take his eyes away from the teacher's table. A horrified mutter circulated through the hall. Dumbledore waited for it to die away. "It appears that Mr. Longbottom was the victim of violence." Dumbledore paused as though to gather himself. "Violence inflicted upon him by a member of his own family." Gasps and whispers. Dumbledore held up his hand for quiet again. In the interest of ensuring that such signs of child abuse are not again missed, the Board of Governors, the heads of houses and the Ministry of Magic has agreed that each student must receive a screening exam immediately. This is merely a precaution, you understand. In addition, Aurors may be asking some of you questions in regards to the ongoing investigation into Mr. Longbottom's case. I would ask you to cooperate with both of these things to the best of your ability. He looked sadly around the hall. "I am devastated that this should happen in my tenure as headmaster. I feel that I should offer each and every one of you my deepest apologies." Absolute silence greeted this. "I am canceling CLEs for the remainder of the week, so that teachers and students might have time to come to terms with this news, and so that the screening process can be moved along as quickly as possible. I must leave, for the next day or so, to help with the arrangements for the Longbottoms. Professor McGonagall will accompany me. Professor Snape will be in charge of the school until my return. He will also be working with Madame Pomfrey to coordinate screening exams." Dumbledore sat down heavily. Harry slowly put his head in his hands, breathing harshly. He heard Hermione sobbing beside him. Ron put his head down on the table, on the other side of him. Severus Snape sat quietly, next to the body of one of his least favorite students. He and Minerva had spent the night by the boy's side. Minerva, because she was head of the boys' house, and Severus, because he had been easting Madame Pomfrey. Now he was tired. He sipped the tea a house elf had brought him, waiting for the headmaster to return to take over the vigil over the body. He glanced again at the body whose face they had covered, not half an hour ago. The child had been slipping away since midnight. The internal bleeding and damage to his organs was too much for the boy's magic to repair quickly enough to keep him alive. Severus and Poppy suspected a spell was used as well. Or perhaps the encounter with the Dementor, in his weakened condition, had sent him into a type of magical shock. It surely didn't help that Lupin had to apparate with Boy to the apparition boundary, just beyond the gates. The man's Patronus had appeared in the staff room, demanding the presence of the headmaster and Madame Pomfrey. They found him carrying the boy, already almost to the castle steps. Snape shuddered at the show of the wolfish speed and strength that Lupin usually kept very well hidden. Severus. Professor Sprout peeked around the curtains, deep circles were under her eyes. Might I join you? She was exhausted, as well. She had spent the night attempting to use different obscure magical plant remedies. Severus waved a hand in the direction of the empty chair. I will miss him. She sighed. I know, Pomona, replied Severus, heavily. I know you were fond of him. Guilt twisted up in his chest. Unlike myself, went the unspoken thought between them. I had hoped he would want a herbology apprenticeship when he finished school. She sighed. Severus' eyebrows rose, in spite of himself. Pomona smiled sadly. He was very good with plants. I didn't know that, sighed Severus. There was a great deal I didn't know about Mr. Longbottom, including crucial facts, like that the boy's clumsiness was caused by nerve damage in his dominant hand. The fact that the boy's irritating cowering was caused by the expectation that blows would follow any raised voice. His inability to follow directions coming from the need to pay attention to where the next threat was coming from, rather than his lessons. His constant daydreaming a result of dissociation. Severus stood, suddenly feeling that sitting still one more minute was intolerable. He paced back and forth a few times. Augusta will be here any minute. Poppy Pomfrey came around the curtain, to tell them quietly, I suggest that you both get some sleep. Albus, Minerva and I will stay with her. When they're gone, I'm going to get a few hours myself, and we'll organize the exams for tomorrow morning. How many healers can Street Mungos lend us? Asked Severus. Poppy sighed. They can lend us 10, until the end of the week. Severus made some mental calculations. Is it just the 3 of us? He indicated Pomona, who are qualified to do the exams. Both Severus and Pomona had certifications in medi-wizarding, due to the natures of their respective fields. They both needed to be able to do diagnostic charms and basic medical care. Poppy nodded. Pomona rubbed her eyes tiredly. I'm going to go have a sleep, then. I, as well. Severus nodded gravely to the 2 women. He glanced at Longbottom's body one last time. Poppy patted his arm, as he left. To someone who didn't know him better, he would have seemed unconcerned. Poppy, however, had known the man for more than half his life and knew that behind his icy facade, he was experiencing shock and grief as deep as anyone's. He paused for a moment to grasp her hand. As always, it was easier to put aside his feelings and carry on with planning. In this case, Severus had to plan on how to get nearly 1,000 adolescents, some of whom might be very resistant, to speak with a healer or a medi-wizard about their home lives. They would all need thorough exams and interviews. It was going to be a veritable nightmare. Worse yet, this was all to be handled by Severus, because Minerva and Albus were both helping Augusta Longbottom plan for her grandson's funeral, since she had been cleared of charges under the influence of Veritaserum. After that, they were facing an inquiry by the Board of Governors. According to the legilimency that Severus had used on the boy before he died, it had been the boy's uncle who had perpetrated the alt. Apparently because the boy's magic was never strong enough to please the man. Severus shuddered. Longbottom had been terrified of Severus' intrusion into his thoughts. It had taken some time to get the boy to stop fighting, and just give up the memories. Then, the spark that had been Neville Longbottom had shivered and dimmed, finally falling off into darkness. Severus had come back to himself, staring into a pair of dead eyes. Stop it, he said, harshly, aloud to himself, banishing the vision from his mind. He had not felt this weight of guilt since Lily's death. He had not liked the boy, no, but he had not seen what he should have. He should have seen the signs, pointed them out to Minerva or Poppy, or even Albus. He knew better than anyone what Longbottom's particular malady looked like. He hurried to his quarters before anyone could waylay him. A sleeping draft had his name on it, and after that, he faced a long week. The rest of the day was gray and cold, as if to underline the general mood of the castle inhabitants. Any other time, the students would have been thrilled with the unexpected holiday. Now, Harry felt, their idleness gave them too much time to dwell on their thoughts. All of the Gryffindors were going to be called to speak with the Aurors one by one. They wanted to know about Neville. What Neville said about his home life, if there were any suspicions among them. Harry remembered Neville telling the story of his uncle dropping him out of a window when he was little, trying to scare some magic out of him. There were a few other stories like that, all involving the same uncle. Harry noticed with irritation that many of his housemates were claiming closer relationships with Neville than he'd ever observed them having. Lavender had practically been going around claiming unrequited love for him, until Ginny called her a stupid cow in front of the whole common room. It was the first time Ginny had actually said anything that Harry had heard after the announcement. Fair play, Ginny had been quiet around Harry for as long as he'd known her. He did think he remembered Neville helping Ginny with her herbology homework. Soon after Dumbledore had finished his speech, Hermione had gotten up from the table and walked out of the hall alone, without a word to either of them. Ron and Harry hadn't even realized she was gone for a while, wrapped as they were in their own shock. When Harry and Ron went to look for her before lunch, they naturally searched for her in the Leary, after they ascertained she was not in the tower. They found her in the very back of the Leary, in an alcove she favored for its privacy. She wasn't reading though, she had her face in her hands. "Hermione," said Harry, quietly, not wanting to sneak up on her. "What?" she said, sharply. She didn't move, didn't take her hands away from her face. We thought, maybe, you might want to get some lunch," Ron said, uncertainly. "No," Hermione said, into her hands, "I'm not hungry." Her voice was flat and hoarse. Harry shrugged helplessly at Ron. Well, we'll be at lunch," Ron said, nervously, if you need us." Hermione nodded into her hands. Harry and Ron headed up to the Great Hall, not knowing what else to do. "This is horrible," said Ron in a low voice. Harry nodded in agreement. The hall was half empty and those who were there were subdued. Even the Slytherins were looking depressed. "What about all this medical exam stuff?" Ron asked Harry as they sat down. "Do they really think there's others who've had family beating on them?" It seemed to Harry that Ron gave him a long, speculative look. Harry rubbed his arm uncomfortably. "I dunno, maybe." Harry was nervous about that. He'd never had a proper medical exam. Madame Pomfrey had fixed him up when he'd injured himself, but he wasn't sure this was going to be the same kind of exam. Ron started loading up his plate. Harry couldn't see anything on the table that he could stomach eating. He settled for taking some bread and buttering it heavily again. He put a lot of milk and sugar into his tea. He glanced at the teacher's table. Most of them were gone. Harry sat, thinking again about the bruises he'd seen on Neville's arm. His weren't anywhere near that bad. The Dursleys were horrible, of course, but they couldn't be considered abusive, could they? That seemed a little over the top. Anyway, Vernon only got ugly once in a while. Most of the time, he just shouted at Harry. They hadn't even locked him in the cupboard since he'd been to Hogwarts. This summer had only been bad because of what happened with Marge. It wasn't as if any of the Dursleys would permanently injure Harry. Not like what happened to Neville. A dull pain ached in Harry's chest. He'd fed Neville's toad that morning. The poor thing just sat there, patiently waiting for the master who would never return for him. He'd have to ask Professor McGonagall what she was planning to do with him. Oh, but McGonagall was gone, right now. Harry wondered who was stepping in for her. The questions in his head just kept coming back to the obvious matter. How could Neville had lived with them for 2 years and no one noticed? Harry racked his brain, examining every interaction he'd ever had with Neville. It seemed he wasn't the only one wondering this. Little snippets of conversation drifted to him, that all seemed to be about that very subject. Dully, Harry looked around the Great Hall. Fred and George were sitting a little ways down the table. He thought they'd been looking towards him, but they were in deep conversation with each other about Neville. He heard one of them saying, "And, don't forget about the nightmares Ron says he's always had." Harry did remember Neville's nightmares. A few times last year, when Harry couldn't sleep, he'd had to wake him muttering, tossing Neville out of one. Harry hadn't realized Ron woke up in the night to witness them, as well. George, he was wearing the sweater with the G on it, glanced up and saw Harry. He gave Harry a wan smile. They'd both finished their meal and were getting up to leave. "All right, there, Harry?" he asked, as they ped. They both wore an identical expression of worry and upset. "Yeah, fine," Harry said. He felt the same way, really. The other topic of conversation Harry heard were these new, screening exams. Some of the murmuring sounded outraged. "My mother's going to go mad to hear that the schools accusing pure bloods of child abuse," Harry heard one Ravenclaw boy say, haughtily, to another as they walked by him. Some of the tone sounded fearful, wondering who was going to do the exams and how they were going to be accomplished. Percy, Ron's older brother, was sitting a few feet down the table. He had been appointed head boy this year, and as such, students hoped the teachers had given him new information. 2 first years were apparently driving him to distraction with these questions. "I know as much as you, and I'll thank you to let me eat in peace," he snapped at them. It also seemed that people were discussing other students, in light of who might turn out to have a bad home life. Harry noticed, with a sort of morbid interest, a little tableau that was repeated at least 3 times. While he sat there, a student would walk past a knot of whispering people, who would fall silent. When the student in question ped them, the group would then poke each other, nodding and making shushing noises and gestures. Harry recognized the signs, since he had been the subject of so much gossip and speculation last year. It was a relief, although Harry hated to admit that there was anything good about today, not to be in the middle of that. Finally, deciding that he'd spent long enough picking at his food, Harry finished his tea and gave up lunch as a bad job. "I'm going to head back up to the tower," he told Ron. "Yeah, okay, see you in a bit." It wasn't too long later, when a general announcement was made that all students should return to their common rooms. Snape's magically magnified voice said that heads of houses would be arriving shortly to explain the procedures for the following days. "Do you suppose McGonagall's back?" someone asked. Harry had claimed one of the chairs near the window and was trying to get some of his summer homework done. He hadn't dared sneak his belongings out of the cupboard under the stairs after Fudge had returned him to Privet Drive. This meant he was very behind. Harry had ordered most of his new books by Owl yesterday, taking the order form up to Hedwig in the Ollery, after he was supposed to be in bed. He hoped they'd get here before Cleese resumed. It would mean answering a lot of embering questions otherwise. Fortunately, his school clothes still fit him and Aunt Petunia had given him a few pairs of jeans that were too small for Dudley to wear that almost fit Harry. Harry thought they might have been Dudley's when he was about 8. Harry went back to working on his History of Magic essay. At least this term he wasn't going to have to turn it in late. Over the next 15 minutes, the common room filled up, as people came in through the portrait hole and down from the dormitories. Harry saw Ron and Hermione come in together. Hermione's face was blotchy, but tearless. The twins came in behind them, still with that uncharacteristically serious expression. One of them said something to Ron, who nodded. Harry waved to Ron and Hermione, they couldn't see him. Hermione touched Ron's arm and they walked over to him. "All right?" asked Harry. Hermione nodded, not speaking and not meeting his eyes. She sat at the table, propping her chin on her hands. Ron sat next to her, looking dispirited. "Hi, Harry." Harry wanted to ask what was wrong, but that was stupid. He wanted to say something, anything. There just didn't seem anything to say. The portrait hole opened on last time and in walked Professor Lupin. He was still looking gray and tired. Now that Harry had a chance to really observe the man, he saw that his robes, though clean, were quite worn looking. "If I might have your attention," he said, loudly enough to be heard over the general mutter. The room quieted. Immediately. "Professor McGonagall will be away for several days, at least. She has asked me to stand in for her. I realize this is not an ideal way for us to meet." The man's jaw tightened as he said this. Harry thought of how the man had been the one to discover how injured Neville was. The professor swallowed and took a deep breath. "I will be explaining the procedure for these new screenings." He held up a stack of parchment. "We'll be doing the examinations alphabetically, by year. Each of you has a sheet here, with the time and day of your appointment. Please keep the appointment, as the healers from St. Mungo's are only being lent to us for the week. It will be a painless, although fairly extensive, exam. It should take between a half hour to 45 minutes. One of the first years raised her hand. Lupin pointed to her. You had a question. Do we have to get shots? She asked, nervously. Harry remembered that this one was Muggle-born. Harry had gotten a few shots in primary school when the health nurse came around. Harry remembered the nurse being rather annoyed that Harry hadn't gotten any before then. No, said Lupin firmly, this is merely a screening exam. If any treatment is indicated, the healers will set it up for another time. Now, another concern, Lupin went on gravely, this exam is screening for mistreatment, but like everything, it is not infallible. You know each other, much better than the teachers ever could know you. If you have any fears regarding your housemates, it is imperative that you notify one of the staff. My office door is always open, as are the doors of any of the professors. Please don't think that you are being in any way disloyal by sharing this sort of information. Quite the contrary, we cannot help where we don't know the need. Lupin looked around at them seriously. I will leave you to your afternoon. Please present yourself to the infirmary in time for your appointments. He handed the stack of folded papers to Percy, who puffed himself up importantly and started calling people by name to receive their parchments, and left the room. When Percy had called, Granger, Hermione. Hermione went forward and took her parchment, then went out the portrait hole, without a word to Harry or Ron. Where's she gone? Asked Harry. Leary, I expect. Said Ron, quickly, you want to play some chess once this is done. Potter, Harry, called Percy. Harry went to get his parchment. 9 o'clock Friday, September 3rd. The parchment read. Harry had a weird hollow feeling as he read it. He remembered Vernon, the night Fudge brought him back to Privet Drive, ranting on about how no one wanted to hear Harry's whinging. That Fudge had reckoned he needed a good hammering too, and he'd just have to take what was coming. This had happened in primary school once. One of the teachers had gotten upset that Harry had limped into school one day, and notified the nurse. The nurse notified the Dursleys, and then examined him herself. Of course, by the time she looked, it had already healed. Harry supposed magic made wizards heal much faster than Muggles. Petunia had been furious at the nurse contacting her. Harry hadn't eaten at home for a month. Petunia was claiming some kind of allowance for his school lunches, or Harry was sure he wouldn't have had those. Harry crumbled up the parchment, and stuck it in his pocket. There was no way he was going through that again. If he skipped it and went on Monday instead, the marks Vernon had inflicted would already be gone. Even better, Lupin had said the healers would only be there that week. Perhaps he could dodge it altogether. Well, the students should all have received their appointment times by now. Severus Snape said, looking around the staff room to see. Affirmative nods. Does anyone have any questions on procedure? The teachers shook their heads. It was one of the most muted staff meetings they'd had in Severus' whole time at Hogwarts. He was not comfortable being the one to run it, but Dumbledore had left him in charge. It seemed that he was the head of house most able to function through the aftermath of Longbottom's death. He chided himself for the euphemism. Longbottom's murder. Then, I think we can adjourn until tomorrow morning. I have a great deal to do tonight. I'm sure all of you do, as well. He finished, tiredly. 4 hours of sleep was just not enough. Severus, Lupin said, as the rest filed out, a word. What, Lupin? Asked Severus, too tired to even sneer. 3 Gryffindors have come forward to me, saying they have concerns about a fellow student. I told them to meet me in my office before dinner. Given that I don't know them at all. Lupin trailed off. Severus sighed, heavily. Quite right, I suppose. Although, I hardly think Gryffindors would speak to me any more freely. Severus considered asking Poppy to speak with them. But no, he was acting headmaster. As such, it fell to him. Which students? Hermione Granger. Lupin began. Severus couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, it is. He muttered. Fred Weasley and George Weasley. Finished Lupin, ignoring Severus. That was interesting. Who was the student they were concerned about? Severus asked. They wouldn't say. I think they were afraid that they were likely to get their friend in trouble, replied Lupin. Severus thought about who it could be. Perhaps Jordan, or one of the girls in Granger's dorm. He went through all the students that he thought Granger and the Weasleys might have in common. They were all from decent homes. That thought stopped him cold. The Longbottoms were not just a decent family, they were considered of the highest quality in the wizarding world. All right, Lupin, I'll come with you, Severus said, shortly. As they walked down to Lupin's office, Lupin sighed pensively. This isn't the first time child abuse has been missed at this school, he said, softly. Severus felt his insides turn cold. Surely, she had never betrayed his trust. What do you mean by that? He asked, in a low, dangerous voice. His hand was on his wand, ready to obliviate Lupin into idiocy, if necessary. Oh, come now, Severus, replied Lupin, apparently not registering the other wizard's outrage. You knew the Blacks. I know you were friends with Regulus. I'm sure you heard about their father, Lupin shuddered, and their mother. Severus relaxed, silently apologizing to Lily's spirit for thinking so ill of her. Yes, I believe I did. I've always thought that that's what drove Sirius over the edge. I wonder if joining the Voldemort was a way of trying to gain approval from his parents. A way to return to the Black family, with honor. Lupin seemed to have forgotten who he was talking to. I can't imagine why he did what he did otherwise. Yes, well, we have more immediate concerns here. Severus was duty-bound to hear out the Gryffindor students, but he would be damned before he became the Wolf's counselor. Lupin shook himself. Yes, of course. The 3 students were lurking just inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts CL room. A look of complete panic flashed across the Granger girl's face, as she saw who was with Lupin. The twins seemed of sterner stuff, though. They merely looked mildly queasy. Lupin invited them to sit around a table he conjured. Perhaps, feeling rightly that his office proper would be too small a space. He flicked his wand and closed the door. Severus sat down, trying to look less foreboding. You had something you wished to tell us. He cursed to himself. He hadn't meant that to sound so short. You see, sir. Granger started, fidgeting maddeningly. I wanted to tell you that. Well, I'm not sure, really, but he's got so much in common with Neville that I thought. Every time the sleeve on his robe slides up, I see he's got marks like Neville's. Ron said he had the exact same kind of marks last year and I've been worried for a long time about it. He never goes home for holidays either, and they don't feed him properly. Her eyes began to fill with tears. To Severus' relief, she ceased her babbling, trying to get a grip on herself. Severus closed his eyes. It would not do to shout at the girl, as much as he wanted to. Instead he took a deep steadying breath, opened his eyes and focused on the Weasley twins. Perhaps you gentlemen could enlighten me as to who Miss Granger is referring to. One of the boys Severus had given up trying to tell them apart 3 years ago took a deep breath. Harry, he said. I beg your pardon. Severus stared blankly at the boys, looking for any sign of a prank. He couldn't see any of their usual tells. No upturned quirk of the mouth, or nervous fiddling with their wands. Nor did they have the deadpan expression of someone trying to hide their feelings. The 3 of them looked worried, sad and deadly earnest. But, that was mad, Potter. Severus demanded. Has he been whining that his Muggle relatives are not worthy of famous Harry Potter's presence? Granger winced and cowered at his tone, but the twins looked mutinous. Harry never talks about his relatives. The other one said flatly, but, we broke him out of his room last year. They'd put bars on his window and they'd locked him into his room with about 100 locks. There was a cat flap on the door where they shoved his food in and they'd been starving him, he said firmly. Lupping opened his mouth to say something, but Severus glared him into silence. What do you mean, starving him? Severus asked slowly. We mean a can of Muggle soup once a day, shared between himself and his owl, said one of the boys stoutly. He told us that much, when we first picked him up. The other one chipped in. He shut up about it after, though. Like he thought he said too much. And, when he got on the train this year, I couldn't hug him without him yelping. I think they really hurt him. Put in Granger, finally able to talk without tears, it seemed. It is not unusual for Muggles in rough neighborhoods to install bars on their windows for protection, you know. Lupin jumped in. They don't have alarm charms or security spells. He seemed almost pleading. Not just on one window, Professor Lupin, replied Granger, and not on an upstairs bedroom window that couldn't be opened from the inside. If there had been a fire, he wouldn't have been able to get out. Severus scoffed. It would be a poor wizard, indeed, who died in a simple, non-magical fire. Yeah, but the Muggles don't know that, do they? Said one of the Weasleys. He nodded at Granger. She told us that muggles have all sorts of rules for buildings, because they're afraid of being trapped in fires. And, where is the other Mr. Weasley? Asked Severus. Surely, he has something to say. Granger went very red. He's keeping Harry busy. Harry would be furious if he knew we were here. She didn't add, talking to you. But Severus could hear it, hovering in the air. Thank you for the information, Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, would you mind putting your observations in writing? If this were a prank or joke, Severus wanted documentation in the student's own hand. Yes, sir. They all seemed far more compliant than pranksters should be. Severus conjured quills and parchment for all of them. Give your observations to Professor Lupin. Rest assured they will be investigated. Severus stood. I have many things to attend to tonight. You needn't mention this conversation to Mr. Potter. I will not. He thought they might be more forthcoming, if he gave them a measure of anonymity. He left them in the capable, and far more sympathetic, hands of Professor Lupin. All the way back to his rooms, Severus struggled with himself. Potter was merely whining. He was an attention seeker. He was creating stories to draw sympathy and impress his friends. But Longbottom had been clumsy, incompetent, a daydreamer, a coward, if what Granger and the Weasleys said was true, even in part. Severus shuddered. He could hear the sound of Lily Evans crying for her son. By Friday morning, Severus was ready to take up drinking in a serious way. So far, the healer's exams had turned up no less than 12 children who were considered at risk, including one poor Hufflepuff girl, in her second year, whose case was so severe that the healers had immediately applied to the ministry to remove her from her parents' custody. The others would need watching and extra support from their heads of houses, but they were not in any clear danger. Severus smiled bitterly at the surprise on many of the teachers' faces when the healers had given their report yesterday evening. They were appalled that this sort of thing could happen right under their noses, and a few indulged in what were really unseemly displays of emotion. He had been ready to slap an hysterical Trelawney, when Lupin had intervened, telling her gently, more gently than Severus would have, anyway, but firmly, that such histrionics were not helpful to the situation. He went on to tell her that if she couldn't control herself, she should take herself back to the North Tower and stay there. Severus found himself in the odd position of actually agreeing with Lupin, whom he hated with a paean only a little less than that he bore for Potter's bloody father. Lupin had almost as little patience for the general hand-wringing as Severus himself did. Perhaps because he didn't bear the guilt from knowing Longbottom for 2 years, and never seeing it. It wasn't that Severus didn't feel the guilt for the boy's death, it was more that Severus had learned to live with the weight of guilt a long time ago and continue on with the task at hand. Many of the teachers seemed nigh upon non-functional over this. To be scrupulously fair, the heads of houses were rising to the occasion. Proving that, as peculiar as Dumbledore's staffing decisions could be, he had chosen those individuals well. Indeed, some of the worst cases were already known to the school, and had been under observation for some time. Phyllis Flitwick had already identified one Ravenclaw in whose family was need of investigation. Prior to this incident, Severus had been watching 3 Slytherins that the healers had confirmed had multiple suspicious injuries, and Pomona Sprout had reported one case in Hufflepuff last year. Minerva had left no reports of any, however. Severus didn't think this was necessarily due to negligence on Minerva's part. He rather suspected that it was more due to the Gryffindor tendency toward foolish pride. Certainly, he had supervised enough detentions with them to know how obstinate they could be. Of the children who argued that these exams were unnecessary, the Gryffindors were often of the loudest volume. Well, if he cared to admit it, his Slytherins were not far behind in sheer indignation. It had been perhaps a mistake to cancel Cleese for the whole week. That had been a ministry idea, coming from people who had not the vaguest concept of how ill-advised it was to keep this many teenagers idle. Madame Hooch had taken it upon herself to organize the Quidditch teams in extra practices. Severus approved of this heartily, as it also took many of them outside to watch. The Muggle Studies teacher, Charity Burbage, had suggested that they bring in a counselor to speak with the more distraught children. Another suggestion that Severus approved as acting head. This death had hit the entire wizarding world very hard, given who that the boy's parents were commonly known as heroes of the last war. He wondered if anyone had told Frank and Alice that their only son had been murdered. Would they even understand? They were both largely unaware of anything, victims as they had been, of a prolonged cruciatus curse. By all accounts, Augusta was on her way to a breakdown that would necessitate a bed in the locked ward beside her son. Since the story had been published in the Daily Prophet, in lurid detail, parents had been sending howlers all week. After the first few, Severus had forwarded all mail addressed to Headmaster to Dumbledore. However, all the teachers had gotten a howler or two addressed to them. Some were the parents who were outraged that the staff had never seen the abuse, some were parents who took offense at their child being examined for abuse. On the good side, the exams were progressing in an orderly manner. The healers were planning on working through the weekend so that Cleese could resume on Monday, so there was the better part of 3 days of this yet to face. The files from the children to be examined today were in front of him on his desk. Harry Bloody Potter's file at the top. The last piece of parchment was a note from Arabella Figg stating that she'd seen Harry the morning after he'd run away from home this summer. Albus, I've spoken to Harry this morning, as you asked. He seems rather the worse for wear. Has quite the shiner actually. He's been given quite a bit of yard work by the Dursleys, but that's nothing unusual. I do wish there were a safer place to keep him. Arabella, quite the shiner. That made Severus wonder, when he'd read it. A black eye in a teenage boy might be anything, so he'd asked Arabella for clarification. She had written back to say that Harry had told her a story about being in a scuffle with some Muggle teenagers when he'd run away. From all accounts of that night, Harry had gotten directly onto the night bus and had been there until Kingsley Shacklebolt had found him getting off at Diagon Alley. If there had been an altercation, it must have been damned short. Shacklebolt was currently one of the Aurors searching the area for Sirius Black, so Snape was able to ask him to come have a word this morning. While he waited for the man, leafed through the boy's papers. There were his primary school records. They spoke of a quiet boy who seemed to lack motivation and was defiant at times. Severus snorted to himself, he knew that already. More reports went on to say that he never seemed to put effort into his homework. It often looked as though he'd done it in the few minutes between arriving at school and when the bell rang. Again, nothing new. Some way down the stack, there was a rather ominous set of correspondence between the school nurse and one of Harry's teachers. There was one note that speculated that the Dursleys were having money trouble, since the smaller boy was always dressed in the bigger boy's hand-me-downs. Then there was a note from the school nurse, complaining that she had to tell Mrs. Dursley several times to get Harry's eyes checked. A third note in which the teacher commented that Harry often seemed injured in one way or another. When asked, the child merely replied that he was clumsy. The reply from the nurse said that since the injuries were very minor, it was likely that they were accidental, and that she'd speak with Mrs. Dursley about it. There were many things Potter was, but never clumsy. As quickly as he'd taken to his broom, Severus doubted the boy had ever had a clumsy bone in his body. The other thing to be considered was the fact that wizard children were so much harder to injure, and healed so much more quickly than Muggle children. If Potter was being hurt badly enough to leave visible bruises, he'd have to have been doing something like playing Quidditch, or jumping from second-story windows. As a Muggle-raised child, it was very unlikely he'd been doing either of those things. As much Severus wanted to deny it, he couldn't deny that a subtle pattern had begun to emerge. Professor Snape. Shacklebolt stood at the open door of Severus' office. You wanted a word. Yes, Mr. Shacklebolt, please come in. Severus waved at the comfortable seat in the corner. Not the hard wooden one he always had students sit in. Shacklebolt sat down, looking curious, when Severus flicked his wand to close the door. How is the Black situation? Severus didn't want the Auror to think he'd called him here to discuss Potter specifically, and as acting headmaster, he was within his rights to ask. Not a sign of him, Professor. Sighed Shacklebolt, the Dementors have even searched the forest. The Centaurs were in an uproar about it, but the Ministry insisted. Shacklebolt sounded irritated, as if insulted that the Ministry was insisting on using Dementors to search for Black. It's even possible the man has fled, but you don't think so? No, Shacklebolt said flatly. Severus ran his hand through his hair, as if we don't have enough difficulties with this exam business, he said bitterly. Shacklebolt nodded in agreement. I do wish I had something new to report. Shacklebolt stood. If that's all, Professor Snape. Severus appreciated the man's unwillingness to waste time on idle chat. Just one thing, said Severus as if it had just occurred to him, when Shacklebolt had his hand on the doorknob. I am trying to provide the healers with complete reports on the home lives of our students. I understand you were the one who found Mr. Potter the night he ran away, this summer. I did, Shacklebolt answered in his slow, deep voice. How was he when you saw him? The healers want to know about any upsets in the students' lives. Severus didn't want to be too specific. Given that the Daily Prophet had gotten hold of the Longbottom story already, the last thing that Severus wanted to happen was have them start speculating about the boy who lived. Orrs were very discreet, but the less said the better. Shacklebolt replied. He was a bit shaken up. He was very upset that he had to go back to his aunt and uncle's house. Seemed to think he'd be in terrible trouble for just a bit of accidental magic. We see that a lot with Muggle-raised children. Agreed Severus seriously, thinking of the beatings his father used to give him for accidental magic, but he seemed well, otherwise. I'm told he was in a scuffle with some other boys and had a bit of a black eye. Shacklebolt shook his head slowly. Not a mark on him, that I saw. Severus nodded. Well, he wasn't specific on the timing. I suppose it was after he went home. He said smoothly, thank you for your time. Shacklebolt nodded to Severus. I'll keep you up to date on the black situation, he said as he left. Severus sat thinking about what this new scrap of information could mean. Shacklebolt had seen no bruises on the boy, but the next morning Arabella had. With a renewed purpose, Severus began looking through the file. He applied his mind to it the way he would approach brewing an antidote to a potion. There was a lecture he gave his 7th years on this very subject. You know nothing about the poison. That can get in the way of discovering the counter. Use your diagnostic spells and you may discover a pattern. They are often difficult to discern. The pattern here became less subtle the more Severus stared at it. By Friday morning, Severus was ready to take up drinking in a serious way. So far, the healer's exams had turned up no less than 12 children who were considered at risk. Including one poor Hufflepuff girl, in her 2nd year, whose case was so severe, that the healers had immediately applied to the ministry to remove her from her parents' custody. The others would need watching and extra support from their heads of houses, but they were not in any clear danger. Severus smiled bitterly at the surprise on many of the teachers' faces when the healers had given their report yesterday evening. They were appalled that this sort of thing could happen right under their noses, and a few indulged in what were really unseemly displays of emotion. He had been ready to slap an hysterical Trelawney, when Lupin had intervened, telling her gently, more gently than Severus would have, anyway, but firmly that such histrionics were not helpful to the situation. He went on to tell her that if she couldn't control herself, she should take herself back to the North Tower and stay there. Severus found himself in the odd position of actually agreeing with Lupin, whom he hated with a paean only a little less than that he bore for Potter's bloody father. Lupin had almost as little patience for the general hand-wringing as Severus himself did. Perhaps because he didn't bear the guilt from knowing Longbottom for 2 years, and never seeing it. It wasn't that Severus didn't feel the guilt for the boy's death, it was more that Severus had learned to live with the weight of guilt a long time ago and continue on with the task at hand. Many of the teachers seemed nigh upon non-functional over this. To be scrupulously fair, the heads of houses were rising to the occasion. Proving that, as peculiar as Dumbledore's staffing decisions could be, he had chosen those individuals well. Indeed, some of the worst cases were already known to the school, and had been under observation for some time. Phyllis Flitwick had already identified one Ravenclaw in whose family was need of investigation. Prior to this incident, Severus had been watching 3 Slytherins that the healers had confirmed had multiple suspicious injuries, and Pomona Sprout had reported one case in Hufflepuff last year. Minerva had left no reports of any, however. Severus didn't think this was necessarily due to negligence on Minerva's part. He rather suspected that it was more due to the Gryffindor tendency toward foolish pride. Certainly, he had supervised enough detentions with them to know how obstinate they could be. Of the children who argued that these exams were unnecessary, the Gryffindors were often of the loudest volume. Well, if he cared to admit it, his Slytherins were not far behind in sheer indignation. It had been perhaps a mistake to cancel Cleese for the whole week. That had been a ministry idea, coming from people who had not the vaguest concept of how ill-advised it was to keep this many teenagers idle. Madame Hooch had taken it upon herself to organize the Quidditch teams in extra practices. Severus approved of this heartily, as it also took many of them outside to watch. The Muggle Studies teacher, Charity Burbage, had suggested that they bring in a counselor to speak with the more distraught children. Another suggestion that Severus approved as acting head. This death had hit the entire wizarding world very hard, given who that the boys' parents were commonly known as heroes of the last war. He wondered if anyone had told Frank and Alice that their only son had been murdered. Would they even understand? They were both largely unaware of anything, victims as they had been, of a prolonged cruciatus curse. By all accounts, Augusta was on her way to a breakdown that would necessitate a bed in the locked ward beside her son. Since the story had been published in the Daily Prophet, in lurid detail, parents had been sending howlers all week. After the first few, Severus had forwarded all mail addressed to Headmaster to Dumbledore. However, all the teachers had gotten a howler or two addressed to them. Some were the parents who were outraged that the staff had never seen the abuse, some were parents who took offense at their child being examined for abuse. On the good side, the exams were progressing in an orderly manner. The healers were planning on working through the weekend so that Cleese could resume on Monday, so there was the better part of 3 days of this yet to face. The files from the children to be examined today were in front of him on his desk. Harry Bloody Potter's file at the top. The last piece of parchment was a note from Arabella Figg stating that she'd seen Harry the morning after he'd run away from home this summer. Albus, I've spoken to Harry this morning, as you asked. He seems rather the worse for wear. Has quite the shiner actually. He's been given quite a bit of yard work by the Dursleys, but that's nothing unusual. I do wish there were a safer place to keep him. Arabella, quite the shiner. That made Severus wonder, when he'd read it. A black eye in a teenage boy might be anything, so he'd asked Arabella for clarification. She had written back to say that Harry had told her a story about being in a scuffle with some Muggle teenagers when he'd run away. From all accounts of that night, Harry had gotten directly onto the night bus and had been there until Kingsley Shacklebolt had found him getting off at Diagon Alley. If there had been an altercation, it must have been damned short. Shacklebolt was currently one of the Aurors searching the area for Sirius Black, so Snape was able to ask him to come have a word this morning. While he waited for the man, leafed through the boy's papers. There were his primary school records. They spoke of a quiet boy who seemed to lack motivation and was defiant at times. Severus snorted to himself, he knew that already. More reports went on to say that he never seemed to put effort into his homework. It often looked as though he'd done it in the few minutes between arriving at school and when the bell rang. Again, nothing new. Some way down the stack, there was a rather ominous set of correspondence between the school nurse and one of Harry's teachers. There was one note that speculated that the Dursleys were having money trouble, since the smaller boy was always dressed in the bigger boy's hand-me-downs. Then there was a note from the school nurse, complaining that she had to tell Mrs. Dursley several times to get Harry's eyes checked. A third note in which the teacher commented that Harry often seemed injured in one way or another. When asked, the child merely replied that he was clumsy. The reply from the nurse said that since the injuries were very minor, it was likely that they were accidental, and that she'd speak with Mrs. Dursley about it. There were many things Potter was, but never clumsy. As quickly as he'd taken to his broom, Severus doubted the boy had ever had a clumsy bone in his body. The other thing to be considered was the fact that wizard children were so much harder to injure, and healed so much more quickly than Muggle children. If Potter was being hurt badly enough to leave visible bruises, he'd have to have been doing something like playing Quidditch, or jumping from second-story windows. As a Muggle-raised child, it was very unlikely he'd been doing either of those things. As much Severus wanted to deny it, he couldn't deny that a subtle pattern had begun to emerge. Professor Snape. Shacklebolt stood at the open door of Severus' office. You wanted a word. Yes, Mr. Shacklebolt, please come in. Severus waved at the comfortable seat in the corner. Not the hard wooden one he always had students sit in. Shacklebolt sat down, looking curious, when Severus flicked his wand to close the door. How is the Black situation? Severus didn't want the Auror to think he'd called him here to discuss Potter specifically, and as acting headmaster, he was within his rights to ask. Not a sign of him, Professor. Sighed Shacklebolt, the Dementors have even searched the forest. The centaurs were in an uproar about it, but the ministry insisted. Shacklebolt sounded irritated, as if insulted that the ministry was insisting on using dementors to search for Black. It's even possible the man has fled, but... You don't think so? No, Shacklebolt said flatly. Severus ran his hand through his hair, as if we don't have enough difficulties with this exam business, he said bitterly. Shacklebolt nodded in agreement. I do wish I had something new to report. Shacklebolt stood. If that's all, Professor Snape. Severus appreciated the man's unwillingness to waste time on idle chat. Just one thing, said Severus as if it had just occurred to him, when Shacklebolt had his hand on the doorknob. I am trying to provide the healers with complete reports on the home lives of our students. I understand you were the one who found Mr. Potter the night he ran away, this summer. I did, Shacklebolt answered in his slow, deep voice. How was he when you saw him? The healers want to know about any upsets in the students' lives. Severus didn't want to be too specific. Given that the Daily Prophet had gotten hold of the Longbottom story already, the last thing that Severus wanted to happen was have them start speculating about the boy who lived. Aurors were very discreet, but the less said the better. Shacklebolt replied. He was a bit shaken up. He was very upset that he had to go back to his aunt and uncle's house. Seemed to think he'd be in terrible trouble for just a bit of accidental magic. We see that a lot with Muggle-raised children. Agreed Severus seriously, thinking of the beatings his father used to give him for accidental magic, but he seemed well, otherwise. I'm told he was in a scuffle with some other boys and had a bit of a black eye. Shacklebolt shook his head slowly. Not a mark on him, that I saw. Severus nodded. Well, he wasn't specific on the timing. I suppose it was after he went home. He said smoothly, thank you for your time. Shacklebolt nodded to Severus. I'll keep you up to date on the Black situation, he said as he left. Severus sat thinking about what this new scrap of information could mean. Shacklebolt had seen no bruises on the boy, but the next morning Arabella had. With a renewed purpose, Severus began looking through the file. He applied his mind to it the way he would approach brewing an antidote to a potion. There was a lecture he gave his 7th years on this very subject. You know nothing about the poison. That can get in the way of discovering the counter. Use your diagnostic spells and you may discover a pattern. They are often difficult to discern. The pattern here became less subtle the more Severus stared at it. Harry stumbled a few times as Severus pulled him along, so fast was Severus walking. Lupin kept glancing at them, concerned. Severus glared at Lupin, over the boy's head, daring Lupin to speak, or protest his manhandling of the boy who lived. Lupin, wisely, didn't make a comment as they made their way to the hospital wing. Although he looked pointedly at Potter and then Severus, the second time the boy stumbled. Severus made an effort to slow his pace and loosen his grip, taking in the boy's ashen complexion. Potter didn't say anything either. No arguing, not even his characteristic grumblings about unfairness. Nor did Severus get the idea he was biting his tongue, to keep from saying something that would get him in deeper trouble. That, more than anything else, concerned Severus. One would think that Potter was going to his own execution. Severus could feel the boy tremble through the firm hold he had on his upper arm. This was the sort of reaction Longbottom had. Severus winced at that thought, but it was true to him, not Potter. When the Potter hadn't turned up at his appointment this morning, Severus had checked the pitch first. Naturally, the boy was there. From a distance, Severus watched how Potter had practically fled from his teammates, with all the signs of someone who did not want to be confronted. Severus returned to the castle with further misgivings about Potter and a plan forming in his mind. The boy did not return to the castle for lunch, and Severus knew for a fact that Potter had not eaten breakfast. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Severus went down to the kitchens to ask the house elves if they'd fed the boy. To a one, they denied it. In fact, they didn't think he even knew where the entrance to the kitchens was. Severus had watched the boy eat the night before. If he had been sliding food into his pockets, planning a prolonged fast, anything more than a few hours to a teenage boy could be considered prolonged. He was better at it than Severus would imagine. Granted, he'd not been watching for it, but Severus had been a teacher long enough to recognize the signs of sneaking objects off of a table. Both of those scenarios were rather disturbing to contemplate. Either the boy was accustomed to missing meals, or he was a fairly skilled thief. Given that one of his best friends was Rule Happy Granger, Severus had to assume the former, rather than the latter. Severus watched the boy walk into the great hall this evening, trying to keep his head down and remain unnoticed. Severus had waited until the boy had almost finished what was on his plate. He didn't like to do a medical exam on a child who was likely to pee out from low blood sugar, and had signaled to Lupin to come with him. In an effort to avoid the whole school gossiping about the missed appointment, Severus provoked enough of a response from the boy to get a reaction that was typical of their interactions. No one looked askance at Severus ignoring Potter a detention. That reaction sat uneasily with Severus. He'd grabbed the scruff of the boy's neck, true, but not violently. He'd merely pulled the boy up to stand, and the boy had reacted as though he'd truly thought he was going to be struck. Dumbledore had forbidden striking or caning a student when he'd become headmaster, more than 40 years ago. As much as Severus had been tempted to throttle the boy, he'd never laid a hand on him, nor had any other teacher. Merely being a bit twitchy when a disliked school teacher grabs one by the scruff of one's neck proved nothing, but it was one more line in the pattern. Potter looked downright ill by the time they entered the hospital wing. "There's nothing to worry about," Lupin told the boy, kindly. Potter looked at Lupin like he'd grown a second head. He squeaked something that might have been, "Yes, Professor." Severus let go of the boy's arm when he'd closed the door of the hospital wing. He locked it non-verbally. He was not going to put himself in the position of chasing down a 13-year-old who'd fled on frightened or angry impulse. Cubicles had been set up in the long room to provide privacy for the healers, the assistants and their patients. Severus gestured to the first cubicle. "I'll be doing your exam, Potter, and Professor Lupin will be easting me. Are you expecting to need someone to hold me down?" Finally, Potter sounded more like himself. He looked defiantly at the two men, his chin jutting out in a way that always reminded Severus of James Potter. As always, it made Severus want to throw GL, just to hear it break. "The exam is painless, Harry," Lupin said gently. "It's ministry procedure that each exam be witnessed by a second party." Oh, that seemed to catch Potter off guard. He subsided, biting his lip. Severus pulled one of the exam gowns off the sideboard where they were stored. "Out of your robes. Down to your pants, if you please. Cover up with this. It opens in the back." The boy turned an intriguing shade of red, as he took what he obviously thought was a very inadequate gown. Lupin grinned a little, turning his face to the window so Potter didn't catch it. Severus gestured at the cubicle again. "Go change in there. Open the curtain, when you're changed. Don't take long. I have no interest in prolonging this." The boy nodded, that ashen pallor back in his face. "Do you have to be so brusque?" Lupin asked, very quietly, as the boy did as he was told. "Yes," Severus replied, with a glare at the man. Potter pulled the curtain open. "Up on the table, then," Lupin told him, with a little smile. The boy complied, uneasily resting his hands on thin thighs. The exam gown was longer than it should have been on a third year, coming almost down to his knees. At first impression, Severus was very surprised at the boy's thinness. Under his robes, one didn't notice it. He was tanned, in fact he was rather sunburned, and the tan ended where t-shirt sleeves would begin. Potter's legs were white, suggesting that the boy had worn jeans all summer. Severus noted almost faded straight lines across the shins and side of one of his calves. Potter's arms, normally hidden under long sleeves, were indeed covered with a motley of green and yellow bruises. Fresh bruises and abrasions covered the back side of his right arm. His knees were skinned and his chin bore the mark of his face plant this morning, at practice. Severus waved his wand at the parchment that would record the exam. The patient is Harry James Potter, 3rd year. Performed by Severus Snape, Medi-Wizard. Witnessed by Remus Lupin, acting head of Gryffindor House. Severus added the incantation that would record the results of the diagnostic charms. "Now, Potter, this exam will be recorded," Severus told the boy. Potter nodded, still biting his lip. Severus started with the simplest charms that read height, weight, pulse, current magical usage, blood pressure and respiration. He looked at the numbers, frowning in concentration. The boy's magic was highly active, as it would be if he were recovering from major injuries. His weight was low and his height was at the very bottom of the growth scale. Severus put the parchment on the instrument table. "Take off your glees." The boy hesitated. Please. Severus, his tone not quite gentle, but trying not to threaten. His suspicions were being confirmed with every step they took. I will not do anything, without warning you first. The boy took off his blees and squinted at Severus, biting his lip again. Those eyes, without the accustomed spectacles and the expression, so filled with anxiety, undid Severus for a fraction of a second. That was Lily's expression, when she was nervous. It was a good thing the procedure of Esmence had been so well drilled into Severus' head when he was a potions apprentice. He put away the emotion to deal with later. He tested the boy's eyes first, noting that he was quite myopic, but otherwise they were fine. Severus gave Potter back the glees, sighing in relief when he no longer had to look at Lily's eyes unhindered. I'm going to run some charms now that will detect injuries both recent and old. Severus said, falling into Medi-Wizard mode. Lie back on the table. Potter did so. Lupin watched the parchment while Severus ran the tests. It took much longer than it should have. The list of injuries had grown to the length of 2 feet, by the time it finished. Severus noted Lupin's expression was disbelieving and shocked. Sit up, Severus told the boy absently, as he went to look at the parchment with Lupin. The catalogue of injuries was impressive. Potter. Severus strove to keep his voice even and dispionate. You have had several concussions. At least 3. Do you know how they happened? Potter opened and closed his mouth 2 or 3 times, before he said, I fell. I'm clumsy. The words were said within an emotionless voice, lessons learned by rote. Clumsy. Severus said sarcastically, the youngest seeker in a century. Clumsy. I don't think so. He added venomously, do not lie to me, not now, not about this. Lupin read the parchment looking increasingly upset. Harry, we just need to know how you got all these injuries. Potter looked up at both the older wizards. He seemed to consider, for a bare second, complying with the request. Then something shut in the back of Potter's eyes. It's nothing. I play a lot of Quidditch. He shrugged with veto. Please stand up, and turn around for me. Severus requested flatly. Harry stood slowly. He hesitated. Lupin gave him an encouraging smile. Potter took a deep breath and turned around, as if it took an act of will. I need to see your back to run some more charms, said Severus, moving the back of the robe apart. Straight, fading red lines littered Potter's back from neck to knees. Some of them as new as 5 days old, according to the charms. Severus took a long breath. He went to the drawer of the table, taking out a bottle of potion. Please, sit again. The boy slid up onto the exam table. This is a diagnostic potion. I need you to take it now. Severus said evenly. Harry reached out, slowly took the bottle and drained it. Severus didn't miss that the boy's hand was shaking. Severus picked up the parchment, again reading the different injuries it recorded. He forced himself to wait for a full 60 seconds before continuing his questioning. Tell me, Potter, how did you come to break the 2nd, 3rd and 4th metacarpals in your right hand? Asked Severus slowly. It appears to have been, perhaps, 4 years ago. Metacarpals? Asked Harry, a little dozily. His eyes were taking the characteristic gleamness one might expect, from the potion Severus had just given him. Severus took the boy's hand, turned it palm down and pointed to the hand bones between wrist and knuckle of his index, middle and ring fingers. These were broken. Possibly crushed. While he did so, he noticed that the pattern of bruising on the boy's arm looked defensive. The injuries one would pick up trying to fend off an attacker. Oh, that was Dudley. He caught them in the front door. The boy looked a little surprised, as though he wasn't expecting to hear his own voice. An accident, then? Asked Lupin, hopefully. The boy laughed bitterly. No, he just wanted to see what would happen. He and Piers caught me. Piers held me down and Dudley slammed the door. What did your aunt do? Asked Severus curiously. Took Dudley and Piers out so they didn't need to hear me. Aunt Petunia locked me in the cupboard because I was whinging too much. The boy sighed. Sadly, I didn't mean to. Aunt Petunia let me out when it was better. Cupboard? Asked Lupin. He glanced at Severus, his eyebrows drawn into a confused frown. Yes, that's where they kept me. Where else would you put a freak like me? Yawned Potter, matter-of-factly. He rubbed his eyes under his glees, as though he were suddenly very tired. To be expected. The combination of potions Severus had given Potter tended to put those who were suffering from injuries to sleep. They wouldn't have long before the boy was insensible. Long enough to get through this, however. Where did you get those concussions? Asked Severus. A concussion. Potter asked, tiredly. You hit your head, often you're dizzy and nauseous for a while. Lupin replied gently. I suppose Aunt Petunia did it. She likes to whack me with the frying pan if she doesn't like the way I did the dishes. Or if I burn a meal. I haven't done that in a long time, though. Those marks on your back? Asked Lupin, anxiously. Severus already knew what the answer had to be. Oh, Aunt Marge told Uncle Vernon he ought to use the cane on me. The boy paused, as though considering something. She showed him how to do it properly before she left. Is that why you ran away from home? Severus asked, sharply. The boy shook his head. No. That only happened after the ministry took me back. He sighed, his eyes drifting closed. He fell sideways, like a tree that had been chopped down. Severus had been watching for it and caught the boy before he could fall from the table and do himself further injury. He lay the boy down and transfigured the exam table into a hospital bed. Come on, he hissed to the pale Lupin, stalking from the room. You gave him a truth potion. Lupin growled accusingly, after throwing a silencing charm around them. Of course I did, Severus retorted, summoning a chair for himself. After looking closely at Lupin, he also summoned another chair, a side table and a large bottle of fire whiskey. Poppy, Pomona and himself had been working their way through this week, that was in Poppy's office. Severus poured a GL for himself and on for Lupin, which he shoved into the man's hand, Beofray continuing, all with ministry approval. I assure you. I did not lie to Potter when I said it was a diagnostic potion. How else are we supposed to diagnose child abuse if the victims won't speak the truth about their injuries? It is a mild one. I mixed it with a calming draft. He must not be sleeping, for it to make him so very tired. Lupin sank slowly into his chair. We have to report this to the ministry, he said, sipping on his drink. Severus threw his drink down his throat. We'll do no such thing, he said harshly. But, Severus, replied Lupin astonished, isn't that what this whole business is about? Can you imagine what the reaction to this would be? After Longbottom, hissed Severus, it would cause a complete collapse in confidence in the ministry. And then, we don't know where the boy would end up. Surely, you don't intend to leave him with his relatives, after what you've just seen and heard? Demanded Lupin. Much may be said of me, Lupin, Severus said dangerously, but I do not condone the abuse of children. Not even children as annoying as Potter. Severus sagged back in his chair. I believe I have a way we can take care of this privately. He poured himself another drink. It will take a little bit of arranging, and Potter will not like it in the least. Severus drank his second GL of fire whiskey slowly enough to taste it this time, while he considered the next step. There was no question that it needed to be kept to the fewest number of people possible. But Severus didn't like to do this alone. He eyed the other man, speculatively. I wonder, Lupin, as the boy's acting head of house, do you feel up to making a home visit? The small room was dark, illuminated by the lantern that sat on a side table. Harry squinted to make out the figure who sat reading by its light. He didn't know where his glees had gotten to and it was too dark to really see properly. The figure moved to turn the page of its book and Professor Lupin's silhouette was backlit by the lantern's soft halo. Memory of the last few hours came rushing back. Oh God, what had he been saying to Professor Snape? He'd babbled at Snape, of all people, and Lupin, whom he hardly knew. What on earth had possessed him? Uncomfortably, Harry realized he didn't entirely remember everything he'd said. Then he'd ped out, like he had on the train. Harry shifted a little, willing himself to calm down. As he did so, he realized that all the lingering soreness of Uncle Vernon's caning was gone. Had Snape done something that seemed outside of his character? Harry had hummed that Snape would have approved of his punishment for running away from home. Perhaps because the current atmosphere, the professor thought it was better if he didn't leave Harry with those sort of marks. Harry, said Professor Lupin's voice, softly, are you awake? Harry had been wondering if he could sneak out of here, before anyone realized he was awake, but that was apparently not going to happen. He considered just pretending to still be asleep, but decided that laying here would be worse. Yes, sir, he replied, just as quietly. Professor Lupin had seemed nice enough, but Harry had no idea what he was really like. A second lamp lit, this one on the table next to Harry. The light revealed his glees and wand sitting there. Harry put his glees back on, realizing they were still in that little exam cubicle and he was still in the exam gown, now under several layers of blankets. Able to see the professor properly, Harry was gratified to see the man was smiling, gently. "How are you feeling?" the older wizard asked. "I'm fine," replied Harry, surprised to note that it was actually truthful at the moment physically. "At least, what time is it?" "It's not yet curfew," said Lupin. "If you're feeling up to it, I dare say you could get up and get dressed." Professor Snape said it was not abnormal for you to fall asleep from his, Harry thought he heard the barest hesitation, diagnostic potion. "He asked me to sit with you until you awoke. He should be back shortly." Lupin stood. "I'll wait for you outside," leaving Harry to get dressed in peace. Harry slid out of bed, realizing as he did so, that all his injuries had been healed, including the marks from where he took the spill from his broom this morning. While he was getting dressed, he heard the door of the hospital wing open then shut. A hushed voice that he recognized as Snape's spoke and then Lupin's slightly higher voice answered, but Harry couldn't make out the words. It almost sounded like they were arguing, but not wanting to be overheard. It reminded Harry very much of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia when they were having a discussion. Harry sincerely hoped they weren't having a disagreement about him. He always got the worst of it when adults argued about him, no matter who won the argument. Harry wondered what the results of this exam were. He had seen the look on Lupin's face when the man had been reading the parchment. He'd looked almost angry, and Snape had given Harry the kind of look he usually reserved for Harry's most dismal potion failures. Snape had told him not to lie about his injuries, in a dangerous voice that Harry wouldn't have ordinarily disobeyed. Harry had considered just telling them, but then he thought of what had happened other times when he'd been candid about things. No, he wasn't leaving himself open for that. Snape had given him something that had gotten him talking. Harry concentrated, trying to remember what he'd said. He looked at his hand. He seemed to remember telling Lupin and Snape about the time Dudley and Piers had squished his hand in the door. That was okay, he supposed, that was just his cousin bullying him. No one would care about that. Aunt Petunia and the frying pan, he had mentioned that too. Well, it's not as though Aunt Petunia hit him any harder than a bludger. And it only happened when he was too slow to dodge, it wasn't as though she'd meant to connect so solidly. In a way, he was glad now that Snape had done the exam. At least Snape wasn't as likely to blow these things out of proportion. Steeling himself for the ordeal, Harry stepped out of the cubicle. Lupin and Snape stopped talking and turned towards him. Snape's expression was perfectly neutral. "Potter," he said, "I believe you owe me a detention this evening." Harry thought Lupin was going to object, but the man sighed and merely shifted his stance. Snape summoned a chair and a table, conjured a quill and parchment. "Lines, Potter." Harry sighed and sat down, picking up the quill. "Yes, sir." "What should I write?" Perhaps this was a good sign. The exam couldn't have turned up anything that upset the professors too much, if Snape still wanted to give him lines. "I am not a freak." 100 times. The professor said coolly. "Professor," said Harry, perplexed, not sure he'd heard properly. Professor Snape turned his snarl on Harry. "Are you questioning my detention, Potter?" He growled. "No, sir," Harry said hastily, dipping his quill to start the lines. Where the hell had the professor come up with that? Suddenly, Harry was chilled with the thought that he had a vague memory of telling the man Aunt Petunia's favorite epithet. Was Snape going to make a regular taunt out of it, too? "I am not a freak." Harry wrote the first line while the man was standing there. "Is this what you want me to write, sir?" He showed the man what he'd written. If he'd gotten it wrong he was not going to write it 100 times, although that seemed a low number of lines for Snape just to have to do it over. Snape nodded once. "Yes, Potter." 100 times. Professor Lupin watched the whole exchange with a bemused expression. "We will be in Madame Pomfrey's office. When you are finished, bring me the parchment and then get to bed," Snape said, calmly. "Yes, sir." Harry picked up his quill, held it in the air. "Sir?" he asked tentatively, only because Lupin was there and he didn't think Snape would shout too much in front of him. The exam. What? What does it mean?" Snape stopped in the act of turning away. It means we have a great deal to discuss. His voice was heavy. His black eyes seemed deeper than usual. Harry didn't recognize the expression they held. It's not. I mean, what's there to talk about? Harry asked, sounding a little desperate to his own ears. Harry, said Lupin gently, surely, you know that your relatives can't be allowed to continue to treat you this way. I told the minister that Uncle Vernon would punish me. Harry said in a very small voice. He didn't think it was that important. He said that maybe it needed a firm hand. I thought, Harry had thought, all through the last fortnight of the summer, that it was all justified. All right, the backhand he'd gotten from Uncle Vernon the first night was a bit much, granted, but the man had been rather beside himself. Harry had blown up Aunt Marge and the reversal of accidental magic squad had just deflated and obliterated her. By the time Harry had been brought back by the minister, she'd remembered nothing other than Harry had been cheeky with her and then had fled the house. She was incensed that the police had brought Harry back. She had a great many suggestions of how to keep that young hooligan in line. That night had been the worst. The rest of it wasn't such a big thing. I just don't understand what the problem is. Harry was feeling panicky, as he had when Snape first said he was going to handle Harry's exam himself. He couldn't have said why though. No one's ever had a problem with the Dursleys before. Why is it such a big deal now? Lupin made a move with his hand, as though to put it on Harry's shoulder, but pulled it back at the last second. Be that as it may, said Snape in his cold way, we will need to discuss some things. But not tonight. You have a detention to finish. Snape made a little motion towards Madame Pomfrey's office with his head, beckoning Lupin. Harry spoke up again. This time he didn't care about the fearful note in his voice. You won't tell anyone, will you? About. Harry shrugged his shoulders, not able to finish the sentence or articulate what he meant. He didn't think he could bear the humiliation of the school finding out about this summer. Not after all the gossip last year. Not after seeing all the gossip this term. It would be in the Daily Prophet like the story about Neville, in 2 days' time. Harry thought he'd prefer to throw himself off of the astronomy tower than deal with that. Harry, there's no reason to worry, began Lupin. No, Potter, you have my word on that, said Snape, as he walked away, without turning around. Oddly, Harry found that immensely raring. It didn't take Harry long to write the lines Snape had demanded. It was a shorter sentence than Snape usually chose, as well. It was still a curious thing to ask him to do. When he was done, Harry felt strangely light. Lighter than he had felt since Aunt Marge had called his mother and father names. When he was finished, he knocked on the office door. Come in, called Lupin's voice. I've finished, Harry said softly, opening the door. The two men were sitting across the desk from each other. They seemed to be going over papers. Harry handed his parchment to Snape. Snape peered at the parchment. Surprisingly, he folded it up and tucked it into his robes. Generally, Snape incendioed lines one had done for detention, or at least the ones Harry did. The first time Harry had told Hermione about this habit, she looked as if she was going to cry. Go on, get to bed, Lupin said to Harry, we'll talk later. Snape merely nodded in agreement, his face completely impassive. Harry didn't need to be told twice. Harry fled back to the tower as fast as his feet would take him. You're late, the fat woman grumbled, as she swung open for him. Detention, muttered Harry, as he ped. Most of the students had gone to bed, but Ron and Hermione were sitting by the fire. Harry, called Hermione, are you all right? Harry attempted nonchalance. Yeah, Snape just gave me lines. He sat on the arm of the chair next to Ron. But, what about your exam? Demanded Hermione. Oh, Snape did that too. It was like you said, no big thing. What did he say about? Hermione stopped, turning red. About what? Harry asked confused. Well, I just wondered what he said about the bruises all over your arms. Hermione rushed out. Harry noticed that Ron had turned red too. He thought about the inquisitive looks that Lupin been giving him for the last couple days. And the furtive one Hermione had given him. And how anxious Ron and Hermione had been that he get his exam. Did you say something to Lupin? Harry asked, slowly. Well, we were worried. Especially after what happened last year, And well, we thought. Hermione said quickly. A sudden flash of anger blazed to life in Harry's stomach. How could they? How could they? It wasn't anyone's business but his. They had no right. Harry could think of nothing to say. He stood up, opened his mouth, but he was afraid he might cry if he spoke. Instead he turned on his heel and fled up to his dorm. He pulled off his robes and crawled into bed. Seamus and Dean both had their curtains closed, for which Harry was grateful. He pulled his own shut and lay down, not sleeping for a long time. He never heard Ron come up to bed, though. That Saturday morning, Harry decided he wouldn't get up until he'd heard all his dorm mates leave. He didn't bother to reply to Ron's persistent calling, until the redhead actually put his head through the curtains. "Oi, Harry, you getting up?" Ron sounded as though he was trying to be casual. And failing. "Leave me the hell alone, Ron," Harry hissed. He lay with his head still buried in the pillows and the blankets over his head. It was childish and stupid, but he wasn't ready to face anyone. He didn't know what they'd told Lupin and he didn't think he wanted to know. Silence. Then, yeah, okay. Ron sounded hurt and taken aback. Footsteps walking away and the door opening and closing. Harry cautiously picked up his head. He was, indeed, alone. Harry had had uneasy dreams all night. His mind kept going back to Lupin telling him that his relatives couldn't be allowed to continue to treat him the way they did. He assumed it was meant to be reassuring, but Harry had been down this road before. Lupin would have a chat with the Dursleys and tell him his concerns. Petunia would wail that the boy was unmanageable and Vernon would say he just used too firm a hand, that one time. Purely out of frustration, you understand. And of course, Harry often provoked Dudley. Dudley was a very sensitive boy, who lost his temper easily to the smaller one's blandishments. When they fought, Dudley had no idea of his own strength. Oh, and Harry really was clumsy. The adults would have a fine meeting and would all be in agreement. The next time Harry went home, the fun would truly begin. This had happened in primary school, too. The nurse had gotten it into her head that the Dursleys were somehow mistreating Harry and had met with them. She'd even come to the house. Harry had been sent outside to play with Dudley, so he never heard the conversation. The nurse had looked at him sadly as she left. That night Harry had gotten to hear the full catalogue of his faults. It had decreased Uncle Vernon's casual slaps for a while, but for months, Harry had had to listen to Vernon and Petunia tell him what an incredible burden he was for them. It also happened once in a while, on a smaller scale, when Harry and Dudley had been down the shops with Petunia. Petunia would get stressed and shout at Harry for something, some well-meaning perby would remonstrate her for her tone. After the person had left, Petunia would launch into one of her tirades about what an ungrateful burden Harry was. Harry pretty much preferred to be smacked, most days, than listen to that. Like what Marge had said about his parents, the words seemed to crawl inside his head: freak, useless, stupid, lazy. Worse yet, Snape would probably talk to them as well. Anything the Dursleys made up about Harry, Snape would believe, as long as it was unpleasant. Harry had resigned himself long ago to the fact that he was stuck with the Dursleys. Last summer had been a bit of a nightmare, but it was over now. It wasn't anything like Neville's situation. Rumors had been going around the school about a few of the other students. The speculation of a few days ago had morphed into a more solid list of people. Word around the common room was that a shy little Hufflepuff girl had yet to return to school, after being whisked away by the healers. She was in Ginny's year and Harry honestly couldn't have said what her name was or if he had ever seen her. A few others had been mentioned, but thus far no other Gryffindors. Harry didn't try to follow the gossip, just grateful his name wasn't included. Naturally, today, that would change. Lupin would have a quiet talk with the teachers and they would start treating Harry as though he were made of spongy L. Harry assumed that the students who weren't completely stupid would read the signs of that. His housemates, and the rest of the school would catch on to what Harry really was. The boy who lived, unwanted orphan. Curiously, that Professor Snape was filling in for the headmaster was sort of a source of comfort. Harry had never known the man to go back on a promise or a threat. He often favored his Slytherins outrageously and he was a bully, to be sure, but he was reliable. Predictable. Snape had said that he wouldn't tell anyone. So therefore, he would not. Lupin though, with his sympathetic looks and his kind eyes could cause some trouble for Harry. Do-gooders always did. Hopefully, Snape wouldn't let Lupin say anything either. Harry finally got up around lunchtime. At first glance, the common room was empty. Sitting down in his favorite chair by the fire, Harry realized that Ginny was curled up in the opposing one, her head resting on the arm of the chair. At first he thought she was asleep, but she stirred and opened reddened eyes. "Hi, Harry," she mumbled. "Hi, Ginny." He sighed, "Not going to lunch?" Ginny shook her head, "Not hungry." "You?" She uncurled from the chair and sat up. "Me either." He shrugged. "You and Ron have a row?" she asked, dully. "Sort of," Harry replied. Ginny was the last person he wanted to talk about it with. She didn't press him. She just sighed and rubbed her eyes. "I'm going to the Leary." "See you." She got up and headed out the door. Harry decided he'd better do the same before anyone else wanted to talk to him. Colon 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 colon. Severus was already regretting asking the wolf to come with him. But really, who else would be better? The forms would need a witness to sign them. If nothing else, Lupin had been devoted to James Potter. He would have his own reasons to keep this quiet. Severus looked over the parchment from Harry's exam again. He'd have to give it to Poppy, but she could be trusted absolutely. Fortunately, the ministry didn't require the results of each exam, only the ones deemed troublesome by the healers and himself. Poppy was discreet, as well. She'd understand completely. Albus wasn't likely to be a problem. He wouldn't like this turn of events very much, but after Longbottom, he was doubting many of his decisions. Severus decided he would deal with Albus when he got back. The real problem would be Potter. He wouldn't accept the change in guardianship without a fight, Severus Umed. The boy was far too used to going his own way. Although, this new knowledge Severus had made some of Potter's more ridiculous stunts come into better focus. Frankly, when Severus went over the child's results, he wondered why the boy wasn't more of a savage than he was. A quiet knock at the door roused Severus from his reverie. "Come in, Lupin," called Severus, glancing at the clock. They were setting out for Little Whinging in 15 minutes and Lupin was always punctual, one of the few good things Severus had ever thought of the man. "So, Severus, are you going to tell me how you propose to take care of this without the ministry hearing?" asked Lupin as he came in through the door, before he had even closed it. Severus slammed the door behind him with a flick of his wand. "I won't, if you inform the whole castle," he growled, rising from his desk chair. To Severus' complete irritation, Lupin rolled his eyes. "No one's in the corridor." "I checked." He leaned casually against the arm of Severus Seti. Taking a deep breath, Severus picked up the old parchment laying on his desk. He held it tightly. "Lupin, I must have your word that you will never tell anyone what I am about to share with you." The werewolf looked at him blankly. "Of course, but if you repeat any of this, I will kill you. Do you understand?" Lupin seemed to understand that he was completely serious. "You have my word, Severus," he replied slowly. It was harder than he thought it would be, to extend his hand and give the letter to Lupin. He watched the other man's eyes go wide and then narrow in confusion. Why on earth would Lily ask me to look after the boy? Finished Severus sourly. "Well, yes." Lupin handed the letter back to Severus looking thunderstruck. "You were working for Voldemort then?" "Actually, at the time, I was spying for Dumbledore," said Severus softly, taking the letter back. He tucked it carefully into the pocket of his robes where it kept company with the several other parchments he would need today. "So, why didn't you take Harry, after Sirius?" Lupin swallowed. "I had personal reasons," grunted Severus. "Why didn't you?" The other wizard sagged against the back of the settee. The sunlight that came in through Severus' false window illuminated the man's face, highlighting his tired visage. "I tried. But most of the werewolves were on Voldemort's side, in the war. The ministry wouldn't hear of it, and Harry had already been placed with Lily's sister. I thought I'd leave well enough alone." Lupin ran his hand through his hair. "But that still doesn't explain how you're going to transfer guardianship without the ministry finding out. They're sure to have questions as to why. Not if the new guardian was also a blood relative." Severus said quietly. "No alarms would go off at the ministry. Especially if the guardian in question was of closer relation than an aunt." "What?" demanded Lupin. Start talking sense. Harry has no other blood relations. Comprehension seemed to dawn slowly on the man's face and he began to look angry. He fingered his wand as though he wanted to hex Severus. What are you trying to say? Don't you tell me that Albus lied about Petunia being the only living family left, he growled. This is one that even Albus doesn't know about. Severus sat down at his desk again, rubbing his face with one hand, silently asking Lily for forgiveness. Did Potter the Elder ever tell you how much trouble they had conceiving their son? I didn't know they had any trouble, replied Lupin, quizzically. Harry was born when they'd been married 2 years. I didn't think it was that long. I just thought Lily wanted to finish her healer training and James had only just qualified as an Auror. Ah, sighed Severus. Well, they'd been trying for over a year when Lily contacted me. It was Halloween night, 2 years before she died. Before, Severus swallowed, before she was targeted by the Dark Lord. Severus had been more than surprised to find Lily standing at his door, tear-streaked and windblown. I don't know where else to go, she said, as he'd drawn her in through the door. And then, through her sobs, she'd spilled the whole tale at Severus' feet. She had suspected the problem was James. She'd already had the diagnostic charms run on herself. Severus told Lupin, coming back to the present, that day, she'd taken it on herself to run some on James with him unaware. He was unable to father children. No, that can't be right, she told us she was expecting at Christmas that year. I agreed to help her, Severus admitted quietly. Help her? Lupin looked like he'd been the victim of a confoundus charm, he looked so befuddled. Must I spell it out for you? Asked Severus dryly. Oh, but, Harry, he looks exactly like. Lupin got Severus' meaning, but appeared to be trying to reject the entire notion. Have you never heard of a potion called Occlutus Paternus? Very popular among women whose husbands suffer from this particular pure blood malady. And those who are wont to take lovers. Lupin stared at Severus. She and you, that is the general way. Severus replied, harshly. How many times? Asked Lupin, in a whisper. I beg your pardon, asked Severus, in surprise. Lupin took a deep breath. Was it just to conceive the child or was Lily? He seemed on the verge of tears. I assure you, between us, Lily and I made sure that she would be caught the first time, replied Snape evenly. So just the once. Why didn't she come to us though? Sirius would have, in a heartbeat. I know that James would have been all right with it, babbled the other wizard. She must have known that. No doubt Black would have jumped at the chance, Severus thought snidely. Although, he only said, perhaps Lily was a better judge of character. Lupin fell silent, looking upset, but still, why you? He asked after a moment. Severus looked at the man squarely. Because she'd once been my best friend. Because she knew I'd keep her secret. Because she knew I loved her and I wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Wouldn't take advantage? What does that mean? Let us just say that, though I loved Lily, she wasn't exactly my, Severus paused delicately, type. Oh, Lupin digested that, but this means you're Harry's F.A. No, Lupin. James Potter was the boy's father, in every way that mattered. Severus said in his deadliest voice, and you will not reveal this to the boy. We will tell him that I am the only one available at the moment. If necessary, we will lie to him. It's likely that I can transfer guardianship to Dumbledore or Minerva in the spring, when the political climate isn't so volatile. But, I will be damned if I'm allowing Petunia to maintain guardianship over Lily's son another day. Little Whinging was an attractive enough place, Severus thought, contemptuously. One liked houses all made of ticky-tacky. He emerged into the sunlight from the dim confines of Arabella's house, which was not more than a block away from the Dursleys. The less time they spent here, the better. Lupin strode beside Severus, not saying a word. Severus was half tempted to obviate the man as soon as they were done here. But no, there was still the little matter of needing a witness, should the ministry ever decide to audit the papers. Not likely, but possible. Of course, the placement of the boy who lived was always more likely to raise an alarm than others. The custody of a child was, ideally, considered a private matter. However, due to inheritance laws, a child going from the custody of a blood relative to a custodial situation with a non-relative would have to be approved by the Wizengamot. even if the blood relative consented. Severus ground his teeth over laws that had been written in the 16th century. Going from the custody of a relative to the custody of another blood relative would raise no such issues. In fact, the record would change itself with no interference from the outside. Severus only needed to get Petunia to sign. Hopefully, in the spring, Albus could use his influence with the Wizengamot to change the custody. Quietly, Madame Bones was always reliable for delicate matters. It wasn't as though the boy was the first child to be conceived with the help of a Clutus patronus. Merlin only knew how many times Severus had brewed it, in the last 12 years. He very purposely did not keep a record of it. Few others were in a position to know how common the problem was. Women did not go to respectable healers for this. Many in Umed pure blood was actually a half-blood or the child of one. It was always tactfully hushed up, if it ever did come to light. The delicate egos of the pure-blood males could never admit that a genetic defect caused many of them to be unable to produce children. Severus had the suspicion that the pure-bloods who could father children had a Muggle ancestor only a generation or two back. Severus was much more concerned with keeping this abuse business off the radar. He smiled grimly at himself for the Muggle expression. He shuddered to think of what would happen if it got out. It wasn't even the public outcry he'd mentioned to Lupin, and the ministry could go hang itself. The real problem was that the boy would probably end up in the custody of some influential family with Death Eater ties, like as not. Moreover, Severus was not going to let Petunia collect who knows how many pounds over the course of the next school year. Severus knew that Lily had left a Muggle trust for her son, as well as whatever Gringotts was sending from the Potter Vault. Add to that, whatever Petunia was collecting from the state in the form of family allowance. No doubt, the Dursleys had their reasons for not refusing to take Harry. After some discussion, Severus and Lupin decided they would visit the Dursleys in wizard robes, rather than attempt to pee as Muggles. After again reading the diagnostic parchment, Severus, at least, had no intention of trying to put these people at their ease. So, Severus swept up the walk in his black robes and Lupin in robes of grey. The neighbor, mowing his lawn, looked at them curiously. Both wizards steadfastly ignored him. Severus lifted his hand and knocked, loudly. For a moment they heard nothing, then, "Petunia, would you get the door?" "Coming," called a woman's voice. The door opened. A thin, horse-faced woman stood there. She stared for a second, before she tried to slam the door in their faces. Lupin was quicker and caught the door, holding it open easily. "Hello, Toonie," said Severus unpleasantly. All the blood seemed to drain from Petunia's face and she was pale to the lips. "You," she hissed, "go away. Your kind isn't wanted here." "I'm terribly sorry," said Lupin pleasantly, "but we need to have a word about your nephew." He made no effort to keep his voice down, and the neighbor had stopped mowing the lawn. He was standing in his driveway, pretending to admire his lawn, all the while giving the wizards surreptitious glances. "Come in, then," Petunia whispered, furiously. "Don't stand there, where the whole neighborhood can see you." "What do you want?" demanded a large man as they came in. He was taller than Lupin, nearly as tall as Severus and seemingly as wide as he was tall. "If that boy's caused more trouble, that's your lookout. That man you sent said we only had to take the boy back this year until the end of summer." Severus Umed, this was Uncle Vernon. "We just wanted to discuss some issues Harry's been having." Lupin continued in that conversational tone. "Perhaps it would be better to talk in the living room, rather than here where half the street can hear us." Petunia gasped, jumped around the men and closed the door with a snap. "All right, come in here." She led them into the living room, but she didn't sit. Nor did she invite the men to. "Well, I hope you don't have any complaints," Vernon said. "I took him in hand, just as, what was his name?" Vernon looked at Petunia. "Fudge," put in Petunia. She crossed her arms and glared at the wizards. "Fudge asked me to," said Vernon, sharply. "We didn't put up with any more nonsense from him. If you can't control the tea, that's not my problem." "So you feel you've been keeping him under control?" asked Lupin, his manner still pleasant and easy. Severus was happy to let Lupin do the talking as he looked around the obsessively neat room. Pictures hung on the walls and sat on the mantelpiece. Severus noted that Potter appeared in none of them. "No thanks to any of your lot," growled Vernon. "Did you hear what he did to my sister?" Severus nodded. Actually we did, said Lupin agreeably. I understand it was accidental magic. Fudge reckoned it was accidental, but I'm not so sure of that. Vernon lifted his chin. Yes, it can be quite troublesome, in a teenager. Lupin sounded downright empathetic. Severus thought the man would make an excellent actor. He leaned forward with his arms crossed across his chest, the look on his face both grave and understanding. Little freaks done other things like it, confirmed the large man. He nodded importantly. Really? Now Lupin sounded as though he was encouraging the man to unburden his soul. That must be difficult for you. That Fudge person. He told us the boy must have too much energy. He seemed to be warming to his subject, having found what he thought was an understanding ear. I see. You wanted to make sure Harry was disciplined properly? Asked Lupin. He smiled at the Dursleys. Severus knew that Lupin had to be remembering the marks on the child and all the other things the diagnostic charms had found. Vernon seemed to feel that Lupin's smile was rurring. Severus couldn't help but shudder, as he knew it was the snarl of the wolf. I made sure the ungrateful whelp understood his place. Oh, Lupin's hands uncrossed. He put them into his pockets, one of which held his wand. His stance was deceptively casual. Perhaps you could explain to us what you mean. I'd certainly be interested in your methods. Petunia made a little noise, clearing her throat. She seemed to understand that Lupin's voice held a veiled threat. Not so Vernon. Well, I'll show you, Vernon said stoutly. He beckoned to them. I'll stay here and catch up with Toonie, said Severus, giving her a dark look. He could hear Lupin's voice asking Vernon questions and Vernon was replying, but Severus couldn't hear the words. A door opened and shut. Footsteps upstairs. The sounds of locks unlocking. Neither of them spoke for a few minutes. Petunia inched near the door, apparently trying to catch what Vernon and Lupin were saying to each other. Severus moved over to the mantelpiece to look at the fussy brick AC Petunia apparently liked. Now, listen to me, Sev, Petunia said, nastily using the pet name that Lily had called him. After a few minutes of that, she kept her voice low, and moved closer to where the wizard stood. That little freak was dropped on our doorstep without a by your leave. I didn't know from day to day if he was going to blow up the house and yet, you kept him. Severus replied, coldly. He turned his head away from the photos on the mantel to look at her again. I know that you could have contacted Dumbledore. You could have sent the boy to the Muggle authorities. Better yet, you could have taken care of him properly. He gazed into her eyes. I never liked you, but I know Lily thought the world of you. How is it that you couldn't find it in your heart to care for the boy, for her sake? For Lily, exclaimed Petunia, her face going very red and her mouth twisted into an ugly sneer. Oh. Indeed, let's make sure everything is done for my perfect sister. It was always the same. Always. She never thought about me at all. When our parents died, she could hardly be bothered to come to the funeral. And then I find out that your lot were involved. How dare you? How dare you lecture me? I know what you are. She spat, spitefully. And what would that be? He asked her, coldly. You're one of those freaks, just like she was. Just like that boy is. She seemed to be unable to understand how stupid it was to bait a full-grown wizard. Severus felt his face go white. He took a menacing step towards her and lifted his right fist to his left shoulder, as though to backhand her. She squeaked and threw up her hands to protect her face. They stood like that for about 10 seconds. She, cowering almost at his feet, he, with hand raised to strike. Have a care, Petunia. He growled. I dare say the rest of the wizarding world would not be happy if I told them the injuries the boys received at your hands. Slowly, he dropped his hand to his side, surprised at himself. It had been many years since he'd raised his hand to another person, and never to a woman. Don't be ridiculous. It's not as if he were a normal child, she said, defensively. Hold your tongue, woman. Severus was having a hard time keeping to his resolve that this was not a day to seek revenge, and had heard all he could stomach. There were footsteps outside the room. Well, you should be pleased to hear that we came to lift this burden from you. Lupin had returned from his tour of the house evidently. Vernon was behind him. What do you mean? Asked Petunia, in a high-pitched voice, sounding both frightened and suspicious. He means that all you must do is sign this, and you never have to see the boy again. Severus said flatly, drawing the parchment out of his pocket and putting the first one back. He held it out to Petunia. Your sister left alternate plans. Should this placement not work out? The woman stared at the parchment, but made no effort to read it. That's an attractive thought, said Vernon slowly. Petunia grabbed his sleeve and tried to hiss something into his ear. He shook her off. But I'd say I need to think about it. I mean, the boy's been so difficult. We've had him for over 10 years. Vernon paused, his eyes glinting unpleasantly. What about our compensation? He asked, in a calculating manner. Compensation? Asked Lupin, still pleasant, still smiling that predator's grin. If you've been receiving an allowance, it will obviously need to stop. Oh yes, so we get nothing for the years of support we've given the boy. I don't think so. The man drew himself up to his full height, a full head taller than Lupin, and looked down his nose at the shabby schoolteacher. After the trouble we've been to. Vernon was cut off when Lupin grabbed the larger man's lapels and slammed him against the wall. Listen to me, Lupin growled. He punctuated his words by thumping Vernon into the wall 3 more times. Severus was very glad that the full moon wasn't near. As it was, Lupin's eyes had taken on a yellow, feral gleam. You and your wife will sign that paper. When you are finished, we will leave you in peace. Otherwise, I will not bother with magic. I will rip you to pieces with my bare hands, Lupin said very softly, his voice sounding like the warning growl of a mastiff. He let go of the man, and straightened his shabby robes. Now, it appears we can come to an agreement, he said, going back to his amiable demeanor. Petunia snatched the parchment from Severus' hand, grabbed a pen off the desk and signed on the blank line. Vernon stared at Lupin with his mouth hanging open and his face gone gray. It appeared he'd just recognized the danger he was in. Petunia turned to him. She picked up his hand and wrapped it around the pen. Sign it, Vernon, she pleaded. They'll go away if we sign it. She glared at Severus. We won't have to see the boy again. Yes, Vernon said, shakily. He pulled himself together, visibly. Yes, I'll sign it. He blustered. He seemed to be trying to convince himself of something. Hastily, he scribbled his initials on the paper. Petunia snatched it from her husband and shoved the parchment into Severus' hand. Go. Get out. Severus countersigned it and handed to Lupin, who did the same. The parchment glowed with a golden light for a moment. The corresponding record at the ministry would have changed. Severus looked closely at the parchment, making sure it was all in order. Underneath the rambling legalese and the signatures, in golden ink, was the word Severus had been wagering all this nonsense on. Approved. Because of the accident of blood, no notification would be sent to the Wizengamot. It was considered strictly a family matter. It wouldn't get out of the records room. Lupin, is there anything of the boys we need to take? Severus asked, tucking the parchment back into his robes. Lupin shook his head. I did pick up the few things that I thought Harry might like. But on the whole, I think that everything he owns is in his school trunk. Severus didn't miss the man's jaw clenching. With a withering glance to Petunia, who was clinging to Vernon's arm, Severus said, we'll see ourselves out. Neither of them spoke until they'd apparated to the school boundary. What the Weasley boys said about locks. It was true, Lupin finally said in a low voice. That creature told me all about it. He didn't even have the sense to be ashamed. They were keeping a child like a prisoner. Severus didn't stop walking, didn't even turn his head. He had never imagined Petunia was capable of what she'd done. On the other hand, if she believed that freaks just didn't have human feelings. He certainly did not want to discuss this with Lupin. The boy was safe. This arrangement was purely temporary and would be changed as soon as it was feasible. And now that it was done, he could sleep, without fear of Lily haunting his dreams. Why do you suppose he's never? Lupin trailed off, sounding as though he were speaking to himself. Never what? Asked Severus sharply. He disliked people who maundered like that. Well, never told anyone. Severus did stop now, the realization hitting him like a blow to the stomach. He did. He told Shacklebolt. Severus tried to remember exactly what the man had said, and then the minister. Severus found himself repeating every one of his father's curses in his head, one after another. Lupin faced Severus, horrified. Harry's uncle said he'd spoken to Fudge. The minister took Harry back. Dumbledore told me they were so afraid Black would find the boy away from his guardian's home. The minister must have told them to use a firm hand to discipline the boy, and keep him from running away again, finished Severus, bitterly. I have no doubt the boy believes his treatment was sanctioned by Dumbledore as well. No wonder he was so reluctant, said Lupin. He pet a shaking hand over his face. It's a wonder Lily and James haven't come back to haunt us. Severus sighed. Lily had appeared several times to him this week, in his dreams. She never spoke, just looked at him with sad, green eyes. He hadn't gotten much sleep this week. The stasis charm Hermione had given him was, as far as Harry was concerned, one of the best bits of magic he'd ever learned. Because of the stash of food he'd stored in his trunk, he was able to avoid going down to the Great Hall for meals all day. Saturday and Sunday. Sunday, before any of his dorm mates were up, he grabbed a couple of pumpkin pasties that he'd bought on the train and headed off to the far side of the lake. He stayed well back from the boundary of the grounds, mindful that Dumbledore had warned them that the Dementors would be patrolling the boundaries. Harry had no desire to meet one of those horrible things again. By Sunday afternoon, the book he'd been reading began to get boring. He'd been reading in a sheltered little hollow, but now he got up to walk aimlessly down to the lake. He kept an eye out for fellow students, especially Ron or Hermione, having no interest in conversation with any of them. Harry knew he was being stupid. They meant well. They wouldn't have said anything if they weren't worried. They were only worried because they cared. There was nothing to worry about, though. He just needed to explain to them that it was fine. It was only Uncle Vernon, after all. He'd been lots worse when Harry was younger. It was only because Harry had blown up Aunt Marge that Vernon had been so angry at the end of the summer. When Harry thought of talking to them about it, it felt as though his skin were going to crawl off his bones from sheer emberment. He'd taken on a basilisk and a Voldemort-possessed squirrel, but they thought he couldn't cope with Uncle Vernon. Doubtless, Hermione would figure out why Harry wasn't talking to them all weekend. She'd be all apologetic, but she'd still be hurt. She'd want to know all about what he'd been thinking. And Ron would just be annoyed. Irritably, Harry picked up a rock and threw it into the lake. He'd have to go to CL tomorrow. He'd have to talk to them and listen to their reasoning and try to allay their concerns. It was just so maddening. A movement caught his eye and he turned, sighing because he knew the black he saw out of the corner of his eye was a school uniform, that someone had caught up with him out here. Instead it was a huge black dog, sitting several yards away, looking at him with interest. It sat with its head tilted sideways and its tongue lolling out. Its shaggy fur was rough and it was skinny. No collar that Harry could see. "Where'd you come from, then?" asked Harry, in a soft voice. "Are you a new one of Hagrid's?" The dog seemed tame enough, sitting calmly like that. The dog's ears went up. It shut its mouth and stood, sniffing the air tentatively. It was so very thin. Harry pulled one of his pasties out of his pocket. "Hungry, boy?" "Girl, whatever." The dog took a tentative step towards him. Harry tossed a piece into the air, not stupid enough to let a strange dog take food from his hand. He'd had enough dog bites, thanks to Aunt Marge's nasty little yap dogs. This dog could have Harry's hand off at the elbow, and not even notice. The dog caught the chunk deftly, licking its chops. Another bit followed and then another. The dog wriggled with delight each time he caught a bit of food. Harry grinned at the dog's antics. He threw the food higher just to watch the great animal leap to catch it. Before Harry knew it, he'd fed the dog everything he had in his pocket. No matter, he had more food in his trunk. Harry stuck out his hand palm up, so the dog came over and sniffed it. Harry had decided it was a he. Observing it jumping, really was huge, his head easily reaching Harry's waist. He sat down docilely enough though when Harry gave it a scratch behind the ear. He had better manners than Fang, Hagrid's dog. He didn't try to climb or jump up. Now that he had had some food, he seemed intent on taking a nap in the sun. He stood and turned around a couple of times, then lay down in the GR, looking at Harry in seeming invitation. Harry sat down cross-legged near the dog, who scooted up to him on his tummy and plonked his heavy head in Harry's lap. Harry laughed and scratched behind his ears. "I see. I've fed you in your mind for life, is that it?" In answer, the dog thumped his tail. "So, what do I call you?" he asked the dog rhetorically. "Blackie." The dog seemed to look on him with reproach. He snuffled into Harry's hand, demanding more scratches. Noser. Snuffles. The dog sneezed. Snuffles it is, then, said Harry, wiping his hand off on the dog's fur. The dog licked his face so hard his glees came off. Hey, careful, protested Harry, retrieving them. The dog seemed contrite, whining in apology. He settled his head back down on Harry's lap. Harry thought that the dog was better company than anyone else he could think of at the moment. The dog wouldn't ask him questions or look at him pityingly. He was just a comforting presence, like Hedwig was. Something living and warm that Harry could hold on to. Harry thought he'd like to take Snuffles back to the Dursleys with him. Snuffles could eat Marge's dog, Ripper, with one bite. Petting the dog seemed to make something tight and cold loosen inside of Harry's stomach. He relaxed, put his legs out and leaned back on his hands, in the sun. The dog shifted around so that his black head rested on Harry's thighs. After a few minutes, the dog raised his head to lick Harry's face again. This time, much more gently, as though to wipe away the tear that had spilled down the side of his cheek. Harry shook his head a little. That was ridiculous, and anyway, Harry hadn't really been crying. It's been a bad week, Harry admitted to the dog, hoarsely. I mean, Neville. Harry swallowed. It's horrible. He stopped. Snuffles sat patiently, and then I don't know what to make of Lupin and Snape. Harry imagined that the dog looked at him inquiringly. Hermione and Ron told Lupin that they were worried about the marks Uncle Vernon left on me this summer. Hermione always worries about things, and I guess she got Ron all wound up. Well then, Snape insisted on doing my medical exam himself. They seemed really upset that Uncle Vernon caned me. Lupin did, anyway. Snape just seemed hacked off. But then, Snape is always hacked off at me for something. Harry fell silent, thinking. Snuffles must have liked the sound of Harry's voice, because he nosed at him impatiently when he stopped speaking. The boy smiled at his own fancies, but said, Snape teaches potions. He hates me. Apparently he hated my dad. Dumbledore said that he did, anyway. But he was really, I don't know, decent. About the whole exam thing. Not that I skived it off, but when he said he wouldn't make a fuss about what it showed. Harry thought about it. No, he said he wouldn't mention it to anybody else. Do you think that's the same thing? Snuffles looked at him with wise, sad eyes. Anyway, Harry went on, Snape said he wouldn't say anything, but Lupin said something about talking to the Dursleys. Snuffles gave him another one of those questioning looks. Oh, Lupin's the new defense against the dark arts teacher. I don't know anything about him. Except, Harry trailed off, thinking about the first time he'd seen Lupin. It had been the last time he'd seen Neville. Unbidden, the memory of the terrible cold and the cloaked horror of the Dementor floated into Harry's consciousness. It was all over the school, that they had contributed to Neville's death. Harry couldn't help wondering if, as ill as Neville had been, if the Dementor had just simply ed the life out of Neville. No, not the life. Everyone said that the Dementors ed the hope and happiness out of a place. They left you with all your worst memories, Fred and George had said. Merlin knew that Neville had had precious little happiness in his life. If the Dementor had ed it all out of him, could it be that he'd just given up? Could someone die that way? Just from giving up? The dog whined and licked Harry's face again. Harry remembered what he'd been saying, feeling like the dog was the most understanding listener he'd ever had. If Lupin does say something to the Dursleys, I don't know what I'll do. Harry shuddered, thinking about it. It was worse this summer, after I ran off. The minister brought me back to the house. I told him that Uncle Vernon was probably going to give me a hiding. He seemed to think I needed it. He said that if I were his, I'd be in for it too. Same as Marge did. Without thinking he tightened his hands in the fur of the dog's neck. Vernon will just tell Lupin how much trouble I am. It's not as if Snape will contradict him. I'll be lucky if Lupin doesn't give me a detention just for existing. And I don't even want to think about what it'll be like next summer. The dog made a noise in his throat that might have been a growl. Harry let go of his fur. Sorry. He smoothed down the ruffled fur and the dog relaxed. I wish I didn't have to go back there, Harry said, aware of the whine in his voice. Another reason the dog made such a good listener. He didn't need to censor himself for Snuffles' benefit. He didn't have to pretend that the situation was in any way all right to avoid him worrying. They really hate me. Can't blame them, They got stuck with me. I just messed their lives up. They'd be really pleased if I never went back, but where else would I go?" Harry sighed. The dog sighed too, as if sadly. Probably in answer to the despondent tone in Harry's voice. Harry wondered if the big stray was some wizard's familiar, who had gotten lost. He seemed more intelligent than the average dog, but Harry found that most animals who were familiars tended to be. Well, except for Fang, maybe. Then too, Harry's only other experience with dogs were Marge's. She had let her favorite one, Ripper, chase Harry into a tree when he was 5. Until he'd met Fang, he'd never liked dogs. Now the only dogs he really liked were the enormous ones. Snuffles couldn't belong to a student though, he was too big to keep in the dorms. Perhaps Lupin's. No, the dog looked too unkempt and hungry to have been lost recently. It was very likely that Hagrid had brought the dog back to look after him, until an owner could be found. Hagrid just must not have had him long enough to fatten up. "Come on," said Harry after a long time, "I expect I should get you back to Hagrid's." He started to move, only to discover that both his legs had fallen to sleep under the weight of the dog's head. "Let's go." "Shift." He gave Snuffles' head a shove. The dog jumped up and Harry staggered to his feet on legs that were tingling and buzzing. Harry stomped his feet to bring some blood back into them. "Come on, then," Harry called, but the dog took off in the other direction, towards the forest. So maybe not from Hagrid's. Harry had never seen an animal yet, who had known Hagrid who wasn't happy to go there. Harry watched the black streak race away. He'd have to remember to nick some food and bring it out here for the poor thin thing. Maybe it would come back. Harry hoped so. He thought he'd like to see Snuffles again. The child never ate. 5 meals Severus had taken in the Great Hall on Saturday and Sunday, and the child was at none of them. Once again Severus checked with the house elves and they had not seen the boy. Weasley and Granger were there. At each one, Granger kept looking around, as if searching the room. Severus could only conclude that the pair hadn't seen Potter either. The house elves were making themselves useful by keeping watch on the boy. One of them said he spent the weekend reading, mostly out on the far side of the lake. For once in his life, being careful to stay in bounds. And he was actually in bed every night, according to the same house elf. If the child didn't appear for breakfast Monday morning, Severus was prepared to drag him there. While it was true that upset might make a child lose their appetite, it was ridiculous for the boy to not eat for days on end. But no, there he was, slinking into the Great Hall, Monday morning. Rather earlier than usual and without his 2 sidekicks. That was interesting. Potter must have felt Severus' gaze. He looked furtively at Severus who looked back steadily, with what he hoped was a neutral expression. Potter flinched and looked away. Severus Umed his expression must have been closer to a scowl. Picking up his tea, Severus resolutely turned his attention to his own food. He knew he had to tell Potter, today. He'd avoided it all weekend, perhaps hoping that Minerva and Albus would have returned and could have helped him break it to the child. But, of course, they were both staying in London to help with the ministry investigation and to see to Augusta. Dumbledore's owl this morning had indicated that he had every confidence in Severus' capabilities as interim headmaster. That was bloody effing brilliant, that was. Severus occasionally fell back to his childhood speech patterns, in his mind. Sometimes, he found that all his hard-won polish just couldn't do justice to a given situation. It wouldn't have been quite so bad, if Poppy wasn't also gone. As it was, Pomona was filling in for her, leaving Flitwick and Lupin splitting up Minerva's duties between them. Flitwick was most complimentary of the new professor's abilities, which made Severus grind his teeth. He was going to end up needing new teeth, at this rate. The first potion CL of the day was also the one Potter was in. Severus resolved he would tell the child then, since the following CL was Severus' free period and the one after that were his 7th years who could cope with merely a recipe on the board and instructions to continue to work on the research IGN meant they were carrying over from last year. If this discussion took longer than that, Severus would have more important troubles. However, much Severus wanted to keep the conversation short, the boy would doubtless have questions about the change in Guardian that would need to be answered. The Weasley boys and Granger walked into the Great Hall, together. Potter must have been watching for them. He snatched a handful of sausages off the table, pulled out a Muggle plastic bag. He dropped them into it, then ducked under the table, disappearing. Potter was using the invisibility cloak to avoid his friends. That was very interesting. Severus made quick work of his meal after that. When he arrived at his CL room, he was again surprised by Potter. He was in the hallway outside, reading a potions book that looked so new, that his owl must have brought it that morning. Severus unlocked his CL room, merely nodding to the child, in greeting which was more than he did most days. Potter took his usual table, seemed to change his mind abruptly, choosing to actually move up towards the front of the room. Severus wondered why, then realized Potter, Weasley and Granger had shared that one with Longbottom. Potter saw Severus looking and raised his chin a little, as if daring the professor to comment. Severus said nothing, and the awkward moment passed when Granger and Weasley came stomping in. "Harry," said the bushy-haired witch, "where have you been?" she demanded. "Studying," Potter replied sullenly, without really looking at her. "Harry, maid, listen," started Weasley, quietly, urgently, but with a wheedling undertone. Granger poked him in the ribs. She nodded at Severus, who pretended to be reading the parchments on his desks. "Listen," Weasley went on, in a far more casual manner, "let's talk about it at lunch, okay?" Potter nodded, but his eyes were hard. Severus would have wagered 100 galleons that Potter would be anywhere but the Great Hall at lunchtime. The other Gryffindors and the Slytherins trooped in. Weasley and Granger stayed at the table with Potter. For his part, he steadfastly ignored them. The CL went well enough. Everyone was subdued. Brown and Pottle kept glancing at the table Longbottom used to occupy, looking rather tearful. The rest avoided looking at it altogether. Severus decided he would get rid of that table. It had a huge stain on it where Longbottom had melted a cauldron, most spectacularly, last year. When the CL was dismissed and packing up, Severus called out, "Mr. Potter, I need a word." He tried to make his voice as unthreatening as possible, but he was tense. Weasley looked like he wanted to stay, so Severus said, "This doesn't concern you, Weasley. Go tell whoever the teacher of your next CL is, that Mr. Potter will be along soon." Weasley nodded, uncertainly looking at first Potter, then Granger. Granger pulled him by the sleeve. Severus flicked the door closed with his wand. On further thought, he locked it. "Sit down, Potter," he told the boy. He pulled up one of the lab stools for himself. The child looked wary. Severus tucked his wand away and folded his hands on the table. He waited until the child was actually looking at him. "I thought you should know, Potter. I have spoken to the Dursleys." "What for, sir?" That had to be the most polite Severus had ever heard Potter be. "We discussed the findings of your medical exam," Severus said, calmly, "and the treatment you receive, while you are in their custody." Panic bloomed in the boy's eyes, his face losing color, but he only asked, "So, what did they say?" Frankly, their answers were not satisfactory. Severus paused. "I will not deny that I found them to be appalling people." "Perhaps," the boy smiled for a millisecond. But then his hands curled into fists on the table. Severus wondered if he was trying to prevent himself trembling. "It appears that they are unfit to be guardians to a wizard child. That being so, I have arranged your guardianship to be transferred here, to myself." Severus watched the boy's face carefully as he spoke. It was now so still, it could have been a mask. "Since I am acting headmaster, I was able to handle it discreetly. Without involving the ministry, as you requested." A long silence. The boy stared at Severus with that imp of expression. Potter asked in a tight voice, "Does this mean I don't have to go back to the Dursleys next summer?" "That is precisely what it means," replied Severus. Potter seemed to go over the rest of what Severus had said. In his mind, "You transferred it, my guardianship or whatever, to you. Ah, now it comes. Yes, Potter. At the moment I am your guardian. I assure you, it is only temporary, until we can find someone more suitable." For now, it seemed the correct thing to do. Severus waited for the inevitable explosion. Harry's eyes became huge, but he didn't say a word. "I'm sure you have questions. I'm quite disposed to answer them," prodded Severus. The boy cleared his throat and answered stoutly, "No, sir. No questions." Out went the Potter chin. But those green eyes were wet and frightened. Then they went curiously flat. "Is that all, sir?" he asked, in a strained voice. Severus was taken aback. He had expected tears, rages, relief, fear, anything but this strange withdrawal. "I understand this is a lot for you to take in," Severus said, trying to be sympathetic. He knew he was terrible at it. "We can discuss the particulars later." "Yes, sir. May I go now?" The boy's voice sounding even more strained. With concern, the potion master saw that the boy had turned a delicate shade of green. Severus, belatedly, remembered Lily's nervous stomach. How she threw up before her OWLs. How she'd written him to tell him she knew she was pregnant, when she'd gotten sick every morning that first week. "Off you go, then," Severus told him. He opened the door with a flick of his wand. The boy fled. Severus followed quietly. As expected, he'd gone into the boy's bathroom. For a few minutes, Severus stood in the corridor, considering who he could get to look after the boy. With Poppy gone, it was difficult to know. If it were something serious, he could ask Pomona. But really, it was more than likely the result of emotional upset after the first decent meal the child had eaten in days. For a second, Severus considered asking Lupin, since he was Harry's acting head of house. Unfortunately, Lupin had enough on his plate with teaching ND new Cleese and filling in for Minerva. Severus also knew the man's teaching schedule. He had the third years right now. They couldn't be left alone without fear of blowing each other up. There was nothing else for it, and as the child's guardian, it was ultimately Severus' responsibility. Sighing, Severus opened the door. That morning's meal hadn't done the child any good, judging by Potter's state. Potter knelt on the floor, with his head resting on the cool porcelain of the toilet. He was shaking and wiping off his mouth with the sleeve of his robe. His eyes were tightly closed and he had taken his glees off, laying them beside him on the floor. Severus noted that they were held together with little more than spells. That was something that had to be sorted, soon. Hearing the door close, the boy's eyes snapped open and he squinted at Severus. "What?" Potter snarled, obviously not realizing who was there. "I'm bloody fine." "Go away," probably umming that Severus' black robes were a prefect's uniform. "Yes, Potter, clearly," replied Severus, sardonically, unable to help himself. In answer, the boy threw up, again. Severus tutted and conjured a wet cloth. He knelt down beside the sick child and wiped his forehead. The boy's heaving continued even after his stomach was empty. Again, Severus was reminded irresistibly of Lily. The first time they had gotten drunk together, they had been 15. Lily's parents were gone for the weekend and 18-year-old Petunia had left Lily to her own devices, telling her not to tell their parents that she'd gone. Severus had stolen some of his father's cider from the fridge and they'd spent the afternoon getting drunk, down at the river. It was a wonder they'd made it back to Lily's house. Severus had had a little more experience with drinking than Lily, so he knew to pace himself. He hadn't been too badly off, but Lily had been in rough shape. He remembered sitting with Lily, just like this, holding her hair up, so it didn't get in the way. She had heaved like this, until Severus had finally left her, long enough to go beg for a stomach-calming draft from his mother. Telling his mother that Lily must have the stomach flu and Muggles didn't have anything to treat it with. His mum may not have believed him, but she'd given him the potion. He hadn't even gotten in trouble for staying the night at the Evans. When he'd wandered home in the morning, his father had merely smirked. Severus firmly banished that memory. Noting that Potter's shivering had gotten worse, Severus conjured a blanket to put around him. His hair wasn't long enough to need holding up, but Severus left his hand on the boy's forehead until the spasms subsided, while he rubbed the boy's back. Severus considered a stomach-calming draft, but given that this was probably all nerves, the boy would be better off with some rest and perhaps a light meal, later. If he couldn't keep that down, Severus would give him a potion. He could excuse the boy from Cleese for the rest of the day, since none of the teachers had a particularly demanding day planned. "Stay there, Potter," said Severus, unnecessarily. The boy didn't look as though he planned to go anywhere. He had put his forehead back onto the porcelain of the toilet. Severus put his head out into the corridor. With any luck, one of Potter's cronies would be hanging about. "Miss Weasley," called the potion master, spotting a bit of red hair coming out of his CL room and going down the hall. "Sir," she squeaked, spinning around. "Mr. Potter is ill. Would you see him back to Gryffindor Tower? I'll write you AP for your next CL," he said in a clipped voice. Oh. She turned red. Yes, sir. Wait there, Severus told her. He turned around, walked back to kneel down beside the boy. Potter, do you think you can make it back to your dorm, now? I have keys, he muttered, mulishly. Severus rolled his eyes. Trust Potter to be contrary. I'm sure you're a stellar pupil, in this state. He said sarcastically, nevertheless, I want you to lie down for the morning. I'll have a house elf bring you up some lunch. If you can keep it down, go to your afternoon please. Otherwise, have the house elf check in with me and I'll send up a potion, he finished briskly. The boy just nodded, capitulating. Since he was done heaving for the moment, Severus helped him stand and gave him his glees back. Potter gave Severus an unreadable look, as he took them. Potter unwrapped himself from the blanket and held it out. Thank you, he muttered. Severus grunted, waving his wand and vanishing it. He walked the boy out to the corridor, where Miss Weasley was waiting. Make sure he goes straight to bed. Severus told her. Yes, sir, she said, quietly as she led the still shivering Potter down the hall. He had to smile a little to himself, when Miss Weasley whispered to Potter, who was that and what did he do with Snape? Quote, Harry. A hand insistently shook him. Harry, wake up. Go. Way. Hermione. Harry complained, I'm tired. It was warm and comfortable to lie here. He didn't need to be up yet, so why was she bothering him? Professor Lupin asked me to check on you. He said you were ill. She replied concerned. He also said you should eat something. Someone's brought you up some soup. Harry opened his eyes. He saw the blurry outline of the common room and Hermione standing beside the settee he was laying on. He'd tossed his robe over the back, as if this were as far as he'd been able to get, before he'd fallen asleep. Someone sent up food. That was nice. He was a little hungry, come to think of it. He seemed to remember having a difficult morning. Something about Snape and memory suddenly caught up to Harry's sleepy in. Oh, bloody hell. Harry sat bolt upright, on the couch. He grabbed his glees off the side table, where he'd left them. He jumped up, looking around wildly. It seemed they were the only ones here. Harry, asked Hermione, what's wrong? She backed up, startled. When Ginny had brought him back, Harry had felt so exhausted that he'd just flopped onto the nearest likely-looking spot. He had fallen so deeply asleep that, for a moment, he had trouble sorting dream from waking. Now that he was properly awake, he wished that morning had been a bad dream. He turned to Hermione. What did you tell Lupin? He asked in a hard voice. This was her fault. If she hadn't opened her mouth, hadn't stuck her nose in where it didn't belong, Harry could have glossed the whole exam thing over, he was convinced. She stared at him. Well, I told him about the bruises on your arm. Hermione said, quietly, and how they don't feed you properly. Harry stared at her. You had no right, he said in a low voice. I was worried about you. She crossed her arms across her chest, hugging herself. Why? What happened? You had no right, at all, he repeated, his voice cracking. Harry, said Hermione, cautiously. She uncrossed her arms and moved forward as if she were going to put one hand on his shoulder. Harry felt himself start to tremble. He backed up, out of her reach, until the back of his knees hit the settee, breathing rapidly. Every time this happened, every time anyone complained about Harry's treatment at the Dursleys, it just made things worse. Harry sank onto the couch, covering his face with his hands. Are you okay? Hermione's voice sounded distant, and there was a roaring in Harry's ears. He shook his head sharply. He'd been less okay before, but not often. Snape's my bloody guardian, Harry said through his hands. He couldn't see Hermione's face, but her lack of response told him she was not expecting to hear that. The full import of the thing hit him, as he said it out loud. Snape was going to be Harry's guardian. What did that mean? Did it mean that next time Snape gave him detention, he could give him a hiding as well? A teacher striking a student was against school rules, but a guardian could dish out any punishment they wanted, as Vernon so often had reminded Harry. The one shaft of hope was, that Snape said it would be temporary. Maybe, when Dumbledore got back, he'd fix it. Yes, but Harry had a suspicion that Dumbledore had sent him to stay with the Dursleys in the first place. And certainly, Dumbledore had sent him back this summer. The minister had said as much. And he'd nearly chucked on the Snape's shoes. Did it make it better or worse that he hadn't? It would have been a way to retaliate to the man's snide taunts with minimal consequences. He'd done it in front of Aunt Petunia once. She'd merely handed him a scrub brush, and with a disgusted voice, told him to scrub the floor. That was the last time he hadn't made it to the toilet or bucket, if he was being punished. "I'm sure you have questions," Snape had said. Harry had about 1,000,000 questions, but as he had opened his mouth to ask them, Aunt Petunia's voice rang through his mind, snapping, "Don't ask questions. Questions were never all right. Questions got you slapped and sent to your cupboard. Questions were dangerous. You were better off just taking what you were given." The first rule and the last was, "Don't ask questions." As Professor Snape spoke, Harry could see Petunia, very clearly in his mind's eye. She was in a fussy blue frock, as she and Vernon and Dudley had gotten ready to go somewhere. Angered by his repeated questions, she slapped him hard. Hard enough to make him stagger, dizzily. "Don't ask questions," she had said, sharply, "I've told you before. Freaks don't get to ask questions." Then she'd slapped him again, hard enough to knock him off his feet. The memory ended there, like it was just turned off and Snape was sitting in front of him, waiting for a reply. A wave of nausea had overtaken him. "No, sir. No questions," he said, like he might say it to Vernon. He wasn't stupid enough to get Ed into that trap. "Can I go now?" He had no idea of what Snape's reaction would be, if he just fled the room. It had been all he could do to reach the bathroom, without losing his breakfast in the corridor. That would have been utterly humiliating. It had been a long time since he'd had that particular reaction, probably. Not since before he came to Hogwarts. Aunt Petunia had always been pretty clear that she had no time for sick freaks. And it was a lot worse if she thought he was shamming. A few times he'd done this in school, mostly before a test or when he knew that Dudley's gang had something particularly unpleasant in store for him. He was careful to not let the teachers know, because he didn't like to get sent home. Generally, the fit ped after he'd emptied his stomach and, although he was tired for the rest of the day, he could muddle his way through. Snape had been so odd about Harry being sick, though. When he'd come in the door, Harry had assumed it was a fellow student. When Harry had heard Snape's voice, his stomach had turned over, making him vomit so hard, he thought his guts were going to come up, as well. Snape had merely made an irritable noise, rather than shouting. He had wiped Harry's face and given him a blanket. He'd seemed a little put out, but not angry. He'd given Harry the day off. Although, that was probably because the other teachers would object if Harry were to be throwing up in their clees too. But, really, why had he come in at all? Harry even seemed to have a vague recollection of the man's hand holding his head while he heaved. What on earth was that about? Harry would have expected, at best, Snape to shove a potion into his hand and tell him to clean himself up. Not to rub his back and send him to bed, for Merlin's sake. That was how people acted with normal children. His head hurt and his heart was pounding, like he'd run a mile and he wasn't sure why. He lowered his head right onto his knees, trying to slow his breathing. If he kept doing this he'd be sick again and that was the last thing he wanted. "Harry," Hermione's voice was worried now, "tell me what happened," she asked again. "Snape," Harry said, without lifting his head, "he got the Dursleys to stop being my guardians, somehow." It was a moment before she replied. She sounded uncertain. "When she did, well, that's good, isn't it?" She asked slowly, "I know you hate them. Didn't you hear me?" Harry laughed, a high-pitched, hysterical sound. "Snape's going to be my guardian. Tell me, how is that going to be better?" "He hates me," he said in a ragged breath. "At least with my aunt and uncle they didn't have it in for me, from the word go. I just kept bollocksing things up. When I do that with Snape, he'll kill me." Would he have to live with Snape now, in the summer, when they couldn't find someone who wanted him? Because, that's what this was about, wasn't it? No one wanted him. Oh, naturally, Snape assumed that many people would want to take in the boy who lived. In Harry's experience, to the wizarding world, he was more a symbol than a person. No, there would be a lot of people making noises that they wished they could take him, but... oh, Snape would be livid when he found out he was stuck with Harry. What would he do? With a bit of luck Snape wouldn't chop Harry up into potion ingredients, but surely he'd make Harry's life as miserable as possible. At least with the Dursleys, Harry had been able to escape them for the last 2 school years. Snape was going to haunt Harry's every step. Harry swore into his arms, trying to calm down. Think rationally. His inn felt locked in gear and it wouldn't slow down. He was less afraid, now, that he was going to make himself sick, and more afraid his heart was going to explode. A tiny, rational voice in Harry's head reminded him that Snape had saved his life, more than once. He'd kept his word and he'd removed him from the Dursleys' custody without involving the Ministry. He'd actually treated Harry rather decently since this whole mess started. In some ways that was more frightening. Harry didn't know when the other shoe would drop. Hermione's hand was on his shoulder. She sat next to him on the settee. The common room was quiet, without even the sound of the fire crackling. Harry's own harsh, rapid breathing was all he could hear. "Calm down," Hermione said softly. "After a few more minutes, it'll be fine." "What part of this is fine?" Harry uncoiled violently, throwing off her hand. He jumped to his feet and shouted down at her as she sat, "How is it going to be fine? Why the hell did you have to go sneaking off to a teacher?" He finished up, about 3 inches from her face. Hermione's face was very white, and she shrank away against the back of the settee. "Because I didn't want you to end up like Neville," she replied in a small, brittle voice. Harry stopped, deflated, suddenly aware of what he was doing. This was Vernon's favorite trick, to stand over someone and shout. He fell back, staring at her frightened eyes, as they filled with tears. He couldn't think of what to say. "Hermione," he whispered, "I." She made a noise that sounded like a dry sob, as she stood up. He heard her start crying in earnest, as she pushed past him, and fled out of the portrait hole. "Damn it," said Harry, to the empty room. The adrenaline drained out of Harry, leaving him feeling empty and cold. His eye fell on the bowl of soup and a plate of sandwiches that sat on the table. He looked at it, thinking it over. If he chased after Hermione now, they'd just end up arguing more. Knowing her, she might even hex him. And he was sort of hungry. Harry sighed, walking over to the table, pulling up a chair. The soup smelled good. There was a warming charm on it and steam rose invitingly from it. After a few tentative spoonfuls, Harry's stomach began to appreciate the warm food. The rest of the soup followed more quickly. Half a sandwich was all he could manage of the solid food, though. The rest he decided to walk up to his dorm to put in the stasis box in his trunk. He might not go to dinner tonight, either. He didn't like to face Hermione again. He more than a little ashamed, thinking of Hermione's tearful face. The longer he thought about it, the more ashamed he became. He was still resentful that she'd said anything, but he should have known that she'd go there, in her head. Her mind was full of worst-case scenarios. She always had a million reasons why things would turn out badly. And she always seemed to think that going to teachers was a good idea. Harry really hoped that Hermione wouldn't mention it to anyone else, either their argument or what he'd told her. Chances were, she'd only tell Ron, though. As he tucked the extra sandwiches away, he looked at his watch. It was almost time for his next CL. Harry decided he'd go, even if he did have a free pee to skive. Staying here alone was suddenly intolerable. If he stayed here, Hermione would more than likely send Ron in and he'd have to talk to him. He really didn't want to have this conversation with Ron. Paradoxically, he was less likely to have to talk to anyone if he was at CL. He also feared Snape himself might come to check on him. He seemed to remember Snape telling him he would. He nearly ran into Ginny, who was coming out of the girls' dormitory, as he hurried down the stairs, back to the common room. "Whoa, sorry, Ginny," Harry said, catching her arm to stop her from losing her balance. "Thanks, Harry," she said. She smiled at him, rather wanly. "You all right?" asked Harry, wondering why she was still in Gryffindor Tower. He hoped she hadn't been up there the whole time and heard him arguing with Hermione, well, his shouting at Hermione, anyway. "Fine." She shrugged. If she had heard, she wasn't going to ask him about it. Ginny was good like that. "Just needed something from my dormitory. See you." She headed back up the stairs. As he walked through the common room, he picked up his robe and book bag, checking to see that Snuffles, sausages were still there. He'd go look for the dog after CL. As Harry sat down to the table in the Great Hall, he heard the telltale ping of one of the screws in the frames of his glees falling out onto the table and rolling away. He caught it, more by instinct than anything else, before it rolled off the table to become hopelessly lost on the floor. Sometimes, he thought that was why he was such a good seeker. If he lost those damned screws, he'd get stuck being half blind. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought he was repairing his glees more often this year than last. When he was on Privet Drive, he generally held them together with masking tape, but as soon as he got on the train, he'd repaired them with magic. It seemed he'd already done it about 3 times this week. Since he wasn't talking to Hermione, he wasn't about to ask her to fix them for him. He wanted to apologize for shouting at her, but he still couldn't get away from the fact that she'd told on him. In fact, he was afraid if he spoke to her about it, he'd end up shouting some more. He kept going around and around about it in his head. The night before, Harry had skipped dinner again, instead eating the sandwiches left over from his lunch. He'd gone in search of Snuffles, who had come bounding out of the forest at Harry's whistle. This time, the dog had only stayed long enough to eat the sausages Harry had saved for him, before he'd spotted a squirrel or something and had shot away after it. This morning, Harry came down to breakfast early, again. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he might as well head off to breakfast at the earliest opportunity. It would also mean he could avoid Ron, who never came down until the last minute. There were only a handful of people here this early. Most of the students at the Gryffindor table were 6th and 7th years, including Oliver, whom Harry knew liked to get some practice in before CL, and Percy, who was deep into studying. Ginny was there too, but she was already on her way out. Snape and Flitwick were the only staff at the table. Somehow, Harry had never thought of Snape as a morning person. Perhaps he wasn't, given the scowl he perpetually wore. Harry realized when he sat down that breakfast wasn't worth his time, though. His stomach was in knots, knowing that they had double potions first thing. Harry pretended not to notice Snape's eyes upon him. He refused to look up at the staff table to confirm this impression. Instead he worked on fixing his glees. The stupid little screw wouldn't stay in, no matter how much magic he used. Finally, irritated, he transfigured a bit of pocket lint into some masking tape. Glees sufficiently fixed for the moment, he drank a cup of tea, ate half a piece of toast and slid a handful of sausages into his bag for Snuffles. He knew Snape was watching him, as he left the hall. He didn't like to pull out his invisibility cloak with Snape's eyes on him. The man might try to confiscate it. He thought he'd duck just out of sight and then he'd be able to disappear into the Leary for the next hour and a half before CL. Potter. The man called as Harry reached the archway that led into the corridor. Beyond, I need a word. Harry froze. Snape must have gotten up from the table at the same time Harry had. Harry always forgot how quick the man was. He did not want to have a conversation with Snape. He wanted to pretend that they hadn't spoken yesterday. He, rather stupidly, stood with his back to the man. He felt unable to turn around, as if Snape had cast a hex that rooted him to the floor, rather than merely calling his name. What about? Harry asked softly, studying the gray stone of the archway. He felt the man walk up behind him. Snape's footsteps were completely silent, but Harry could feel his nearness. He waited for the man to grab him by the collar or arm, ching himself for it. After a second, the pressure of a finger on Harry's shoulder turned him around, slowly. Harry held his breath as he gave into that pressure, to face his new guardian. He swallowed hard, gathering what courage he could to return Snape's gaze. Snape was looking at Harry contemplatively, but with a curl of his lip. He absent-mindedly put his finger to his mouth as he gazed down at Harry, as though Harry were an especially interesting bug. One that, perhaps, had magical properties, but was weird and disgusting nonetheless. What? Harry asked, again, this time quite sharply, taking a step back and bumping the column of the archway. The potion master's eyebrows went up, and he crossed his arms. He raised his chin a little, so he looked even taller and more intimidating. Sir, Harry added quickly, not wanting to get his ear cuffed or worse for insolence. It must have been the right thing to say. Snape relaxed ever so slightly. You have not been eating. That wasn't what Harry expected. Sorry. You haven't been eating, Mr. Potter. In the past 3 days, I have seen you at 2 meals. I had food sent up yesterday at lunch, that I was reliably informed was half-eaten. This morning you had 1 cup of tea and half a piece of toast. He stood there looking as if he expected Harry to reply. Yeah, so, Harry said, blankly. There wasn't any rule that said Harry had to go to meals. Snape rolled his eyes. You are underweight, Potter. And suffering from several nutritional deficiencies. I would like to know why you are missing meals. Harry shrugged. He wasn't about to tell Snape that he was avoiding Ron and Hermione. Nor was he going to tell him that he was accustomed to missing meals, or that his appetite often vanished when he was upset. Or the last month or so had been one of the most upsetting times of his life. The attack of nerves, I witnessed yesterday. Is this something that happens often? Snape asked in a low voice, because several students were walking past them. Harry dropped his eyes, to stare at an especially fascinating bit of stone on the floor, rather than continue to meet his gaze. Harry didn't know how to answer that. He shrugged again. Snape pulled a potion out of one of the pockets of his robe. I want you to swallow this before lunch today. He held out a small vial, with a light blue liquid. I'll send up some more, this evening. A single vial before each meal. What is it? Asked Harry suspiciously. He hesitantly put out his hand to take it. A slow-acting poison to rid the world of people who annoy their teachers, snapped Snape, darkly. He took a deep breath, seemingly to get his irritation under control. It's an appetite stimulant. I want you to take it every day before meals. If you don't put on some weight, I will have no choice but to ban you from Quidditch. Harry's eyes flew to meet Snape's again. You can't. He burst out, angrily, his hand still outstretched. That's not fair. That was just like Snape, to find some reason to stop him playing. It must have been Harry's imagination, but he thought he saw a brief gleam of something like approval in the teacher's face. Then those eyebrows rose again. I think you'll find I can. Snape said quietly, in his silky voice, I don't believe I need you making yourself ill. Madame Pomfrey would have my head. She's never said anything about my weight before. Growled Harry. He crossed his arms over his chest, lifted himself to his full height. Unconsciously mimicking Snape's posture of a moment ago, you can't ban me from playing. Appear at meals and actually eat something, and I won't have to, replied Snape, dryly. He was still holding out the potion. Oh, Harry subsided, confused. Yes sir, he mumbled. He took the proffered potion, stuck it and his hands into his pockets, sullenly going back to examining the stone in the floor. Snape sighed. It is clear to me that you don't care for the company in the hall. I intend to have my lunch in my office. Given that we have an unfinished conversation, I think you should join me. Oh, yes, that would improve Harry's appetite, certainly. All he said, however, was, yes sir. To that same bit of stone. Noon, Potter, Snape said. Don't be late. His mouth turned up in a sardonic smile, and he swept away. Jumping from the astronomy tower looked more inviting every minute, it really did. Harry thought about that for a moment. It was a little disquieting, to realize it, but it did indeed have appeal. Neville's death had him considering death, in general. Harry wondered if he died, if he would be reunited with his parents. Since coming to Hogwarts, he had discovered that there were real ghosts. He wondered once or twice, in the back of his mind, why his parents hadn't come to look after him as ghosts. Now, the question occupied an uncomfortably central place in his head. Perhaps, they simply hadn't wanted to. If that was the case, perhaps wherever they went was better than here. Vernon and Petunia weren't churchgoers, so Harry didn't know much about the idea of heaven, but he'd like to think his parents went somewhere like that. For himself, he doubted anything like that existed. He wasn't even sure he'd want it to. Perhaps, if you didn't stick around as a ghost, you just went nowhere. Like sleeping, but with no dreams. That really was appealing. Sighing, Harry followed in Snape's wake, turning to the stairway that led to the Leary. Harry, damn. Harry thought he'd slipped by them again, but Ron was hurrying to catch up with him, Hermione following more slowly. Harry considered just running for it, but Ron had longer legs than him, now. It wasn't as if Ron were Dudley, who'd just give up after a while. Ron could out-stubborn anyone Harry knew. He'd just lie in wait for Harry. Harry decided he should just get it over with. What? Said Harry irritably, as they caught up with him. Ron stopped on the next step down from him and Hermione stood behind Ron. Ron looked angry. This is stupid. He said, you can't keep avoiding us like this. Harry shrugged, and changing his mind about having this conversation, tried to walk away, up the stairs. Ron grabbed the sleeve of Harry's robe. Harry, he said again, loudly. Harry turned around to look at him. Ron glanced around, still standing one step down, so that their eyes were at the same level, gently pushed Harry against the wall with a hand on his chest. He stood close enough that Harry would have to push him out of the way to get away. Harry hated to be crowded like that and Ron knew it. But, before Harry could shove him away, Ron leaned in close to his ear. Look, Ron said in a whisper, his lips almost touching Harry's ear, Hermione told me. About Snape, being your guardian. And it's her fault. Harry acidly whispered back, jerking his head at Hermione, but he didn't move. At least the two of them understood that he wanted to keep things quiet. I was worried about you, hissed Hermione. She'd come to stand on the same step he did, now. I only told because I was tired of you coming back every term all beaten up. Her eyes held the same hurt they'd held yesterday in the common room. I'm sorry, but after Neville, I just couldn't. She broke off. Tears were running down her face. Harry was overcome with remorse, thinking about shouting at her. This was the second time in 24 hours he'd made her cry. Hermione, don't, he said, hoarsely. He closed his eyes, sagged against the wall and slid down to sit on the step. I'm sorry, he said softly. He wrapped his arms around himself, miserably, and told himself he was not going to cry. He felt Ron sit down next to him. Hermione sat on the next lower step, leaning against his shins. She put her hand on his that was sitting limply on his knee. He could hear her sniffle and he squeezed her hand. Harry opened his eyes, when he was sure they weren't going to start streaming, as well. Listen, said Ron, in that almost inaudible whisper. If he wasn't sitting so close, Harry wouldn't have heard him. I wrote Dad last night. I know for a fact that Mum and Dad'll put in to have you. It's just that the ministry's in an uproar, I bet. That's why Snape got it transferred to him, on the quiet. Ron said, confidently, I bet Dumbledore worked it out. He's got a lot of influence at the ministry. Hermione put in, Professor Snape probably only did it because he's acting headmaster. Professor McGonagall's gone as well, there was just no one else to ask. Harry nodded again, that made sense. Maybe, there was a way out. And Snape had said it was temporary. McGonagall would be all right. The Weasleys would be brilliant. The fact that Ron had written to his parents to ask them about it, gave Harry a warm feeling in his chest. Even if nothing came of it, Ron was still his friend. So, it'll be all right, yeah, said Ron, chingly, speaking in a normal volume. Harry didn't like to hope too much. Can we just not talk about it now? He didn't like the begging whine in his voice, but he couldn't help it. If he could just not think about it for a few hours, he'd be grateful. Yeah, all right, shrugged Ron, looking relieved. Are we okay now? Harry let his shoulders drop. Yeah, okay. He smiled. Hermione squeezed his hand, looking pleased. Have you eaten? She asked. No, not really. He admitted, sheepishly. Well, come on, then, said Ron, standing up. I'm starving. He took the stairs back down to the Great Hall two at a time. Hermione and Harry followed. Hermione gave Harry's hand a last squeeze before letting go. Harry felt much more like eating now. My dear Severus, it appears that both the Ministry and the Board of Governors have concluded that I have no culpability in Neville Longbottom's death. I wish I could share their opinion. Nevertheless, I will be returning tomorrow morning to Hogwarts. Thank you very much for your excellent work in my absence. Most especially, your work with the students and healers. I believe Minerva will be staying in London another week, at the least. She seems to be very helpful to Augusta. I did have an intriguing conversation this morning with Arthur Weasley. He had some news I found most interesting, involving some new experiment you are undertaking. I assume you will fill me in tomorrow. Sincerely, Albus. Severus wondered if he should see a dentist to have a mouth guard made. His head was hurting from the constant clenching of his jaw. He and Dumbledore were well practiced in cryptic missives. Each of them were hesitant to say exactly what they meant in print. The experiment he referred to was, of course, Potter. Naturally, Potter had to tell his little friends about the new arrangement. And just as naturally they had seen fit to do what they could to rescue Potter from Severus' evil clutches. Fortunately, Arthur Weasley was an experienced parent, as well as a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, in its early days. Discretion was second nature to him. Hearing a wild story through his son, he'd have enough sense to go straight to Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley would also understand the possibility that the Ministry would, essentially, sell the custody of the boy who lived to the highest bidder. After all, both the Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, before they had been attacked and injured, and the Malfoys and who knows who else, had considered petitioning to adopt the child, at the time. It was only the Wizarding world's unshakable faith in the bonds of blood that had prevented either of the families attempting to get their hands on the boy. Dumbledore would know to put the man off until he'd spoken to Severus, citing security or some such nonsense. Picking up a quill, Severus penned a quick reply. Albus, yes, I do have a new experiment underway. Far too complicated to explain here, and I doubt Arthur has technical understanding to properly explain it. In the meantime, I have also had to deal with some family business of an old friend, so I am very glad to hear you are returning. It has been an exhausting few days. Let me know when you arrive, I will have much to tell you. Severus. Given the headmaster's current mood, Severus had no idea what the reaction to the Potter issue would be. To be fair, Minerva had commented to Dumbledore several times in the last 2 years that the boy wasn't happy at the Dursleys. Severus had always written it off as nothing more than a Muggle-born's preference for the Wizarding world. Especially when, in the Wizarding world, the boy was a celebrity. None of them had translated unhappy into abused. Of course, none of them had translated Neville Longbottom's unhappiness into anything dire, either. He gave the envelope to the owl and it flew out of the door of the dungeon seal room with practiced ease, this being one of the school owls who generally brought Severus messages here. Severus firmly turned his mind from his ruminations. Potter would be here any minute and Severus had to endeavor to have a conversation with the boy, without causing him to have a panic attack. Fortunately, the appetite stimulant Severus had given him was also mildly anti-anxiety and more importantly, anti-emetic. They should be able to get through a meal without Potter's lunch making a precipitate reappearance. It appeared that whatever rift had occurred in the Golden Trio had been bridged, for now. At least, it had appeared so in the last potions CL. Potter had been sitting with Granger and Weasley and had actually spoken to them. That withdrawal was still there, although less pronounced, now that he was on speaking terms with his friends again. Severus wondered whom the boy was trying to fool, himself or everyone else. Potter's behavior in potions today had been uncharacteristically studious. When he wasn't working on the day's potions IGN meant, he buried his head in his book, in a way more suited to Granger. When he thought no one was looking, the boy's face took on a closed, preoccupied expression. Truth be told, Severus was beginning to become alarmed by the boy. Everyone was stressed at the moment, true, but Potter's behavior was just so off. Avoiding the Great Hall at meals and dodging his friends was not something Severus would have expected from the boy. It had been quite the relief this morning, when the boy had become defiant over Quidditch. Unwillingly, Severus had to consider Potter's hidden heritage. Lily went off her food when she was upset, certainly, but she wasn't prone to this sort of shutdown. No, Severus dismissed that. Potter was suffering from grief and shock. And given Petunia's miserable failure providing a home, it was understandable that the boy would withdraw. Yet another thing that was wearing Severus' teeth to stubs. Lily had adored Petunia. When they were children, they had fought after Lily had been accepted to Hogwarts and they had been distant for years, but Albus had assured everyone that Petunia was at least willing, if not thrilled, to have her sister's boy. Of course, that might have had something to do with the 2,000 or so pounds a month Petunia received from Potter's trust, Severus thought cynically. When Severus had received the note from Gringotts, yesterday afternoon, he had understood that much, right away. The letter had named the sum of 400 galleons per month as support payment for the child. Severus stood from his desk, pacing the length of his office. He took a deep steadying breath, making a conscious effort to relax his jaw. Potter was now 2 minutes late. Severus would give him until 10 after, and then he would go find the boy, who would find himself mopping floors all week. At 5 minutes after the hour, a soft knock at the door. "You're late, Potter," growled Severus as he opened the door. The boy flinched a little, then narrowed his eyes and visibly steeled himself. "Yes, sir." "Sorry, sir," he gritted, hoarsely. Severus moved aside and beckoned the boy in. "Well, come along then," he said, impatiently. "Sit down." He indicated the chair at the desk. "Do you still have potion I gave you?" "Yes," said Potter sullenly. He pulled the potion out of his pocket and sat down, putting it on the desk. "It won't do you any good, sat there," remarked Severus dryly. He tapped his desk and the lunch he had instructed the house elves to make for himself and Potter appeared. Potter shrugged. "Just drink the damn thing, Potter," snapped Severus, sitting down himself. "Fine," muttered the boy. He uncorked the vial and tipped it down his throat. "Oh, that's not so bad," he said, surprised, apparently to himself. Severus suspected that, left to himself, the boy would never have taken the potion. One of the reasons for this little meeting. Potter was more than underweight. According to the diagnostic charms Severus had done on Friday evening, he was positively malnourished. The meal set before them was directed toward alleviating some of that. Severus could give the boy potions to help with the deficiencies, but nothing took the place of real food. Severus noted that Potter was waiting for him to start, before he served himself. That was more manners than he really expected from the boy. Perhaps Granger had been giving him etiquette lessons. Deftly, Severus filled a plate from the various dishes on the table and set it in front of Potter. "Thank you, sir," the boy said, very quietly, glancing at Severus through the messy fringe of his hair. Severus finished serving himself, and picked up his knife and fork. Potter followed suit. The potion really took hold, then. Severus saw the boy's shoulders drop, slowly relaxing. In a very short time, Potter became completely engrossed in his meal. Severus didn't even bother to try to make conversation in the first few minutes. He wasn't going to disturb the child now that he was actually eating something. Potter had nearly cleaned his plate, by the time his eating slowed down a little. He was actually the first to speak. "Why did you want to see me?" he asked with the air of one trying to get the worst over with. "As I said, we had an unfinished conversation, yesterday," replied Severus evenly, "so we'll start there. Did you have any questions about this arrangement?" The boy didn't even look up from his plate. "No," he made a sharp movement with his hand though, and his GL tipped. Potter swore and caught the GL in mid-fall, but the pumpkin juice inside went everywhere. Including Severus' lap, the desk, and the sleeve of Potter's robe. Without missing a beat, the potion's master had his wand out and cleaned himself up with a simple cleaning spell. He looked at Potter and was very glad that the potion had contained an anti-anxiety agent, otherwise the boy would be having another panic attack, judging by the look on his face. "Sorry," Potter whispered tensely, biting his lip. He put down the GL, very quietly on the desk and laid his hands on either side of his plate, as if he were trying to prevent them from trembling. He eyed Severus' wand warily, as Severus cleaned up the surface of the desk. When Severus pointed his wand at Potter to clean up the juice that had splashed the sleeve of the child's school robes, since the boy had made no move to take out his own wand, Potter jerked back with a little gasp. Severus raised his eyebrows at him. Potter set his teeth and raised his chin. "Go on, then," he hissed, defiantly, his green eyes flashing behind his glees. Severus huffed to himself and cleaned the child's sleeve. Potter's mouth dropped open and his cheeks turned red. Whatever he had been expecting, it had not been that. "Thank you," he mumbled, awkwardly. "What were you expecting me to do?" Severus asked him, irritably. He was trying not to snap at the child, but honestly, the boy was enough to make a saint swear. The child shrugged, jerkily, put his hands into his lap, stared at them. "It's just you usually go mad when someone spills something. Pumpkin juice does not explode, create poison gas, eat through the desk, catch on fire, or otherwise create a hazard." Severus said harshly, "I have never had any injuries in my CL room and I wish to keep it that way." The last potions master had had several major accidents. One of them during Severus' NEWT seminar. That was not something Severus ever wanted to witness again. And he certainly would not have it in a CL room he was supervising. Oh. The boy still looked down at his hands, his face now red to the ears. While we're on the subject, growled Severus, trying to address the child's unwarranted fear, you must realize that a teacher raising hand or wand to a student is against this school's policies. Yes, I know. The boy nearly whispered. He raised his eyes to look at Severus, although he didn't move his head. He did not seem at all worried. Severus was getting damn tired of the child's manner. This was not the Potter he was accustomed to. Well, moving on then. Sighed Severus, I would appreciate if this arrangement were not mentioned to anyone. I have no wish to be in the newspapers. The more quietly this could be taken care of, the happier Severus would be. Yes, sir, said Potter, to his hands. I understand you've already mentioned it to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. Severus continued, please inform them that I prefer it go no further. That made Potter look up. Properly, how did you know? His eyes were wide. I am not stupid, replied Severus, coolly. Now, we should speak about practicalities. Practicalities? Potter asked. His eyes were narrowed again. What does that mean? Your school robes need replacing, at the very least, said Severus firmly. The ones the boy was wearing were at least an inch shorter in the sleeves than they should have been and rather threadbare. They brought uncomfortable memories of wearing second-hand robes to Severus' mind, and I imagine other things could do with it, as well. The boy glared at him. I didn't have a chance to do any shopping, he said, flatly. Your aunt didn't take you? Asked Severus. He shouldn't be surprised, he thought. Why not? Potter's lips curled in contempt. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked away. I always do it myself. I see, Severus replied in a low voice, his ire at Petunia beginning to rise again. And when was the last time those glees were replaced? Replaced, Potter said blankly, looking back at Severus. I got them when I was 8. The school nurse complained to Aunt Petunia that I couldn't see. Severus was very glad he hadn't had this conversation before he'd seen Petunia. I'll make an appointment with the oculist in Hogsmeade, he said. Sorry, again that blank look, but there's no problem with my glees. I see just fine. Those glees are composed of little more than masking tape and spells. Severus said, venomously, it's completely disgraceful. That the child had been denied something as basic as decent eagles by those people made Severus' stomach knot in anger. The boy seemed to hug himself more tightly and looked away again. I believe everything you need can be obtained in Hogsmeade, Severus said. I'll make your appointment for Saturday morning and we can accomplish it all, then. I haven't had a chance to visit my vault, muttered Potter. It took a second for Severus to understand what Potter meant. That won't be necessary, Severus said. But, Potter, I can pay for it. My parents arranged for your support before they died, Severus said, firmly. Not wanting to take charity was an impulse Severus could understand. Very well, there's no need to go into the central vault. Gringotts sends support funds along, monthly. Are they sending it to you because you're a wizard? Asked Potter. He seemed to be struggling with something. Is that why Aunt Petunia never got any money for looking after me? Because Gringotts couldn't send it to a muggle. Severus was unsure how to answer that. He settled on part of the truth. She did, in fact, receive funds for your care. Gringotts has no difficulty dealing in pounds, he said carefully. No. Potter started to shake his head. No, she always told me. He stopped suddenly, compressing his lips and looking upset. I think it's safe to say that many things your aunt told you are untrue, said Severus. He thought it was unwise just now to tell Potter just how much the support fund provided monthly. It was quickly becoming apparent to Severus that the scruffiness that had always irritated him about the boy, ascribing it as he did to the vagaries of teenage fashion, had much more to do with his guardian's neglect. Potter's mouth twisted and he shrugged, again. Severus glanced at his clock, almost sighing in relief when he saw that it was almost time for the next CL. He reached into his desk drawer and picked out another vial of potion, handing it to the boy. Take this at dinner time and I'll have some sent up to your dormitory for the next week, he told him. Potter nodded, stowing the vials in a pocket. I'll let you know when we're going to the oculist. Severus stood, as did the boy. Potter's expression had become closed again, the way it had been in CL this morning. Normally, Potter was very easy to read, so Severus found this change disquieting. "Yes, thank you, sir," the boy said politely, as if he were talking to a complete stranger. His voice was flat. A moment ago, he had appeared ready to rage or weep. Now, nothing. Severus watched the boy walk off down the hall, not sure if this shutting down was a symptom of fear or grief, or something altogether more ominous. For the rest of the day, Harry went through the motions of behaving normally. He knew Hermione was watching him, all through their next CL. It was tempting to get angry at his friends again, but Harry just couldn't. They'd truly been trying to help. Like his teacher or his school nurse who'd tried to help before, they just didn't realize the consequences of their actions. It didn't matter much why this was happening, or whose fault it might be, Harry thought. Nothing seemed to matter much after Harry had stumbled from Snape's office in a horrified daze. This was his life and his life just could never be easy. Luckily, the CL that afternoon was history of magic. The late Professor Binns taught it the same way he'd taught it for about 100 years. Lecturing from the books that, one could read, one didn't miss much by not listening. Many a student caught up on sleep in the ghostly professor's CL room. In Harry's case, today he used the time to replay the conversation he'd just had with Professor Snape. If not for the potion that seemed to be settling Harry's stomach, he thought he'd likely be throwing up again. You must realize that a teacher raising hand or wand to a student is against this school's policies. Snape had said, in that low, dangerous tone. The one that never failed to make Harry shiver. Oh yes, Harry realized it. Harry realized it with a clarity born of painful experience. He completely understood Snape's meaning, the implicit threat reverberating through Harry's mind. A teacher could raise neither hand nor wand to a student, a guardian was exempt from such restrictions. Vernon had made similar statements, reminding him that, while other people might have constraints on their behavior towards Harry, as his guardian Vernon had free rein. When Harry thought about Snape having this kind of authority over him, and it wasn't as if he could avoid thinking about it for long, he felt as thoroughly trapped as he ever had been locked in his cupboard. Before, the only thing Harry had feared from Snape was a detention or loss of house points. The man's preferred punishment tended to be things like cleaning cauldrons or mopping floors. Unpleasant and repetitive, but not actively painful. He'd shouted sometimes and threatened Harry and Ron with expulsion last year when they'd arrived at school with Ron's dad's car, but he'd had no power to enforce it. What could he do to Harry now? It wasn't even a question of Harry making sure not to break any rules. Like Uncle Vernon, Snape wouldn't wait until Harry had actually done something. Snape was unlikely to do anything that would leave a mark or be lastingly painful, but Harry was sure that he was much more creative than Uncle Vernon. Banning him from Quidditch, which in Harry's mind would be worse than a caning, would just be a warm-up. Who knew what kind of punishment he could mete out with a wand? The threat having been made clear, Snape had taken Harry to task for every single inadequacy, right down to his oft-repaired glees. Harry's skin felt hot all over, as he recalled the professor's words on the state of Harry's wardrobe. It wasn't Harry's fault that he'd not been able to get new robes this year. Snape had scoffed when Harry tried to tell him that Petunia wouldn't take him shopping. Snape didn't know it, but Harry was lucky he'd had enough gold left in his trunk to buy new textbooks by owl order. The comment about his glees being a disgrace was downright evil, in Harry's opinion. He'd done some very good spell work on them, he thought resentfully. Perhaps, he expected Harry to be proficient enough to cast a repairing spell that lasted. Snape always had a way of making Harry feel as though his magic just didn't measure up. After some more thought, Harry wondered if the man might not be correct. Given the amount of times he'd cast that spell, he really should be better at it by now. The revelation that Petunia and Vernon had been receiving support for him was stunning. He'd heard for 12 years how he was taking food out of Dudley's mouth. If ever they had to tell Dudley they couldn't afford something, they'd explain that it was because the freak was there and it was expensive to keep freaks. Harry knew Snape hadn't believed him about that either. His voice had gotten dangerous again, as he'd said, "I'm sure there are many things, your aunt told you, that are untrue." Snape wasn't much on hearing excuses. At least whatever potion that the professor had given him had worked. Even though Harry sat down with the man with absolutely no interest in food, soon after taking it, everything became very appealing. Once he'd started eating, The hot food seemed to settle his nerves, making the meal, if not the conversation, much less of an ordeal than it could have been. He had considered just not taking it at dinner, but reasoned that there was no need to cut off his nose to spite his face. The potion had done what it was supposed to do at lunchtime. Plus Harry had no interest in inviting Snape to ban him from Quidditch. He knew the man was looking for the slightest excuse to do so. By dinner time, Harry could stop worrying about Hermione being concerned about him. She and Ron were having some disagreement about Hermione's new cat. Sometime after CL, it had been chasing Ron's rat and now neither animal was to be found. They were so busy sniping at each other, that they didn't notice Harry's quiet withdrawal. Harry just listened to them listlessly. Harry caught Snape watching him at dinner, though. Harry returned the man's gaze as coolly as he could and made sure that Snape saw him take his potion. Again, after the first few bites that tasted like cardboard, the food seemed to suddenly become delicious. In fact, Harry found himself taking seconds of both his dinner and dessert. That was unusual for Harry. It must have reared Hermione, because she gave him a bright relieved smile, which he returned as well as he could. After dinner, Harry headed out to the lake by himself, to look for Snuffles. The grounds were empty, as the weather had turned cold again. Most of the students were already in their common rooms. As Harry wandered closer to the boundary of the forest, he felt a cold chill that went deeper than his skin. He thought he saw a movement of a dark figure among the trees. It had to be one of those dreadful Dementors doing a patrol. His hair standing up, he left the sausages where he'd first seen the dog and hoped he'd be back tomorrow. Feeling he had no choice, he retreated back up to his common room. Hermione was off at the Leary, but Ron was there, starting on his homework. "She's just mad because I won't let her cat eat Scabbers," Ron said scathingly. "I found him hiding in my trunk, with that evil thing scrabbling to get in." Harry shook his head at Ron, noncommittally. He was not going to get in the middle of this one. Harry tried to be sympathetic, but really, it just didn't seem fair that the worst thing that Ron had to worry about was his rat being eaten. Mechanically, Harry sat down to do his homework, reading through his IGN Ments more attentively than normal, trying to stop thinking about Snape and Neville and the Dursleys and this whole horrible month. He wondered what would happen when Dumbledore came back. It likely didn't matter. It's not as though Dumbledore had ever been particularly sympathetic to Harry's problems with the Dursleys. Now, with Snape, it was likely he'd be less so. Harry refused to think about the possibility that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would adopt him. That would hurt too much if he hoped for it and it didn't happen. It was quite likely they wouldn't be able to afford another mouth to feed, anyway. That night he found himself in the common room, unable to face his bed. Even if he were able to drop off, he knew for a fact that the nightmares would be waking him up soon. He'd gotten hardly any sleep since this whole thing started. He'd found that sometimes he did better sleeping on a settee in the common room, with the lamps burning all night and the sound of the fire to keep him company. It was a disorienting experience, Severus thought, to view one's own magically enhanced memories through a pensieve. It was a bit like Muggle films, only one was within the film. The scene could be sped up, slowed down, run backward. To watch oneself from the outside was peculiar. Severus thought he'd like to discuss the theory with Phillies. He really had no idea how the things worked. Dumbledore had asked Severus for a copy of this memory. Severus had agreed, on the condition that he was able to view it himself first, to make edits. Although he had agreed to provide a complete enough memory to back his tale, the headmaster had understood Severus' desire to ensure nothing embering was contained therein. The memory lightened slowly, like the set of a stage. A song that Severus had not listened to for years drifted to his ears. A soprano voice sang, ethereally, from the speakers of the cabinet stereo, filling up the room. The old stereo was easily the most expensive thing Tobias had ever bought for Eileen, although it was by no means a high-end one. It was the only thing of Tobias that Severus had not yet transfigured, sold or thrown out. He had also found that some magical tinkering made the sound better. Severus' record collection had not been extensive, but he remembered the occasion of buying this one. The woman's voice had tugged on his heartstrings like nothing else had in a long time. It had a harsh, tight sound to it, sounding both girlish and ancient, as though the singer's voice was raw from anger or tears. He'd heard it playing inside the record shop and had felt compelled to find the name of the song and the artist. Finally, he gave in to the rare impulse and bought the LP. The more he'd listened, the more this song drew him in. Severus' younger self sat in the living room of his father's house on Spinner's End. Rather than wizard's robes, he was dressed in black Muggle jeans and t-shirt. He'd been out in Muggle London that day. His leather jacket hung carelessly from the back of the chair and his boots were thrown into the corner. The house bore little resemblance to the house Severus had grown up in. Severus' copious book purchases had begun to fill the bookshelves he'd transfigured from pieces of lumber. Quite the step up from the cinder block and plank shelving he'd used in his room when he was in school. His father hadn't allowed him to use magic to make any shelves when the bastard was still alive. Severus watched himself pour a GL of white wine, his face quiet. Severus needed no pensieve to remember how he'd felt that night. The melancholy music suited to his mood and a perfect counterpoint to the wind outside. Tobias had been dead for 6 weeks and Severus had never felt so free in his life. The old man had had no other family and certainly no friends, other than the drunks down the pub. Severus hadn't bothered with a funeral, it would have been a great waste of money. Rather, he'd given his father the bare minimum required by duty. No burial and gravestone for Tobias Snape. Just a perfunctory cremation and illicit dumping into the river where he'd taken Severus to fish, when Severus was tiny. A sharp thumping at his door startled him, both his real self and his recorded, younger self, so much he nearly dropped his GL. That night, he'd been expecting no one. He'd drawn his wand and opened the door by a crack. He knew that the caller must be a wizard or witch. He'd put a charm on the house to hide it from Muggle eyes only the prior week. Severus crept to stand where his memory self stood. He looked out at the hooded, cloaked figure on the doorstep. A woman stood there, by the shape of it. She looked over her shoulder as if fearing pursuit from the street. "What do you want?" demanded memory Severus. The woman's head turned. Both Severuses bit back a gasp. The younger from surprise, the elder from unexpected pain. Light from inside the house fell on red hair. Her green eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks blotchy. Her gray cloak covered robes the green of a healer's uniform, as if she'd come straight from work. She held her wand in both hands, nervously rolling it between her fingers. "Severus." The woman's voice was rough and shaky. I'm sorry. I didn't know where else to go." "Lily," breathed the memory Severus. The real Severus crossed his arms across his chest. Already, tears had slowly started down his cheeks. He breathed deeply, mastering himself, glad again that he'd decided to view this alone first. He stepped back to lean against the wall of the memory house, willing himself to be a dispassionate observer. "Lily," repeated Severus the younger, blankly, "what are you doing here?" The woman tried to answer, but her voice was choked with tears. She covered her mouth with one hand, as though to prevent sobs from escaping. "Look, you better come in. It's not safe." The elder Severus winced at his younger self's still prominent working CL accent, the T's pronounced as glottal stops. The I and the T in it's lost somewhere, so that he was saying, Essena, safe. Severus of the present was reminded why he'd gotten into the habit of always speaking so formally. The precision of the words helped him to shed the lazy pronunciation. The memory Severus gently put out his hand, encircling her shoulders. "Come on, Lily," he said. She pressed her sleeve to her cheek and wiped the tears there. Severus produced a handkerchief which she took gratefully, stepping into the room. "I'm sorry," Lily said again, taking deep breaths as Severus turned back to the street to cast a quick revelio outside. No wizards appeared within range of the spell, so he shut the door. Lily stood looking around the front room at the bookshelves and the one good chair Severus had transfigured for himself to read in. She looked small and lost and achingly sad. "What happened?" The younger Severus finally organized himself to ask. It came out as, "Wha' happened?" And real Severus winced again after a moment of gawping at the distressed witch. "It's James. He. She pressed her hand to her mouth again as her words were lost in sobs. Severus had never understood how frightening he was in anger, before now. He watched memory Severus' face darken into an expression far too reminiscent of Tobias Snape in a rage, as he snarled, "What did he do?" The young wizard's hand was tight on his wand as he crossed to Lily. He put his hands on her shoulders. Lily reached up to put her hands on Severus' arms, shaking her head. No. No, Sev. It's not like that. He didn't do anything. Her face was awash in tears as she spoke. Don't. Did he hurt you? I'll kill him. What did he do, Lily? Did he hit you? Severus searched what skin he could see for marks. He didn't do anything, Sev, she said firmly, although her voice was harsh with tears. He didn't. Are you sure? Severus looked into Lily's eyes, searching for the truth of her words. Sev, Lily said warningly. Severus. Stop. She tore her eyes away from his, and stepped back, out of his grip. Get out of my head. The music filled the space between them as she glared. She grasped her own wand firmly now, holding it, slightly raised, at her hip. She shifted on her feet, biting her lip. This was a mistake, she said very quietly, taking a step towards the door. Severus took another step back. Sorry, he said quietly. He reached out with his left hand to forestall her, but I had to know. His voice trembled a little. You know that. He hesitated as though searching for the word. People, they lie about things like that. Lily's anger drained away. She looked around the front room again. Yes. I know. Her shoulders dropped. Of course, I know. Her voice was pained. Severus ran his raised hand through his hair, sighing. Look. Come sit down. I won't do that again. He transfigured the chair into a small settee. He threw himself onto it and held out his hand in invitation. So are you going to tell me why you came here? After all this time? Severus asked softly. She sat down beside him, but didn't take his hand. Instead she put her wand across her lap and folded her hands over it. For a long time she stared at him, as though she wanted to read his mind, although she'd never been good at legilimency. Severus returned her regard and waited for her to collect herself. You sent a wedding present, Lily said, when she finally spoke, seemingly apropos of nothing. It's customary, replied Severus stiffly. You didn't have to. She dropped her gaze to look at her hands. The watching Severus of the now was startled by the posture. She looked uncannily like her son. Strange that he'd never noticed before, but the child moved like Lily. Did you mean what you said? In your note? Lily asked, cautiously, of the memory Severus, not looking at him. That I still missed you and I hoped you were happy. He asked. Lily nodded. She didn't look up. Of course I did. Severus leaned forward to take her folded hands in both of his. Are you going to tell me why you're here? Lily sighed. I have been happy with James, you know. Even with the war and everything. We've been trying for a baby. She would not look at him. Severus leaned forward to put his forehead against the top of her head. She leaned into him with a little sigh. We've been trying for a baby since we got married. Lily repeated, in a whisper. It's been more than a year. The room seemed overwhelmingly quiet. Neither Severus had noticed when the record ended. The needle was charmed to lift itself at the end of the record. I started worrying. It's a long time to try, especially since I've been keeping track of the best times too, you know, she went on. She spoke conspiratorially, as though afraid someone would overhear. The real Severus had to lean in close to hear her. I want to specialize in midwifery. I've been apprenticed with a midwife. She ran all the charms on me last month. Tears started to fall again, but her voice was almost steady. She taught me the charms to run on James. I did it this afternoon. He'd worked all night, so he was asleep. He didn't know. Now, Lily raised her head to look at Severus. Her eyes were desolate. He can't father children. He's a pure blood and he must have. Severus blew his breath out sharply, understanding. This was the reason many pure blood wizarding families became extinct. Oh, Lily. He held her hands firmly. Have you told him? I can't bear to. He wants a child so badly. And so do I. Her eyes dropped back to her lap. I couldn't think of who else to go to. I don't understand. I don't know what I can do. Severus trailed off as Lily lifted her eyes, now bright and sharp. Do you know how to make the potion? She asked. Potion? Severus asked, his eyebrows raised in surprise and confusion. I can make any potion you want, but there's no cure for this. You know that. Occlutus paternus, Lily said firmly, those bright eyes never leaving Severus' face. I suppose. I mean, Severus paused, swallowed. It's not a difficult potion. But, He paused again. But, what? Lily demanded softly. Well, who would be the, you know? Severus' cheeks reddened as he spoke. The donor? Asked Lily, her eyes still sharp, although her own cheeks had turned bright pink too. Severus nodded. I suppose you'll ask one of Potter's friends. His voice was harsh with what sounded like disapproval. Lily's skin darkened to a red that was painful to look at. I sort of hoped. Her voice cracked. She drew back her hands, took up her wand. Made to rise off the settee. Never mind. I said this was a mistake. Lily, wait. Severus recaptured her hands and stopped her from getting up. I'm sorry. Sorry. Stupid question. None of my business. Of course I'll do it. Lily looked at Severus, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, despite her tears. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing again. Severus stiffened, awkwardly patting the back of the distraught woman. He put his other hand on the back of her head, stroking her hair. Shush Lily, he said, it's okay. She drew back. Thank you. When are you going to tell Potter? Severus asked when Lily seemed to calm down enough to speak again. She sat back, her eyes haunted. I'm not. You what? Said Severus, astonished. You can't keep that from him. Whoever you asked, they'd be bound to say something. What if I asked you? Lily said. Severus opened and shut his mouth a few times, looking gobsmacked. But Lily, he'd never let you. He won't know anything about it. Lily crossed her arms. If you won't do it, I'll go to a Muggle sperm bank. A what? What is that? Lily made an irritated noise. Didn't you hear about it last year? The baby they conceived in a test tube. It was all over the news. She glared at him accusingly. Of course you don't read Muggle papers. Quote, what? Severus shook his head and put his hands over his eyes for a second. So, what? They just use some mans. He broke off, taking his hands away from his face. He wasn't sure what term to use. Sperm. Said Lily, flatly. I understand they preserve it by freezing. They would artificially inseminate me. It's very expensive, but I still have the insurance money from my parents. But, that sounds horrible. Severus gaped at her. Another horrible thought occurred to him. What if the child was a squib? I'm Muggle born. Do you think I would care? Lily flared. She stood up to pace. She walked right by the real Severus, looking angry and determined. Potter would care. You know he would, Severus said, quietly. He sat forward on the settee with his elbows on his knees, watching her move back and forth like a man at a tennis match. He wants a child as much as I do. He wouldn't care. She urged him. Lily. Severus stood. Lily, I'm not sure I could. He told her. He crossed his left arm across his chest, holding the elbow of his dangling wand hand, that still held his wand. You're my best friend. Lily stopped pacing, to look at him with a little smile on her lips. Still. Severus sighed, with a small, sad, fond smile of his own. Still. The real Severus suppressed a sob. But, went on memory Severus, relentlessly it seemed, I never thought of you like that. It's not that you're not pretty, he went on quickly, afraid he'd be misinterpreted, but you're not, you know. We could get drunk, Lily said shyly. Hopefully, I don't want it to be someone who's not a friend. And I know you'd never tell. Severus looked at her for a long time, not saying anything. She appeared to be holding her breath. Abruptly, he turned to his bookshelves. Severus knew which book the potion was in. He knew all those potion books intimately, although he'd never made this particular potion before. He looked in the index and then flipped to the proper page. The potion would take a week to make. You need to take it 2 weeks after conception, right when you miss your first period, for the first 3 months. Lily nodded. Thank you. She breathed, understanding he was giving his consent to her mad scheme. When would you want to? Severus gave her a sidelong look, without raising his head from the book. Her face was beet red again. Madame Bonenfant gave me a fertility potion this afternoon. And James thinks I'm at a birth tonight. Madame Bonenfant will back me up. Bonenfant, she's your preceptor? Severus asked, lifting his head to look at her properly. Lily nodded. She knows what I'm doing. She told me not to tell her with whom. Lily shrugged, looking to the side. It's a common enough problem that many of the midwives know women who've had to do this. Oh, Severus said, quietly. So, If you haven't got any other plans, we could do it tonight. Lily hugged herself. Now, if you've got any more of that wine. She indicated the sideboard where his forgotten wine GL stood. Severus smiled gently. You always get sick. I've got something better. I've got a potion that will make us really fancy each other, for about half an hour. Lily giggled. Embered, perhaps, it could be 45 minutes. Enough. The real Severus halted the memory. He wiped his face with his sleeve, although he loathed it when students did that, and used the incantation to cut the memory there. He only needed the memory to show that nothing coerced or non-consensual had happened. He didn't need to give the old bastard a show. Saturday morning, at breakfast, one of the school owls surprised Harry by landing in front of him with an envelope addressed to him. Harry took it from the bird, which helped itself to a piece of his toast before flying off. On the outside of the envelope, Harry recognized Professor Snape's cramped handwriting. He chanced a glance at the man who was seemingly engrossed in conversation with Hagrid. Harry looked down and opened the letter. Mr. Potter, I was able to make an appointment for you this morning at 11:30 with the oculist in Hogsmeade. Meet me in my office at 11 o'clock, ready to leave. Professor Snape. Harry sighed unhappily. He really didn't want to go anywhere with the man, today or ever. All week, during CL, Snape had mostly ignored Harry, which was fine with him. Harry had entertained the hope that Snape would be like other adults and just forget about his glees and his clothes. He wanted this whole thing to just go away. It seemed that Snape had been affected in some small way by Neville's death. The man was less harsh and sarcastic in CL. Hermione pointed out that the CL had also changed a bit. The students were more subdued than usual. Even Malfoy was keeping his mouth shut. She had wondered aloud if Snape was less difficult because of what had happened to Neville. Despite potions being less awful than usual, it had been a very long week. Dumbledore was filling in for McGonagall's Transfiguration CL. For the first time since coming to Hogwarts, Harry found himself dodging the headmaster too. Harry sat in the second-to-last row, in the chair by the wall, to avoid speaking to the man. Harry thought he felt Dumbledore's eyes on him whenever they were in the same room. Only the threat of being banned from Quidditch kept Harry from skipping meals in the Great Hall. Lupin's CL was turning out to be more difficult than Snape's in some ways. Lupin was a very good teacher, but he seemed to want to be friendly with Harry. He'd been very solicitous about Harry missing CL at the beginning of the week and had told Harry, quietly, as acting head of house, I am always available should you need me. Oh, yes, that was bloody likely. After all this fuss, the last thing Harry wanted to do was confide in an adult about anything. At the moment, he wasn't even sure about confiding in his friends. The only safe listener Harry felt he had was Snuffles. To Harry's great pleasure and relief, the dog had turned back up on Thursday afternoon. He still looked scruffy and skinny, and Harry thought with some amusement that they were a good match. As Harry stared off into space, Hermione slid in next to him at the breakfast table. Harry, what is it? She asked worriedly. You look upset. She was looking at him with a worried, quizzical expression, the one she'd been wearing a lot this week. Harry started, coming out of his thoughts abruptly. Oh, it's nothing. I've got an appointment with the oculist in Hogsmeade this morning. Hermione beamed. Well, that's good. Has it been more than a year since you had your eyes checked? Harry blinked at her. A little longer than that, yeah, he admitted. How often were you supposed to have your eyes checked? Harry had just UMed that once you got glees, you were all set. Aunt Petunia always seemed to imply that Harry was supposed to make his pair last until he turned 18. Oh, then you're probably overdue, Hermione said, nodding. She leaned over to whisper, Is Professor Snape taking you? Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The urge to snap at Hermione was still very strong, but he couldn't afford to drive his friends away. Has he said anything else to you? Since the other day? She asked, still very quietly. No, Harry whispered back. I have to meet him at 11. Harry stood abruptly. I want to go out to the pitch before then, he said in a normal tone. See you later. Hermione gave him a little smile and patted his arm. I'll see you when you get back, shall I? You're so lucky you get to go see Hogsmeade first. I can't wait until the first Hogsmeade weekend. Harry had almost forgotten about that. Third years were allowed to visit Hogsmeade if their parents or guardians signed the permission form. There was no way Vernon would have signed it. Harry glanced at Snape, where he still sat at the teacher's table. It didn't seem likely that Snape would sign it, if only because it would make Harry happy. Snape saw him look this time. The professor raised his eyebrows questioningly. Harry held the letter up slightly and nodded sharply. The man inclined his head, but his expression didn't change. Then he turned back to the conversation he was having, apparently dismissing Harry from his thoughts. Harry caught Dumbledore looking at him again. The man looked as though he hadn't recovered from his ordeal at the Ministry. He still looked wise and benignly powerful, but the twinkle was subdued. He probably had a great deal on his mind, Harry thought. Most of it had to be something other than Harry's predicament. "See you in a bit," Harry told Hermione as he left. She smiled and picked up her copy of the Daily Prophet. Instead of going up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry wandered the corridors aimlessly. It suddenly seemed like too much trouble to go and retrieve his broom, and he didn't want to run into anyone who might want to talk. After a while, he found himself on the staircase of the Astronomy Tower. The grounds were still foggy. It was an amazing view, on a clear day. Today he saw mostly mist. September had been rainy and damp the last 2 years. It seemed extra chilly this year, though. Harry hadn't brought his cloak, but again it seemed like too much trouble to go find it. Harry put his forearms on top of the chin-high wall around the roof. After a minute he decided to scramble up onto it. On the rough wall, it was easy to find footholds. He stood there, enjoying the feel of the breeze through his hair. It was almost as good as being on his broom, he decided. He sat down on the wall with his legs kicking out into empty space. Idly, he wondered how far a fall would have to be to kill a wizard. Neville's uncle had dropped Neville out of a window and he'd bounced. Would it have to be 10 stories? 20. If your organs were crushed, did your magic have any hope of saving you? What would that feel like? It had to be an easier end than what Neville had gone through. Harry found himself wondering what his parents had felt when they died. According to the headmaster, Voldemort used the killing curse on them. That was supposed to be instantaneous. Harry wondered if it hurt. A little noise behind him told him that there was someone else there. He looked around. Ginny was just coming out of the trapdoor onto the roof. "Hey, Ginny." She started. Evidently she hadn't realized he was there. "Oh. Hi, Harry," Ginny said, her face going rather red. "Sorry, I didn't know anyone was up here. I'll go find somewhere else. I mean," she spoke rather quickly before breaking off, "Embered, I was just looking for a quiet place to study." Harry sighed and looked at his watch. "I have to go anyway. Snape's taking me into Hogsmeade to go to the oculist and he'll have a fit if I'm late." And Harry supposed he should look reasonably tidy. "Oh, okay. Then," said Ginny, apparently relieved. Harry hopped down off the wall and headed back down the stairs. He noticed that Ginny had no books, but he was too preoccupied to wonder what she was up to. At 1 minute before 11, Harry was at Snape's door, his hair still damp from the shower. He'd put on his least worn robe and then his cloak over that. There wasn't a whole lot he could do about his shoes. Last year's school shoes were hopelessly small, his feet being the one thing that grew apparently, so he wore a pair of Dudley's old trainers. They were black at least, and Harry hoped Snape wouldn't be too irritated. Snape opened the door before Harry could even knock, startling Harry, who involuntarily jumped back a bit. "Potter," said the professor in greeting. The man's black eyes swept up and down Harry. His eyes narrowed, but all he said, in a measured, neutral tone, was, "Thank you for being on time." Harry couldn't tell if the man was mocking him or not. He nodded, not sure what the proper reply should be. "You have your wand?" asked Snape, as he stowed his own wand in his black robe. "Yes," replied Harry, wondering why Snape asked. Snape's eyebrow raised. Harry hastily added, "Sir." Snape nodded curtly and strode off down the hall so that Harry had to trot to keep up. "Come along then, Potter." They were both silent as they walked through the castle. Few people were about fortunately, and no students crossed their paths. Harry kept a close eye on Snape, not wanting to do anything to piss the man off. Truthfully, he was more than a little nervous about this appointment. He wondered if it would be any different from the Muggle eye doctor he'd seen when he was 8. I see you are in need of shoes as well, Snape said, glancing at Harry. Shall I simply assume we need to replace your entire wardrobe? His voice was dry and neutral. And I don't believe I have ever seen you wear something as practical as boots. Harry shrugged. He'd never gotten anything that wasn't on the list. And it wasn't as though Snape had any call to comment on someone else's appearance. Although, it did seem that Snape was concerned about his appearance today, as he had put in something of an effort. Snape's robes were of a slightly higher quality than the robes he normally wore for teaching. Harry also noted, with a strictly internal smirk, that Snape's hair looked a little less greasy than usual. It generally did in the morning, come to think of it. Perhaps it was the potions fumes the man worked with constantly that gave him that perpetually oily look. Certainly, after CL, Harry had often noted that potion fumes had an interesting effect on the student's hair, often making it both frizzy and wet-looking. We will have to pee the Dementors, Professor Snape said as they walked to the gates. Stay close to me. Professor Lupin mentioned that they had a particularly unpleasant effect on you. Harry ground his teeth a little, irritated that his teachers were apparently talking about him. Here, Snape shoved a large bar of chocolate into Harry's hand. Eat that, he said curtly. Harry looked at the chocolate blankly for a moment, wondering what on earth that was about. He irritably tucked the chocolate bar into his pocket, as Snape got a little ahead of him. As they reached the castle gates, the drizzly day became even chillier. Harry thought he sensed tall, black-cloaked figures, hovering just out of sight, in the mist. Hunching his shoulders against the mist that was stealing his warmth, crawling damply under his cloak, Harry's thoughts were bleak. With every step towards the gates, Harry found himself thinking more and more about the view from the tower. He wondered again how it would feel to die. If he fell from such a height, he wondered if he'd stay conscious all the way down, or if he'd pee out before then. Perhaps it would have been better if he had died with his parents. His mother had thrown herself in front of the killing curse, but what had been the point, really? It left Harry alone with only the Dursleys to reluctantly take him. Now he was stuck with Snape. The cold mist wrapped more closely around him. It curled around him, dulling sounds, obscuring his sight, hiding the dark figure of Professor Snape, cutting him off from everyone else in the world. What was the point of his survival when there was no one who wanted him? Voldemort was gone and, while everyone wanted the boy who lived, everyone who might have wanted Harry was dead. Horrible, hysterical screams cut through the mist around Harry's inn. Harry looked around wildly, but the fog might as well have been a solid wall. A woman was screaming, somewhere very close to him, as the white mist darkened to gray, then to clammy blackness. Distantly, Harry thought he heard Professor Snape call his name, but it was difficult to hear over the screaming. Someone was screaming for help. Harry wanted to help her, but the blackness was overwhelming him, drowning him. And still the woman screamed, "Not Harry. Not Harry." She was screaming, "Stand aside, girl, stand aside," cried a high, cold voice. A flash of green light lit up the darkness for an instant, and then the dark claimed Harry completely. Potter. Harry recognized that voice. It sounded angry, and perhaps, most oddly, frightened. "You've got to help her," Harry rasped, opening his eyes to find Snape's face far too close, but too panicked to take it in. "He's going to kill her," Harry cried. He grabbed hold of the man's robes, trying to make him understand. Don't let him kill her. It was vital that he make the professor understand. Harry couldn't save her. He knew that, but maybe Snape could. "Calm down, Potter," hissed Snape. He took both of Harry's hands in one of his own, prying them off his robes. Harry grabbed back at the hand and held on for dear life, feeling as though if he let go, the fog would come back to pull him into its damp shadow. "No, Voldemort," Harry babbled. She's. The professor growled deep in his throat. He said an incantation, throwing his wand hand out to the side. A great silver animal appeared out of the end of his wand, galloped a circle around them. Harry didn't know where it went from there. The air warmed a bit. Harry realized he was lying on the wet GR, shivering, with Snape crouched over him. Snape looked furious. "I see Professor Lupin was not exaggerating," he said with a snarl, pulling Harry into a sitting position with the hand Harry was still clutching to his chest. Harry let go of Snape's hand. "Sorry," he said in a trembling voice. Snape raised his hand toward Harry's face until Harry flinched back, putting up his own hand and turning his face away. He really hoped Snape wouldn't slap him when he was feeling so horrible. He swallowed hard to keep the lump in his throat from turning to tears. "You didn't eat the chocolate?" asked Snape, sharply. Harry shook his head once, afraid to look and see the anger on Snape's face. "Get up, Potter," sighed Snape. He no longer sounded furious. He sounded exactly like he did the day Harry had gotten sick. The man took him by the arms and pulled him to his feet. "I sent the Dementors off." Harry chanced to look at Snape, who still scowled, but it was a notch down from the fury of a moment ago. Snape pulled a second chocolate bar from a pocket of his robes. "Eat this, now, Potter," Snape commanded in an exasperated voice. He tore the wrapper off and broke it in two. He handed one piece to Harry and took a bite out of the other, muttering something to himself that sounded like, "Make a saint swear." Harry took a bite, and felt the warmth spread right to his toes, as it had on the train. Belatedly he realized what the chocolate must have been for. He breathed more easily and his trembling stopped. A great wave of emberment swept through him. "Sorry," he said with more conviction. How many times was this going to happen to him? Snape finished his own chocolate, eyeing Harry speculatively. "What do you remember when the Dementors get close to you?" he asked, abruptly. "Remember, sir?" Harry was confused. He heard a woman screaming, but he didn't know who it was. "What do the Dementors bring to your mind?" Snape persisted. Harry was not going to share his ruminations about the tower with Snape. "I just hear a woman. And she's screaming. Then there's a flash of green light. It's weird." Harry didn't know what compelled him to answer Snape, even that much. For a long moment, Snape closed his eyes, as though against pain. He took a deep breath, his eyes snapped open. "Come along, then," he said, striding forward down the path that led to Hogsmeade. "There are things one should go to the grave without ever knowing." James Potter had gone to his grave without ever knowing that Severus had done so that James and Lily might have a son. Lily had gone to her grave without ever knowing that it was Severus, who had inadvertently set Voldemort on the path to mark her family for death. Severus would have given a great deal to go to his grave never knowing that the boy could recall, however vaguely, the night his parents were murdered. Severus closed his eyes against the pain. His own and the boy's. After a moment he reopened them to look down at the shaken child. "Come along, then, Potter," he said, heavily. He should say something to the boy. Something comforting, perhaps, but what could one say? Potter would not welcome it either. Severus had watched him all week. Although he turned up for clees and meals, although he spoke with his friends, there was a distance there. The boy had retreated into himself. Even Albus had tried to draw the boy out, to no avail. Severus had seen the boy reject Lupin's overtures. According to Lupin, Potter ignored, fled from, or otherwise rebuffed every attempt to reach out to him. Severus could not see himself succeeding where the wolf failed. Severus glanced at the pale child who walked beside him, whose jaw was set defiantly and whose hands were clenched into fists. Good. Anger was better than despair. Severus was furious that the Dementors had dared come so close to them. The Ministry was mad, leaving the Dementors to guard the school after their part in Longbottom's death. He was also furious at himself. He was well aware that Potter very seldom just did what he was told. He should have spelled the damned chocolate right into the boy's stomach. So, walking through the gate, the child had had no buffer at all between himself and the soul-stealing creatures. When Potter had gotten within 20 paces of the evil things, Severus had heard him whimper and turned towards the child, just in time to catch his head before it hit the turf. Severus had to call to him several times before the boy came to, the pulse in his throat racing, cold sweat dripping from his hair. The boy gripped Severus' robes and had begged him to help her, hysterically urging that Voldemort was going to kill her. Ah, God, how Severus wished the boy was having flashbacks to when his hand was crushed, or his ribs broken, or getting beaten every day. But no, this had to be the child's very first memory in his life. And it had to be one that Dementors could evoke. It appeared that Longbottom and Potter had another thing in common. The child had stared blindly at Severus' face, not recognizing whose robes he clung to. Those green eyes held a desperate appeal, for safety, for protection. Severus peeled the small hands from his robes with his free hand. "Calm down, Potter," Severus whispered at the hysterical child. And then the boy had clung to Severus' hand, as if for dear life. A few of the choicer epithets that Severus hadn't used in years flashed through his mind, but that was no way to drive back the Dementors. Severus growled, as he crouched over the boy. He drew a long, disciplined breath, drawing on his tiny store of happiness to produce a Patronus. Strangely, it seemed his Patronus was bigger and brighter than had been in years. It galloped around the both of them and the Dementors withdrew, keeping their distance now. Severus would not think of that now. Rather he forced more chocolate on the boy and made damned sure he ate it, this time. "Are you all right now, Potter?" Severus asked when they were a sufficient distance from the Dementors that he felt he could breathe freely again. "Yes, sir." Potter wiped his nose with his sleeve. Severus shuddered and pulled out a clean handkerchief. "That's disgusting," he remarked, thrusting the handkerchief at him. Potter skipped away from Severus, ducking as though he expected to be smacked around the ear. A move Severus recognized all too well. This would be where the boy's reflexes for Quidditch came from. Severus stopped to turn fully to look at the boy. When Potter had cringed away from him a moment ago, he had been caught in the grip of a Dementor-inspired memory. Now, however, the child was clearly as much in possession of his faculties as he ever was. "What's wrong with you now, Potter?" Severus snapped. There it was again, the defiance that, at the moment, Severus was relieved rather than irritated to see. Potter's chin went up. "Nothing, sir." Potter gritted, through clenched teeth. The honorific turned into a curse. Severus handed the handkerchief to the child. "Wipe your nose," he said briskly. The boy took it, looking perplexed. He ducked his head to blow his nose, but kept wary eyes on Severus. "Did you think I was going to strike you?" asked Severus, deciding on the direct approach. Potter shrugged, and he gave the slightest nod, as if he was reluctant to tell the truth, but also reluctant to lie. Severus rolled his eyes. "I do believe we discussed this, Potter." The boy looked like he did in Potions CL, when faced with a difficult formula, before Granger translated it for him. Never taking his eyes off Severus, Potter twisted the handkerchief in his hands. He did not look worried, at all. Rather his eyes seemed to get impossibly huge as his pupils contracted with what could only be fear. "I believe I told you, I would not raise my hand to you," Severus said, softly, attempting to sound less than intimidating, but not sure if he was managing it. "No, you didn't," Potter replied, just as quietly, but with a sharp edge to it. His fists tightened around the handkerchief. "I beg your pardon," returned Severus, astonished at Potter's suddenly accusing tone. Potter took a deep breath, apparently trying to fight down his rage. Oh, this was a Potter Severus was much more accustomed to dealing with. "You said a teacher couldn't," he hissed venomously. "You said it went against school policy. But now, you're my guardian." There was a slight hitch in the young wizard's voice as he said this. "You can do anything you want, can't you? If you want to beat the hell out of me, you can. If you want, you can lock me up in your dungeon." Potter stumbled over the phrase, "without meals." For days, his voice cracked. "There's no one who's going to interfere. Is there?" Spots of color were coming out high on Potter's cheekbones. "I assure you, Potter, I have no intention of taking up where your relatives left off," Severus said slowly and cautiously, meeting the boy's emotion with calm. This would explain much of the boy's behavior in the last week. If these were the boy's umptions, I suppose I have not made myself clear enough. "I will not strike you. Ever. I will not strike you, starve you or lock you in a cupboard. To be perfectly clear," Severus added, "I will not use my wand to harm you, either." The angry color in Potter's face was replaced by frightened pallor. "Who told you about a cupboard?" he whispered. "You did," Severus said evenly. "Don't worry if you can't recall it. You were under the influence of my diagnostic potion." He glanced down at his watch. "I think this conversation should be reserved for a later time." He looked back at the child. "But rest assured, we will continue it today." Potter stared at Severus, biting his lip. They were going to be late. "Come along, I don't wish to keep Madame Vitria waiting," Severus told the boy. Honestly, why he had to make everything an ordeal was beyond Severus. A few people were out in the street doing their shopping, but mostly they were inside, out of the weather. Madame Vitria's shop was in the middle of the row of shops on the high street. A display of glees was in the small, neat window. There was a sign in the shape of a pair of bespectacled eyes that gazed down at them, crinkling up pleasantly as they drew close. The boy was apparently impressed by it, since he stared long enough. One of the eyes winked, impudently. The bell hung on the door jingled cheerfully as they walked in. "Severus. Is that you?" called a woman's voice from a back room. "Yes, Iris. My apologies for our tardiness," Severus replied. It's fine," replied the woman, dismissively, coming out. She was a comfortably plump witch, somewhat older than Severus. Her gray-streaked, black hair was decorously ided and pinned to the top of her head. Her own eyeballs were gold-rimmed, real gold, reinforced with a magical charm so they weren't forever bending, Severus knew, with precious stones in the corners. She dressed in robes of green and gold. She'd been the oculist in Hogsmeade since Severus had started teaching. He'd often brought one or another of his Scytherans to see her, when their parents requested him to. Often there was not enough time during summer holidays and sometimes they broke their glees while at school. "This must be young Mr. Potter," Iris said kindly, to the boy who gave her a nervous nod and smile. Severus wished the boy would take his hands out of his pockets, but restrained himself from saying anything for now. One of the things Severus liked about Iris was that she was never impressed by the status, or lack thereof, of children or a child's family in the wizarding world. She bustled over to Potter with nary a glance at his scar. "I'm Madame Vitria, the oculist. Have you ever had your eyes checked by one?" Potter shook his head. "No, madam. Just an optician." "Quite all right. Take off your cloak and come and have a seat there, dear." She waved at the exam chair, over which hung a gray metal apparatus opposite an eye chart. "Not much difference, at all." Potter took off his cloak, hanging it on the cloak hook, and crossed the room to sit down nervously. "Let me see the glees you have, Mr. Potter," Iris said, plucking them off his face and holding them up to the light. She peered up at them interestedly. "Oh, yes. You've been adjusting these for a while. Nearly worn out, and they're made of plastic as well. Won't hold up under any more spells, I dare say. I suppose that's what the masking tape is about, is it?" she said briskly. The boy bit his lip and the color was back in his cheeks. Severus thought his eyes looked a little too bright. It came to Severus like a thunderclap, the memory of standing with his mother, as she paid for a set of second-hand robes for him. The feeling of mortification, how he had muttered to the shop girl about needing them for herbology, so he wouldn't get his non-existent good ones dirty. Ah, well, his proper pair were broken at Quidditch last week. The boy took a header off his broom and he's been wearing his spare pair since. Severus lied smoothly. "They were Muggle-made, you know. Sometimes the repairing charms just don't work well on some of their newer materials." Potter's mouth dropped open and he stared at Severus, as if he'd never seen him before. "Yes, of course. Plastics." Iris sniffed disdainfully, although she gave Severus a significant look. She turned with a smile for the boy. "We'll get you some with a nice self-repairing charm then, shall we?" "Yes, please," the child said enthusiastically, as though Iris had just offered him a new broomstick. "You'd best make a spare pair, as well," said Severus, "given that those are worn out." "Naturally," replied Iris, as she adjusted something in the gray apparatus before pulling it down. Eye level to the child. "Now just look through here," she told the boy, indicating the eyepiece. "Do you see the writing?" No," said Potter, doing as she said. "Tell me when you can." She fiddled with some knobs on the gray metal. "Now," said the boy. Iris smiled. She waved her wand and the curtains closed over the windows. "Now I'm going to look inside your eye for a moment. It will feel very odd, but it shouldn't hurt. I'm going to shine a light in your eye." She pointed her wand at Potter, muttering an incantation. "Oh." Potter jerked back, for just a second, away from Iris' instrument. Severus got a look at the child's eyes, without his spectacles, with huge pupils in the dim light. He looked very young and curiously vulnerable. The sight gave Severus a strange tightness in his chest. "It's all right, dear. I told you it felt odd," said Iris kindly. "Just come back to where I can see them." "What are you looking for?" Potter asked, nervously. Iris peered through the instrument, back at Potter's eyes as she said, "Well, at the moment, I'm looking at the structures inside your eyes. And then I'm going to measure your eye and your cornea. And then we'll see what strength of GL you need." "Iris, replied, a little absently, pointing her wand at her own glees, magnifying her vision. Why do wizards even need glees? Asked Potter, a little irritably. Severus thought, why doesn't my magic just fix my eyes? Because, as far as your magic is concerned, there's nothing wrong with your eyes. It's merely a variation in the shape of your eyes or, in your case, in the shape of your cornea. Iris explained patiently, there are spells, of course, to fix them, but we can't perform them on children while they're growing. And it's rather expensive, honestly. It doesn't work for everyone, either. She stopped peering through the instrument and fiddled with a different knob. All right, tell me when the writing is clear and then read from the top. After a few seconds, Potter said, now. Then read out a series of letters. Iris humphed to herself, do your old glees give you headaches? She asked, sharply. I guess, replied Potter, shrugging. I'll give you some temporary glees, right now. Iris said. She exchanged a dark look with Severus. Clearly she had recognized the Quidditch story for what it was. Your magic has been working overtime to adjust those. And then, it could only adjust them so far without breaking them. Iris explained. She vanished the offending frames with a little flick of her wand. Why can't I just transfigure some to the right strength? Asked Potter. Because lenses are made to bend light. If you make them with magic, they don't last. Crystal is so much more durable. Crystal? Asked the boy. Severus wished he'd be half that inquisitive in CL. On the other hand, perhaps 1 Granger was enough. We use rock crystal, usually quartz. Muggles used it too, before GL became so much more inexpensive. Iris told the boy. She paused for breath, warming to her subject. Light is one of those odd things that act the same for wizards as for muggles. If you talk to Professor McGonagall, she'll explain it far better than myself. Wizards invented crystal prisms and from their crystal lenses, but only because it's so much easier to shape the crystal with magic. Muggle and wizards worked together in the early days of optics. The statute of wizarding secrecy was fairly new, you see. Not everyone abided by it. Your Muggle raised. Potter nodded, carefully. You've heard of lasers. Iris continued to speak while went to her sideboard where she kept a series of GL lenses in a box. She glanced at the little card where Potter's prescription was recorded magically and pulled out lenses of the correct strength. Yes. Iris spelled a quick set of frames onto the lenses. They're Muggle inventions that work almost like magic. It's really fascinating. They can produce effects that look just like magic. My cousin has a CD player. It's got a little light inside of it that reads the music somehow. Potter told her, thoughtfully. Iris beamed. Just so. She replied. She handed the pair to the boy. These will do, until I can make you proper ones. These are just GL and wire. She said, standing. Let's go find you a pair of frames you like. She said as she flicked her wand and the curtains slowly opened. The GL of the windows was a smoky gray that slowly lightened to clear to give one's eyes the chance to adjust to daylight again. Which ones do you like? Asked Iris, beckoning the child over and indicating the wall where the sample frames were kept. There were, at least, 100 different types. The child had no business looking as if Father Christmas had appeared with a full bag goodies, thought Severus. Potter also tried to stay down at the inexpensive end, Severus noticed. Severus? Asked Iris quietly, coming over to him while the child was examining himself in the mirror wearing a pair of, in all honesty, unbecoming dark frames, not unlike his old ones, not meaning to be CR here, but what is the boy's budget? Severus wrote a number down on a spare bit of parchment and handed it to her. It was not unheard of for the headmaster, or Severus himself, to pay for glees for students who were too poor to afford their own. Iris raised an eyebrow, but ever the professional, asked no questions. If I might make a suggestion, dear. She said, going back to the boy, I think with your face, you might be better off with these. She plucked a pair of gold wire frames from the other end of the display. Can't go wrong with gold, she said cheerfully. Oh, these are brilliant, exclaimed the child out loud. They were, indeed, much more flattering than the last pair. Then his face fell a little and he sighed, rather wistfully. Potter glanced at Severus, before he asked, quietly, how much would these cost? For these frames, 10 galleons, and for each charm another galleon. Iris said gently, but it's all within the budget Professor Snape named. Iris went to the desk, listing the charms she could put on the glees. Self-repairing is a must, in someone your age. Since you play Quidditch, we'll put on an impervious, as well. And a self-tinting charm. For bright days. Potter looked as though he might object, so Severus cut in, before he could start, those are all fine. And whatever else you think reasonable, in a wizard Mr. Potter's age, I can have these made up this afternoon. Can you bring Mr. Potter back this afternoon, or will it be Monday? Those temporary ones should last that long. Severus glanced at the boy. We have some errands to run in the village, we'll pick them up on our way back. Iris smiled. Of course, Severus. It'll be about 2 hours. Come along, Potter. Severus handed the boy his cloak, not wanting to give him time to panic about money. Severus glanced at his watch. We'll get a meal at the Three Broomsticks, he pronounced. Potter nodded, hurrying to keep up. Neither one said anything while they walked. Severus was thinking through the conversation he knew he had to have with the boy. They entered the busy pub, and Severus headed straight to the back, glaring at anyone who tried to come close enough to speak to the boy. He had no interest in allowing Potter to speak to any of his adoring fans. The boy kept close behind Severus, as if he had the same goal in mind. When they sat down at the table, he looked around interestedly, but he didn't speak or meet Severus' eyes. Rosmerta came to take their order. In the interest of simplicity, Severus ordered for both of them and the boy didn't object. Did you bring your potion? Severus asked. The child nodded, pulling it out of his pocket. He unscrewed it and drank it with a grimace. Again, Severus was grateful that formulation had anti-anxiety properties. To be safe, Severus cast a muffaliato. It appears you have some concerns about our arrangement, Severus said quietly. Potter looked at Severus and then looked away, again. I'm fine. He gritted. Potter, sighed Severus, you are a terrible liar. He raised one eyebrow at the boy. All right, then, the boy growled, why you? Rosmerta brought over their order before Severus answered, because I was the only one who could, at the time. He replied evenly, and do it quietly. He paused. I imagine we'll be able to change it before the school year is out. Since you never go home for holidays, nobody beyond a select few need know. Potter ate for a few minutes, apparently thinking, so, why do you care if my glees are broken and my robes are in a state? He didn't look up from his plate. Nobody will blame you. I do not care, Potter, replied Severus, glad that he'd ordered a lager. He really wanted a fire whiskey, but that wouldn't look good while sitting with a student. I have never much cared for what other people think of me. He overlooked the quiet snort from the boy. This is a matter of duty. At the moment, I am your guardian and it is my duty to see that your needs are met. Nothing more. But, those glees, they're expensive. I could have gotten something else, and I don't need 2 pairs. Potter said quietly. Severus put his knife and fork down. Mrs. Evans' favorite phrase coming back to him again, he'd almost forgotten where it had come from. Potter, you are enough to make a saint swear. He said in exasperation, the money is not an issue, and I will not have someone half-blind creating a hazard in my laboratory. And an extra pair is only prudent for someone who falls from brooms as often as yourself. Oh, Potter had almost finished inhaling his food. Severus might have been tempted to chide the boy on wolfing it down, if he didn't realize it was a side effect of the potion. Severus applied himself to his own food again. We don't have to get robes today, Potter said after a moment of looking at the table, if you have other things to do. Severus waved his hand dismissively. Not to worry, Potter. My day is clear until this evening. If you are still hungry, I believe Madame Rosmerta has some treacle tart available. She generally does on a Saturday. Potter looked at him with the same almost dumbfounded expression he'd had in the oculists. Why are you being so nice? The child asked suspiciously, as if he couldn't stop himself. In truth, he may not have been able to. Severus had changed the formula to increase the anti-anxiety properties, that tended to loosen the tongue. Severus took a drink before answering coolly, this is not nice, this is responsible. Clearly you are unaccustomed to seeing such behavior in the adults around you. Involuntarily, Severus flashed on the sight of Neville Longbottom's eyes open and staring in death. He felt cold inside as he realized that the statement, unavoidably, must include himself. The night Harry had found out he was a wizard was almost as strange as today was turning out to be. He, Harry, was sitting in a pub, eating treacle tart, with Professor Bloody Snape. What was more, Snape had spent the afternoon being quite decent to him, again. Even when Harry ducked what he'd assumed had been a hand coming to box his ears, Snape had not lost his calm. He had assured Harry that he would not take up where the Dursleys left off. Of course, that might all change when he couldn't get rid of Harry. For the moment, Harry was pleased. It was nice just to be able to see properly, with a pair of glees he wasn't shoving up his nose every 5 minutes. The temporary glees the oculist had given him fitted him better than the glees he'd had since he was 8 ever had. And Harry saw immediately what she meant about headaches. He didn't feel he had to strain to see things with these. He couldn't wait to get back onto the Quidditch pitch to try them out. Did Snape really mean for him to spend? Harry did a quick guesstimate, probably 60 galleons on glees. Harry didn't remember what the exchange rate for pounds was, but he'd guess it was a lot. Harry had tried to stay down the end where frames were marked with 1 galleon or 2 galleon tags. He remembered, vividly, the fuss Aunt Petunia had made at the opticians. The exam had been covered by the system, but not the glees themselves. Just give him the cheapest ones you have, she'd said, giving him a look. He'll only break them or lose them, anyway. The optician had given him a kind, sympathetic smile, but Harry had been mortified. Well, he'd never broken them. Now, he had to wonder if that wasn't due to his magic. No matter what Dudley or Uncle Vernon served up, his glees were whole at the end of it. Come to think of it, Dudley had stolen them a few times, but they always found their way back to his cupboard. Snape was being so weird. When the oculist had made a comment about Harry's old glees, Snape had come to his rescue, making it sound as if Harry's regular pair had fallen prey to a broomstick accident. What the hell was that about? Snape had acted almost like he understood Harry's emberment. Harry couldn't help but wonder, where was the money coming from that Snape was spending? From this mysterious support fund. How many months' worth of that had Snape just blown? Perhaps the whole year's worth. The hot meal, and not to mention treacle tart, was making Harry feel a bit veer, so he said, "Sir." He thought he'd be a bit more direct about the clothing thing than he had been a moment ago. He'd been trying to give the man an out, without being obvious. "Yes, Potter." The professor used a civil enough tone. Perhaps Harry should always talk to him after a lager. Do I still have enough? I mean, I know robes are expensive. I usually spend about 100 galleons and my glees, well, I was. Potter, stop rambling, and ask your question. Snape growled, losing patience. Harry bit his lip, took a deep breath. Well, can I afford? Snape rolled his eyes again. Yes, Potter. You are well within your budget. We don't buy any solid gold cauldrons to go with your glees. Harry blinked. That was nearly a joke. He looked at Snape's impish face, trying to decide if the man meant it as such. Well, so, what? It's going to be covered by this support fund. Is that for the year, then? Snape finished off the rest of his pint. Harry almost got the idea that he was stalling for time, planning his response. For the month, Snape finally said quietly, meeting Harry's eyes, the fund is substantial. Are you telling me Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were getting almost 200 galleons a month for keeping me? Harry said, trying to work out how many pounds that would be. He'd never mentioned his vault at Gringotts to the Dursleys because he knew they would try to get hold of it. Now it seemed that they already had gotten at least some. Snape cleared his throat. The exact sum is actually nearer 400 galleons. I must admit I was surprised myself by the figure. How many pounds is that? Whispered Harry, his in not taking it in. Snape looked at Harry, with an unreadable expression. I have no idea. Harry's breath caught in his chest and he looked away. It was good news. It really was. He didn't need to worry that whoever ended up being his guardian would be hurting for gold. He wouldn't be a burden. So it was good news. But why was it making his throat hurt and his eyes prickle? Took you in out of the kindness of our hearts. Aunt Petunia said, in his head, ungrateful little freak. Can I wait for you outside? Harry found himself asking Snape. Snape gave him a sharp look. I think not. But it is time to go. Harry stood quickly. For some reason, this was even more upsetting than finding out Snape was his guardian. He wanted to get outside, away from people, before he started doing something stupid, like crying. At least outside, he could pee tears off as the product of the cold wind. Snape stood and dropped some coins on the table, led the way out to the street. Harry took grateful gulps of the cold air. Snape was watching him with narrowed eyes. "Are you all right, Potter?" Harry nodded. What else was he supposed to do? It wasn't as if anyone, especially Snape, really wanted to know. Harry scrubbed at his eyes under his glees, trying to convince himself that his eyes were running from the sharp, raw wind. There was something about the Dursleys being paid to take him that made his skin creep. Always, they had told him that they took him in from pure charity. Merely because of the blood bond between he and Petunia. They'd said as much, any number of times. That though he was a freak, and a terrible burden, they were doing their duty by him. Blood was thicker than water, and that was the only reason they took him. "Potter," Snape said, again. "Fine," Harry grunted. And then, because it seemed he'd explode if he didn't say something, he hissed, "They always made me wear Dudley's cast-offs." "Did you know that? That would be your cousin?" asked Snape, quite casually, as if inquiring about the weather. He wasn't looking at Harry now, he was brushing the wrinkles out of his robes. "No. I didn't. Aunt Petunia said they couldn't afford to keep freaks in clothes. She said I was taking food out of Dudley's mouth." He spat. "She always said that. And Marge said." She said. Harry could picture Marge suddenly, very clearly in his mind, as she told him that his parents left him to be raised by the charity of his aunt and uncle. Of the nasty look of triumph, when she'd told him that he'd been left destitute by a pair of drunks. How, though his parents were such that the world was better without them, because of the ties of blood and family, the Dursleys had taken him in at great personal and financial cost. Even after Harry discovered he was a wizard, he'd assumed they'd been telling the truth about how much money they had to spend to feed and clothe him. "What did Marge say?" asked Snape, curiously. "She called my mother a..." Harry ground his teeth again. "The night I blew her up. She said that my mother was a who married a wastrel." "That is what caused the accidental magic?" asked Snape. Harry nodded, angrily. He crossed his arms across his chest, under his cloak, waiting for Snape to lay into him about it. Instead Snape snorted. If it had been anyone else, Harry would have been tempted to say it was a laugh. "I understand it took the magic reversal squad a good half-hour to put her right." A twitch of the lips that was a suppressed smirk. Harry's back stiffened. The bastard was laughing at him. Then Snape sighed and went back to his usual dour demeanor. You were never taking food out of anyone's mouth," he said stiffly. "We will correct the deficiencies in your wardrobe today." He seemed to hesitate, before continuing. "I'm sure you've realized by now, your father's family was quite well off. And your mother made some arrangements, through a Muggle solicitor that I have written to. It is quite likely that there might well be some money from that quarter, as well." Harry really didn't want to discuss this anymore. He supposed he should be grateful that Snape wanted to keep this secret, else the Slytherins would have a field day. The boy who lived, wearing cast-offs and sleeping in a cupboard. Snape was going on inexorably. "According to the other teachers, you do have your textbooks. Did you have need for any other supplies for school?" Harry shook his head, not changing his stance. "I assume you ordered everything by owl." Harry nodded. "Why didn't you order new robes that way?" Snape didn't sound angry, merely curious. "I only had enough gold for one or the other." Harry muttered, embered. Any minute now. Snape was going to laugh at him for his Hermione-ish tendencies. "It was what I had left over from my trip last year." "How much gold are you accustomed to withdrawing at a time?" Snape asked, thoughtfully. "I always take out about 200 galleons," said Harry. "Didn't spend it all last year's because there were a few things I didn't need to buy again. So I saved what was left over." Snape's eyebrows went up. "All of it?" "Well, yeah," replied Harry. "What do I have to spend it on? While I'm here, I get meals and everything. Even Hedwig's taken care of while we're here." Snape was giving him that, "You're a bug I'm about to chop into potion ingredients," look again, and Harry shivered involuntarily. "Come along, Potter," said Snape. "We've stood here, in the cold, long enough." Harry nodded, trotting along beside the tall man. Snape's face was set into its usual imp of expression, although Harry thought he felt the man giving him glances now and then. They came to a shop whose sign proclaimed, "Tatty's Fine robes since 1453. This will do, remarked Snape, guiding Harry in with a hand on his shoulder. The shop was smaller than Madame Malkin's, in Diagon Alley. On one wall a row of bulk Hogwarts robes hung neatly, on the other wall, a veritable rainbow of robes. At the back was a wall lined with mirrors. Bright daylight sifted in from skylights in the ceiling. Harry looked again. The sky through the skylights was false, since they showed a blue sky with fluffy white clouds. As Harry looked, a bird merrily flew across the clouds. After the chill gray of the outside, it gave Harry a warm I love magic feeling. Professor Snape. Oh, sir, what can I do for you? An oily voice called. A man almost as small as Professor Flitwick was standing at the cash register in the back. Mr. Potter needs robes for school, Snape said. The man did a double take, then pulled out his tape measure as he hurried down the shop to them. Mr. Potter. Indeed, a great honor to meet you. Oh, yes, of course. He stared avidly at Harry's scar. A great honor. Harry felt his cheeks warm. He dropped his eyes and unconsciously tugged on his fringe to pull it down over the scar. And, what shall I get for you, sir? Something in velvet, to impress the witches, the man asked jovially. Professor Snape cleared his throat. I think we will make do with the regulation school robes. Thank you, very much, he said icily. What, buying your robes this late in the year? Asked the man, surprised. Come to school without them? Yes, well, Mr. Potter's family is Muggle, replied Snape, not giving Harry the chance to reply himself. Generally he goes with the family of one of his housemates, but they were away this year. Professor McGonagall was going to bring him the first week, but Snape trailed off significantly. The shopkeeper nodded, suddenly grave. Oh, yes. She's been in London, hasn't she? Over the Longbottom affair. Terrible tragedy, just terrible. I knew the boy's parents, you know. He sighed. What's going to become of the uncle? Have they decided? Harry involuntarily ed in his breath at the indirect reference to Neville. He didn't know why it was so upsetting. Probably because this day had him feeling all sorts of off balance. Dementors was the last I heard, Snape replied, darkly. Harry wondered what that was. I understand you knew the lad, Mr. Potter, said the shopkeeper. Mrs. Longbottom said you were in the same year as he. Harry nodded, stiffly. That is neither here, nor there, Snape said archly, unexpectedly coming to Harry's rescue. He gave the shopkeeper one of his fiercest glares. I think it is best that you just take the boy's size and get on with it. Oh, yes, of course, the shopkeeper replied, fawningly. The shopkeeper kept his comments to a minimum after that, fitting Harry for robes with alacrity. Probably Snape standing there with his arms crossed, glancing at his watch every few minutes likely gave the man incentive to hurry. Finally, the Harry had everything on the list ordered, as well as a load of extra things Snape deemed necessary. Boots and trainers, as well as shoes to wear to CL, an extra cloak, and a stack of socks and underwear. The shopkeeper became more servile as the order increased. Harry was relieved when they were finally done, and could leave the shop. Professor Snape ordered everything to be delivered to Harry's dorm that afternoon. I will expect you to appear at dinner looking a bit less disheveled, Mr. Potter, Snape told him as they left. Please, see to it that you toss those in the rubbish. He gave Harry's current robes a disdainful glance. They're not that bad, grumbled Harry. Snape raised one eyebrow, but didn't say anything further. Well, okay, they were, Harry had to admit to himself, fingering the threadbare sleeve, but he'd be damned if he'd agree with Snape. I need to stop by the apothecary's while we're here, announced Snape. I would appreciate if you would refrain from embering me while we're there. Mr. Wold's appearance is quite startling. Harry glared at Snape, but said nothing. This shop had no display in the front window. The shop itself was floor-to-ceiling shelves filled with jars. As one came in the door directly to the right was a counter with a man standing behind it. He looked up and turned to them, as the door closed. Harry had to bite back a gasp. He had never seen someone so scarred. The left side of the man's face was perfectly smooth and unmarked. His features were regular and even handsome, but the right side had the look of a melted candle. Where the right eye should have been, there was a flap of skin that fused to the man's cheek in pink and white lumps. The right side of his nose was completely without flesh, it was just thin skin drawn over cartilage, with no nostril on that side. The mouth had no lips and sagged on the right side, pulled down into a permanent grimace. It looked as though the skin had been burned down to the man's underlying skull. The cheekbone and the jawbone standing out harshly. "Hello, Severus." The man's mouth twisted. It took a moment for Harry to realize it was meant to be a smile. Professor Snape smiled at the man. "How are you, Marcus?" Harry had never heard Snape so friendly with anyone before. "Oh, you know, business is good. Can't complain." He turned to pick up a package, behind the counter. "Here's your order." As he handed it to Snape, Harry saw that the right hand was similarly burned. He wondered if it were the man's whole side, or if he'd put up his hand to try to shield his face. Harry quickly looked away, before either of the adults could catch him staring. Instead he looked at the many jars on the walls. Some were full of dried plants, others liquid of varying colors, some contained bits of things Harry didn't even like to speculate on. Snape and the apothecary exchanged more pleasantries before Snape said, "Yes, this is our Mr. Potter." Harry looked towards the man and said, "Hello, sir," very quietly. He steeled himself and managed to look him in that one eye, without blanching. "Mr. Potter." The apothecary grinned that parody of a smile at Harry, but he didn't seem to expect further conversation. After a few minutes, Snape's purchases were checked and paid for and tucked away in the man's robes. Shrinking spells were very useful, Harry thought. They were half a block away from the shop when Snape said, grudgingly, "I appreciate that you didn't allow Mr. Wold's appearance bother you. What happened to his face?" Harry asked quietly. His own scar was famous and drew stares, but really, it was easy enough to hide. The attention it drew was also mostly positive, Harry had to admit, even if it was a bit overwhelming at times. It didn't make people look away. "Potions accident. An explosion," grunted Snape. "That is why I do not allow horseplay in my laboratory." Oh, Harry realized that he needed to spend some time thinking on today. "I believe Madame Vitria will have your glees ready. We should have them fitted and then head back to the castle," Snape said. Harry nodded. "I should mention, Potter," the man said slowly as they walked, "Professor Burbage has started a discussion group with some of the students who have had difficulties with their families. It's open to anyone who wants to join. It may do you some good." Harry shrugged. That was not going to happen. The last thing Harry wanted to do was discuss the Dursleys, and it was certain to get out if he talked about it in a group. "If you worry about keeping this arrangement secret, I assure you that Professor Burbage uses privacy spells to ensure no talk's out of turn." Snape went on, "However, it is strictly up to you." It seemed like the man was waiting for some reply, so Harry settled on, "Yes, sir. I should also mention that the Weasleys have spoken to the headmaster about taking over this responsibility, when we can arrange it quietly." "They did?" asked Harry, hopefully. "Until that happy day, I suggest we both try to make the best of things." Snape continued in that dry, arch tone. He sounded like he did when he was giving his first lecture of the year. "I will no more tolerate rule breaking than I ever have, but you can avoid your more," he paused looking for a word, "colorful escapades. I believe we can both cope with this." "Yes, sir," sighed Harry. By this time they had arrived at the oculists again. Snape opened the door and waved Harry inside. It took no time for Madame Vitria to fit his glees. Harry marveled at the change the new glees made. First Harry thought they made him look older, then he decided they didn't, but they had the effect of making him look just better. The metal picked up the color of his eyes and the clear crystal made them more visible. Snape stood in the background, with that curious Essing stare again. "He really does have his mother's eyes," Madame Vitria remarked to Snape, "such a vivid green. I'd make a fortune if I could replicate the color." "You knew my mother?" asked Harry. "When she was in school?" "Oh, she was in the healers program at St. Mungo's. I worked in the hospital then," replied Madame Vitria, "but I believe Professor Snape was in the same year as she." Harry turned his startled gaze to Snape. "Did you know my mother, then?" Severus had just one more meeting, before he could retire to his rooms and some well-earned peace and quiet. The afternoon with Potter was more disturbing than Severus liked to admit. It had been upsetting to watch the boy's reaction to the amount of money Petunia had been receiving to keep him. Severus had found himself in the uncomfortable place again, wanting to offer a word of comfort without knowing how. Interesting that Potter's impulse to not accept charity seemed to come from the same place Severus' own did, having been on the receiving end of grudging charity once too often. Petunia would surely have sent the boy to an orphanage, if not for the monthly checks from Gringotts. However, she had seen to it that she had the boy thinking she'd taken him in out of the dubious kindness of her non-existent heart. It might have been better had the boy actually gone into the system. Eventually, one of the people in the Wizard Child Protection Office would have heard about it. Sadly though, that would have brought it right around to the Ministry handing Potter off to the highest bidder. This meeting tonight was with all the individuals that Dumbledore deemed it necessary to know about Potter's changed status. Severus had insisted that he speak with them all at once. After the meeting with Dumbledore last week, Severus had decided he wasn't going to go through that again. Or at least more times than was necessary, so he'd agreed to meet with them. As soon as Minerva and Poppy came back, it would be difficult to tell Minerva. James Bloody Potter and his gang had been the apple of Minerva's eye. Potter and his treacherous best friend, Black, had both been brilliant in her specialty, transfiguration. Harry Potter was one of her favorites too. Although he was never as good at transfiguration as his father, it was getting more and more difficult to deny that, except in looks, Harry actually resembled the elder Potter less than Severus had originally thought. It was likely that Minerva would be three kinds of livid, both over the truth of Potter's treatment at the Dursleys and the truth of his parentage. Although Severus respected her as a colleague and liked her as much as he ever liked anyone, as a person, she had never married herself and, perhaps, wouldn't understand the lengths a witch might go to when caught up in the longing for a child. Severus truly wished there was some way around telling her, but Dumbledore felt that keeping the truth from her would be more dangerous. As Potter's head of house, she had full access to his files. She could inadvertently stir up trouble by inquiring why Harry wasn't going back to the Dursleys. Poppy would be fine. Severus had always worked well with her, and as a healer, she understood that in many wizard families, certain arrangements had been made. He knew for a fact that she had made this Occlutus Paternus potion once while he had been a teacher at Hogwarts. Severus had never asked for whom was she making it, he'd merely provided her with the grimoire that contained the recipe and some of the more expensive ingredients from his own stores. The other parties that Dumbledore had to explain it to were Molly and Arthur Weasley, if they were going to get their cooperation to take the child off his hands and do it quietly. No telling how the two of them would react to this. So, they were all meeting at Dumbledore's office now. Severus thought he'd prefer to face a full Wizengamot, with life in Azkaban on the line. He stood before Dumbledore's gargoyle, took a long breath, squaring his shoulders. He felt like he was entering a Death Eater meeting, with a pissed-off Dark Lord presiding. Perhaps Minerva would be angry enough to cruciate Severus, when she heard his tale. "Blood pops," he said to the gargoyle, which jumped aside. "Worried about Ginny, to be honest," a woman's voice was saying. "She just doesn't sound like herself. I've been wondering if we shouldn't have her home. After what happened. Now, Molly, we'll keep an eye on her," Dumbledore was saying in a conciliatory voice. The Weasleys were already there, having apparently come by flow. "Headmaster," Severus said in his chilliest voice. He was not pleased with having had to provide the headmaster with the memory, but it had been that or Veritaserum, if he was going to keep the formidable wizard's esteem and his job. In a way, Severus couldn't fault Dumbledore, after having come to the man 14 years ago with the knowledge that the Dark Lord was pursuing the Potters because of Severus. Severus thrust that thought aside ruthlessly. Self-castigation would not get him through this evening. "Severus." Dumbledore's voice was warm and welcoming. Clearly the scene in the Pensieve had rurred him. Severus had avoided speaking to the old bastard all week, save for one or two conversations regarding the boy's sudden aversion to talking to anyone other than his sidekicks. Severus remembered how still the old man had gone, when Severus had presented him with Harry's exam report and then with the document that spelled out the new custodial arrangements. Dumbledore had spent a good 15 minutes reading through the medical report. "I knew they weren't entirely happy with taking Harry in, but I never imagined they were capable of this," he'd said in a very quiet voice. Which reminded Severus, he needed to have Poppy look at the boy's hand. Severus didn't like the child's habit of clenching it and shaking it out as if it pained him. It was possible it hadn't healed right. The headmaster picked up his wand and conjured a comfortable green armchair next to Molly Weasley, Please, sit down, Severus. We're waiting for the rest of us. Severus nodded at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. They exchanged an indecipherable look and a nod with each other. Hello, Professor Snape, said Mrs. Weasley. It's good to see you. She smiled at him gently and he inclined his head graciously. He had to stay in their good graces, at all costs. He had seen the hope in the boy's eyes when he'd mentioned the possibility of the Weasleys taking custody of him. Severus was uncomfortably aware that he didn't like to disappoint the child, not after what he'd heard and seen. Severus was no sooner seated than the door opened and Poppy and Minerva entered. Both witches looked tired, having just arrived back at the castle that afternoon. Minerva, especially, looked exhausted, her eyes sunken and shadowed. There seemed to be many more lines around her mouth and a new streak of white adorned her pinned-up gray hair. She and Augusta Longbottom had been schoolmates, and both Frank and Alice had been Gryffindors. Losing Longbottom had been like losing one of her own grandchildren. Severus shook his head. None of them would have thought that it was possible that a student could be being abused so harshly, right under their noses. It seemed that Neville Longbottom, like many victims of abuse, had gone to some pains to hide the injuries his uncle had caused him. Most likely in a misguided attempt to protect his grandmother. Dumbledore had offered to show each head of house the inquest report. Severus would have to read it. He was not looking forward to yet another helping of guilt. He missed Dumbledore's greeting to the women, not hearing what the old man was saying until Remus joins us. Severus glared at Dumbledore. So you've invited Lupin, as well? He growled. I thought it prudent, as he already is aware of the circumstances, and witnessed the documents, replied Dumbledore serenely. Dentist Severus definitely had to see a dentist. Granger's parents were dentists, perhaps they'd give him a referral to someone who treated tooth grinding. He was getting very tired of constant headaches. Perhaps he should make it a matter of course to at least take a calming draught, before coming to Dumbledore's office. I believe that you four should read the report, from the exam Severus did on Harry, before we speak of anything else. Dumbledore went on, gravely to the others in the room. Remus witnessed the exam, so we needn't wait for him for that. The elderly wizard waved his wand and a copy of the report appeared floating in the air in front of each of them. Severus watched their faces as they scanned the parchment. Poppy's hand came up to cover her open mouth. She slowly sat down in the chair conjured for her by the headmaster. Minerva looked up at Dumbledore. Before she even finished, I told you, she hissed, sounding remarkably like her feline animagus form. In 2 strides, the tall woman crossed to Dumbledore's desk and slammed the parchment down on it. I told you. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had taken each other's hand. Mrs. Weasley was shaking her head. I knew there was something not right, but I couldn't get him to tell me anything when he stayed with us. I wrote to his aunt and uncle. Never heard back. I assumed they were just put off by Owl Post. She trailed off. Poppy's eyes were huge. We can't take this to the ministry, she whispered, never taking her hand from her mouth, as if fearing what she had to say. The anti-Muggle sentiment. People will go mad. There will be killings. Oh, Severus always knew Poppy was quick, but then she was a half-blood. She saw certain things more clearly, because of her outsider status. No, we can't, agreed Dumbledore, quietly. Arthur Weasley looked up, sharply, from the paper to Severus. This would be the reason for the letter Ron sent me, then. Severus nodded. I have already taken custody of the boy, he admitted quietly. Stunned silence reigned. But, how? Gasped Minerva. At last, Albus. Did you talk someone into? Dumbledore sighed. No, and I fear, at the moment, the Wizengamot would want to try the thing in full session. And naturally, that would cause the press to become involved. The little Hufflepuff girl was proof of that. Although her name was withheld, her story had been the stuff of Skeeter's special interest column for the past week. There would have been no keeping this quiet. Professor Snape, Mrs. Weasley said, in a very low voice, is there some blood relationship between you and Harry? Severus nodded once. Perhaps your father and Lily's parents, then? Asked Minerva, a little desperately, but that makes no sense. She answered her own question, I don't understand. Severus felt Poppy staring hard at him. He took a deep breath. Potter is, biologically, my. Severus couldn't say it, my offspring. Minerva was quite still for a moment, then she rounded on Severus. What did you do? She demanded. This was not unlike Dumbledore's reaction the previous week, although Dumbledore's outrage had been expressed more quietly. Dumbledore, in a rage, was enough to freeze one solid. Minerva's version of it was much easier to cope with. For Severus, I helped Lily with her problem, he answered sourly, standing to match her height. Are you expecting us to believe Lily Potter played the harlot with you, voluntarily? Minerva demanded, drawing her wand. Severus' wand was in his hand. Before Minerva could say another word, have a care, Minerva, he hissed. But, that's what you're saying, isn't it? Minerva was furious, her eyes wild, so either it was, or Lily was whore. Minerva, said Poppy sharply, stop it. Let Severus speak. She had risen too, and was ready to hex them both, by the look of things. Dumbledore cleared his throat, loudly, Minerva, I quite understand your reaction, but Severus has provided me with the memory of the circumstances. They are quite extraordinary. And I don't believe Severus has any reason to feel guilt, in this instance. Oh no, not in this instance. The old bastard was so careful with his words. Oh, no, she wheeled around on her heel, and what possible circumstances could excuse UAL relations with a married woman? Severus had not taken his wand off of Minerva, nor would he until she calmed down, but he lowered his tip a trifle. James Potter was infertile, he said in a low voice. Severus was aware that Mrs. Weasley had made a little, of comprehension, although he didn't look at her. Minerva just blinked, and that involved you, how? She asked sharply. Lily used the Occlutus potion. Didn't she? Asked Poppy softly. Severus nodded, never taking his eyes off Minerva. Minerva turned to look at Poppy. What's that? She asked sharply. Poppy opened her mouth to answer, but it was Dumbledore who spoke. It is used to make a child resemble a man, so that they might be taken as father and son. So, it is used to hide infidelity. Minerva's voice was clipped and tight. Actually, generally not. Put in Mrs. Weasley, unexpectedly, it's used in those cases where a woman merely wants her child to resemble her husband. Often, where the husband can't father children. James and Lily were trying to conceive a child, Minerva. Lupin said, quietly. Severus started a little, not having heard the man come into the room. Damn, that shouldn't happen. Minerva turned her head toward Lupin. What are you saying, Remus? Both of you, put up your wands. Dumbledore said softly, this helps no one. After one last poisonous look at Severus, Minerva dropped her wand, although she didn't put it away. Severus tucked his own back into his robes. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a GL of wine before each of them. Minerva took hers out of the air and sat down slowly in another conjured chair. Severus and Poppy both took their seats, as well. Remus and I have both examined the memory Severus left for us in my pensieve, and we are both satisfied that it was as Severus has stated, proclaimed Dumbledore. Severus lifted his chin a little, refusing to outwardly acknowledge how the thought of the wolf witnessing a scene from his personal life made his insides squirm. He took one breath and emptied his mind of its swirling emotion. There was no coercion involved. Dumbledore went on, quite the reverse, actually. Lily asked Severus. Minerva dropped her GL. Lily did that. She gasped. Minerva looked as if her world were crashing down around her. I stood in for her mother at her wedding. She was so in love with James, how could she be unfaithful? Poppy sighed and waved her wand, mending the GL and returning it to Minerva's hand. Lupin moved to stand beside her, putting his hand on her shoulder. She was never unfaithful to James. I don't think she would have taken the action she did, if she hadn't loved him with all her heart. Lupin told Minerva, gently. Mrs. Weasley leaned forward. So, Lily asked you to help her conceive. She asked Severus in a soft voice. She said she was going to go to a Muggle clinic if I didn't help. Frankly, knowing Lily, she would have. They have created a method of artificially inseminating a woman whose husband has this problem. Severus fished around in his pocket for the Muggle brochure he'd procured. Fertility treatments and sperm donation. Glancing around at the confused, consternated faces, he multiplied it, so each could have one, and then he ped them around. I did fear that, if she sought Muggle help, her child would be a squib. Severus went on. Hearing his own voice take on the timbre of a seal room lecture, we really don't know how magic is transmitted. The likelihood is that it is encoded in our genes, present in the gametes, that is to say, egg and sperm. However, magic is so unpredictable that it may not be preserved through the processes the Muggles used to prepare and preserve the sperm. All eyes but Poppy's stared at him, blankly. He felt like he was in a potion CL full of first years who hadn't done their reading. Sadly, he couldn't take points from or IGN detentions to this group. Minerva especially seemed to be struggling, but how could James have been infertile? She asked shakily. She read the little pamphlet she held in her hands, and, this donation business. Muggles do this commonly. Not commonly, no, replied Severus, it's expensive. And rather involved. But, when a woman wants a child, she's often willing to try anything. He thought it wise to not shock Minerva with all the techniques witches and Muggle women were known to try to get themselves with children. Did you and she go to a Muggle healer, then? She waved the pamphlet about. No, Minerva, Severus said, calmly, I had never heard of it before Lily told me of it. I'm still not convinced it would be possible to use it to conceive a wizard child. And it undoubtedly would have taken a few cycles to actually do the thing. Muggle healers have a success rate of about 25%, even using potions to force ovulation. Natural insemination has about an 80% success rate if the woman is ovulating. There must have been some better way to go about it, though, rather than sullying her marital vows. I still can't believe that Lily. Minerva looked ready to weep. Oh yes, Severus ground out, because an Ignatian with a syringe and surgical tubing is so much more dignified. He stood again, swept past Dumbledore to glower out the window at the darkened grounds. Dumbledore sighed. Apparently it is not uncommon among the pure-blood families. I have received something of an education this week, he said a little shamefacedly. The healers I have spoken to just call it the blight. Dumbledore looked very gravely at Severus, and I offer you my apologies for doubting you, Severus. Severus inclined his head, acknowledging, if not accepting, the apology. So, why did you never come forward as Harry's father before? Arthur Weasley asked, finally speaking. You could have done this, a long time ago. He didn't sound accusing, just curious. Severus whirled. Oh, yes, because as you yourselves have shown, the wizarding world is so tolerant. He spat. He crossed his arms against his chest. I would never have ruined Lily's good name. Severus, Dumbledore said, quietly, you said you never liked Petunia, but you never offered objection to my placing Harry with her. Severus was not going to let the old man lay that one at his door, because, if the qualifications for parenthood were revoked due to my dislikes, there would be no one in the whole of Britain who still had children. He replied darkly, you erred me. He took a deep breath. In fact, you erred the entire wizarding world, that Petunia Dursley was delighted to take her sister's child. Dumbledore closed his eyes, looking as defeated as Severus had ever seen him. You are right, of course, Severus. There was an uncomfortable silence, broken when Mrs. Weasley asked, Professor Snape, do I take it, you intend to retain custody of Harry? Severus would have expected her tone to be much more hostile than it was. No, Mrs. Weasley, he replied, I was hoping you and your husband would be willing. I thought perhaps we could do it quietly, before the start of the summer holidays. He looked at she and her husband. They looked at each other. Mr. Weasley nodded at his wife. Of course, we'd be happy to take Harry, she said, but, perhaps, we need not make it legal. It may be that you and Harry, well, neither of you have any family. Severus just stared at the woman for a second. I don't think so, he said, coldly. A momentary exchange of bodily fluids does not create a parental bond. Nor should it, Severus, Dumbledore said, reprovingly. Mrs. Weasley just smiled. Not to worry, it's been a very difficult few weeks, for all of us. Of course we'll take Harry. Harry wants to come to us, of course. Quote, Severus couldn't imagine Potter would have it any other way. The second or third day she was back, McGonagall called Harry into her office. Harry had been shocked by how much weight she'd lost and the stark white stripe that now adorned her hair, things he'd noticed the first day she'd returned to teaching Transfiguration. The weight loss was much more obvious now as he stood in her office than when she was up in front of the seal room. Her robes seemed to be wearing her. For the first time ever she seemed like a frail old woman. She waved her wand and the door shut gently behind Harry. For a moment she just looked at him. He nervously stood, quelling the urge to rock from foot to foot. She gestured to the straight-backed, wooden chair in front of her desk, and he took it. She looked at him as though she'd never seen him before. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" He finally asked to break the uncomfortable silence. "Yes, Harry, she must be worried about me," he thought, as she seldom called him by his first name. Her voice was very quiet and gentle. "Professor Snape apprised the headmaster and I of your circumstances with your relatives." Oh, Harry knew she had to be told, but that didn't make it any easier. He nodded, unwilling to trust his voice. He wasn't sure he could cope with the humiliation if she suddenly started treating him as though he were fragile. "I know Mr. Longbottom's death must have been quite a shock, as it was to all of us. Augusta, Mrs. Longbottom, said he always spoke very highly of you and Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger." She stopped, her mouth trembling. I wanted to tell you how sore." Harry cut her off. "It's fine, Professor," he said firmly, pleased that his voice didn't tremble. Normally, he would never ever have interrupted Professor McGonagall, but he was almost panicked by the idea she might apologize to him. It panicked him almost as much as talking about Neville did. Something must have shown on his face as a look of comprehension flitted across hers. "Did Professor Snape explain why he took custody of you?" she asked, changing the subject. Harry nodded. "He said he was the only one available. I know you and Professor Dumbledore were busy." She nodded. Harry thought she looked quite relieved now. He could hardly blame her. It must have been a real problem to figure out what to do with him, but it wasn't as though he wasn't accustomed to that. Every time the Dursleys went out, there had been a bit of a fuss to find someone to pee him off to if Mrs. Fig wasn't around. "Quite right," she said after a moment. She had begun to regain her brisk manner, sounding much more like herself. "I know that you and Professor Snape have not always gotten along, but I trust he has been." She paused, seeming to search for the right word. "All right." Harry nodded. Snape had been more than all right, for Snape. "He's been really decent, actually," Harry said honestly, wondering where this was going. McGonagall relaxed minutely. "I want you to know you can come to me if you have any trouble, in future, Harry," she said, back to that soft, gentle voice. Harry stopped himself from rolling his eyes. He was fond of the stern professor, though he'd never admit it to Ron, of course, but he'd never viewed her as a confidant. Especially since first year when she'd discounted Ron, Hermione, and himself telling her that someone was trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. All he said was, "Yes, Professor." After that little interview, the teachers seemed content to leave him alone. Even Lupin had given up his campaign of trying to have a friendly chat with Harry. Snape seemed to keep a closer eye on him in CL, but otherwise behaved almost normally. The term settled into its usual round of homework and Quidditch practice. Harry slipped out every afternoon to feed Snuffles, although it was getting darker earlier. Harry made sure he got back in before dinner. He had the vague idea that he wasn't supposed to be out after dark, though he didn't ask anyone directly for fear of them forbidding him from going out at all. He couldn't venture out at lunchtime either. Snape had repeated to him, the day they'd bought his new things, that he would ban Harry from Quidditch if Harry missed a meal. Snuffles, for his part, was rapidly becoming the best friend and confidant Harry had. Ron and Hermione were wrapped up in some drama over Ron's rat and Hermione's cat. Harry was also uneasy about speaking to them about what was going on in his head. He didn't want them to get the wrong idea and run to a teacher. Snuffles didn't judge and was more affectionate than Hedwig. Harry supposed that dogs were just cuddlier. Many afternoons found Harry curled up under a tree with the giant dog, especially as the weather turned colder. The bed Neville used to occupy was moved from the dorm, and after a few days, it didn't even seem strange that there were only 4 of them. It upset Harry how quickly Neville's absence became normal, though, as if they were somehow betraying his memory. The teachers seemed to be recovering from their shock as well, although McGonagall's lessons seemed less difficult than last year and Snape, while not what one could call nice, lacked the harshness that had characterized his lessons before Neville's death. Dumbledore's eyes still followed Harry when he was in the Great Hall, but that was the only place Harry ever saw the headmaster. It was hard for Harry to keep track of his studies though. Sometimes there didn't seem much point to finishing homework or turning up at practice. Some days, getting out of bed seemed like a Herculean effort. He was so tired all the time. Part of that was very likely that Harry didn't sleep more than an hour or two at a time. Often he didn't know what his dreams had been about, he just woke feeling as though a dreadful weight was pressing down on him. Some dreams had him following someone, he was never sure who, but never quite catching up with them. They would be leaving a room just as he was entering it. Occasionally, he had terribly vivid dreams of Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia that drove him out of his bed, to the relative safety of the common room, where he'd attempt to get an hour or two of sleep on one of the well-worn couches before breakfast. It was well into October when Hedwig dropped him a note during breakfast. "Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey is expecting you this afternoon after CL. She will check your weight and I have asked her to give you a quick exam to ascertain that your old injuries have healed properly. You have gained sufficient weight. I think that it is reasonable to discontinue the appetite stimulant, but please do not miss any meals. Professor Snape." Madame Pomfrey behaved fairly normally when Harry turned up in the hospital wing after class that evening. Her manner toward him hadn't changed. She asked her questions in the same professional tone she'd always used. Harry relaxed, rurred by her no-nonsense demeanor. In the weeks since Snape did his exam, Harry had gained almost a stone according to Madame Pomfrey. She smiled when she read the numbers. "Professor Snape's potion always seems to do the trick in these cases," she said. Harry nodded. "So I can keep playing Quidditch?" he asked, a little anxiously. The Mediwitch sighed. "If you must. Now, be still for a moment more," she said, running her wand over him. At least she hadn't asked him to undress. As it was far too reminiscent of the exam that had started the whole thing. "May I see your hand?" she asked suddenly. "My hand. The right one," she replied, glancing at a bit of parchment. He held it out. He'd noticed that sometimes it ached when it rained and when he wrote long essays. Madame Pomfrey directed her wand at it. A reddish glow surrounded Harry's knuckles. She made a low noise in her throat. "You've got some arthritis in these joints. Do they get swollen?" Harry shrugged. "Sometimes, I guess. But, how can I have arthritis? I thought only old people got that. It's the type one gets from wear and tear. Those joints and bones were crushed. They healed, but not as well as they should have, so you have inflammation." She looked at him sharply. "Was it ever set?" asked Harry. That seemed to be answer enough for her. She made another one of those irritated sounds. "The best I can do is vanish the bones and regrow them, properly this time." Harry shuddered. "Do we have to do it tonight?" He'd had to regrow bones last year when Lockhart vanished his arm bones. Now he sort of wished Lockhart had done his hand too, and it was a very unpleasant thing. Madame Pomfrey sighed. "No, not tonight. I'd like you to have some time in the morning to sleep, so it's best we do it on a Friday or Saturday evening." She waved her wand and summoned a large book, which thumped itself open on the table beside her. She leafed through pages marked October. "Yes, next Saturday will be fine. Come up after your dinner. You'll likely want to bring something to read." Harry nodded. "Yes, Madame Pomfrey." He glanced out the window. It was still light enough that he could go feed Snuffles, if she let him go now. "Can I go, madam? I had some extra homework I wanted to get to." She asked absently as she wrote something on a bit of parchment. "Oh, yes, of course, dear." Harry didn't need telling twice. He hurried down to the grounds where the sun was still a little above the horizon. "Hey, boy," he said to Snuffles who was waiting patiently by their rock. The dog wagged his tail and nuzzled to be pet. Harry pulled out the sausages he'd taken from the table at breakfast, feeding them one by one to the dog. Harry was pleased to see that the dog had put on some weight, too. The afternoon was fine, with the October sunset making the red, orange, and yellow leaves left on the trees flare beautifully. Harry sat down against the sun-warmed rock, wrapping his cloak securely around him. This was a much better one than his old cloak. Snape had insisted on this particular one at the shop, complaining that his old cloak was an invitation to hypothermia. Snape was a puzzle that Harry still couldn't get his head around. The big black dog lay with his head on Harry's outstretched legs. Harry rested his hand on the dog, thinking that he needed to go back soon. But it was nice to sit here for a few minutes. It was full dark the next time Harry opened his eyes. He wasn't sure what had woken him, and all he wanted to do was drop back off, but his bed seemed awfully hard for some reason. It took him a moment to figure out where he was. He could see the almost full moon on the horizon. Snuffles was gone and Harry could hear the wind through the trees of the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Merlin, what time was it? Harry scrambled to his feet, cold and stiff. He fumbled in his pocket for his wand, lighting it so he could see his watch. It was past midnight. McGonagall was going to go mad. She'd been most adamant since her return that students be in the common room by curfew. And Snape was likely to make good on his threat to ban Harry from Quidditch. God only knew what else he might do, for all that he swore he wasn't going to raise a hand to Harry. Perhaps no one had noticed he was gone. As if that was bloody likely. Harry sighed. There was nothing for it. He shook the leaves off his cloak, stretched, and headed back to the castle entrance, hoping Filch had forgotten to lock the doors tonight. He doubted he'd be so lucky. Halfway back, as Harry ped the greenhouses, he saw the end of someone's lit wand. He really hoped they weren't looking for him. Potter, hissed Snape's angry voice out of the darkness. Harry froze, his stomach feeling as though it had shattered into pieces. Where the devil have you been, boy? The tall man demanded, closing the distance between them in 3 long strides. Instinctively, Harry threw up his hand to protect his face. This was far too much like Uncle Vernon in one of his rages. Please, I just fell asleep and... You fell asleep. Snape grabbed Harry's shoulder, his eyes sweeping up and down to check Harry over as though he were looking for injuries. Are you mad? I was just about to ask the Aurors to look for you. Snape's black eyes were furious. He gave Harry a little shake. What the hell were you? Harry never got to hear what Snape's question was. A black furry M jumped past Harry and tore Snape's hand from Harry's shoulder. Snape's wand light appeared on the ground as Snuffles slammed the adult wizard's body down with a dull thud. Harry hastily lit his own wand. Snuffles had one paw on Snape's chest and one paw on the man's wand hand. Snape was struggling and cursing, holding the great dog's jaw away from his throat with his free hand. Snuffles, cried Harry, stop, off, down. Oh, he was going to be in so much trouble. Harry grabbed the animal around the neck and frantically tried to pull him off of the professor. Snuffles, off. Potter, what the hell are you doing? Get away before the damn thing eats you, shouted Snape, trying to wrestle his wand arm out from underneath the dog's paw. Snuffles, no, bad dog, Harry shouted in the dog's ear as he tried, fruitlessly, to drag the dog away from his guardian. Bloody dog, you're making it worse. The dog backed off with a sudden whine. He turned to Harry, gave him a lick on the cheek, then turned to growl again at Snape, who lay still on the ground, breathing hard. Snape asked in his deadliest voice, "Do you know this animal?" Slowly, he moved to stand up, taking care to keep his wand between himself and the dog. Snuffles kept his body between Harry and Snape, his hackles up, growling low in his throat. Harry tried to haul him back a bit, with his arms still around the dog's neck. Yes, sir, he said breathlessly. He's never acted like this before. I think he must be someone's familiar. Harry suddenly had a horrified memory of hearing a news story of a dog that had to be put down for attacking someone. At the time he'd wished that would happen to Marge's dog Ripper, but no one cared if a dog attacked someone like him. No one would care about a dog attacking Harry, but a dog attacking Snape. Please, sir, said Harry, not even caring about the begging tone of voice or the fact that tears had started to spill down his cheeks. It was dark, and anyway, Harry couldn't see how he could get into much worse trouble with Snape. I've been feeding him and I guess he's gotten fond of me or something. He probably thought he was helping me. I know he's probably a wizard's familiar. We can find out whose and send him back there. He didn't know who you were. He's not dangerous. We can take him to Hagrid's. Please, don't. Harry wasn't even sure what he was asking for. Potter, calm down, said the potion's master in a strange, almost gentle, voice. I won't hurt the dog. Harry wanted to ask the man to promise, but quelled the childish impulse. Harry knew how much weight promises made to him carried. Yes, sir, he said dully. The dog stopped growling and leaned into Harry's leg, pushing his head into Harry's hand. "Clearly the dog is someone's familiar," said Snape slowly, looking very thoughtful in the wand light. So quickly Harry didn't have time to blink. Snape pointed his wand and said, "Abduco Canis." A collar and lead appeared on Snuffles. "Do you think you can manage to walk that monster up to the castle?" Snape asked coldly. "Or should I stun it?" Harry picked up the lead, hoping he wasn't leading Snuffles to an execution. "No, sir, I have him," he said meekly. If Severus had known the boy had missed dinner, he would have hunted him down and demanded an explanation, at least. However, Severus himself had not been in the Great Hall. He had taken dinner in his quarters in order to catch up on the damnable amount of work that had gone by the wayside while he was attending to the various other distractions this term had. He was late going over his 7th year's research proposals and wanted to hand them back, preferably before the students died of old age. Consequently, it was not until Minerva appeared at his door, a few minutes after curfew, that he discovered the boy was missing. A knock at his door at this time of night was never a good sign. He steeled himself before opening the door. Minerva stood there, a frown on her face. She was still dressed, but her hair hung down her back in a long play, as if she'd been interrupted in the act of preparing for bed. "Severus, I'm sorry to bother you this time of night, but I wonder if you've seen Harry." "Not since potions CL," replied Severus coolly. "Have you checked the hospital wing? Poppy was supposed to have seen the boy this afternoon. Perhaps she kept him." It was unlikely that Poppy would have done so, without at least informing Minerva, but Severus knew she was just as overwhelmed with catch-up work as the rest of them. "I've already spoken to her. She sent him away before dinner and no one has seen him since." Severus' jaw clenched. "Have you spoken to his friends?" Minerva nodded, looking a little helpless. "I was hoping, perhaps, he was serving a late detention with you." "No," said Severus slowly. "But he may find himself serving a great many from now on," he added darkly. His stomach knotted. Damn the boy. What did Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger say? They haven't seen him since CL ended. In fact, it was Miss Granger who came to tell me Harry was missing. "Do you mean to tell me that Potter's been missing for almost 6 hours?" Severus asked in a low voice. Minerva nodded, her lips pressed into a worried line. Severus took a long breath in. "And no one thought to inform me of this?" he demanded harshly. He had been the boy's guardian for less than 6 weeks and already the infernal child had gone missing. "Are you simply trying to hand him over to Black? Do you want another death on your conscience?" He didn't trouble to keep his voice down. Minerva's face whitened with equal parts fury and pain. "I only just found out myself," she snapped. "I dined with the headmaster." Her hand tightened on her wand. So much for his plans of a quiet evening catching up with work. "I wish to speak with Granger and Weasley," Severus growled, stalking out of his door and down the corridor. Minerva caught up with his long strides. "They're waiting in the headmaster's office." At least the old cat had done that much right. Very shortly, they stood again in the headmaster's office. Present for this meeting was Granger, the Weasley twins, Ron Weasley and the youngest Weasley. Dumbledore's idea, no doubt. The presence of the twins made sense. Severus had long suspected they had a great deal of uncommon knowledge about the castle. And the Weasley girl had some idea of the tunnels under the school, owing to her activities last year while possessed by the Dark Lord. Severus sincerely hoped they didn't have to recover the boy's body from one of those tunnels. One horrible scenario after another flashed through his mind. Lily's eyes, looking from Potter's face, as cold and dead as Longbottom's eyes had been, floated to the surface of Severus' unpleasant speculations. Anxiety simmered in his stomach. It would not take much for it to boil into panic. Severus took a few seconds to, very deliberately, clear his mind of emotion. Panic would serve no one. "Have you thought of anywhere else Mr. Potter might have gone?" Dumbledore was asking the children. "I've seen him on the astronomy tower," Miss Weasley told Dumbledore, very quietly. "What the devil were you doing there?" demanded Severus. Miss Weasley jumped. I just go up there for a bit of quiet sometimes," she said, her voice somewhere between frightened and terrified. "Where else do you suggest we look?" asked Minerva. Granger and the Weasleys glanced at each other guiltily until Severus snapped, "Out with it, then. Harry's been sort of disappearing in the afternoons, after CL, ventured Granger quietly. "Yeah, said one of the Weasley twins. He's late to Quidditch practice a lot. Do you know where he goes? Dumbledore asked gently. All of them shook their heads. Wherever he goes, it's out on the grounds. Across the lake. I've seen him coming back by the greenhouses, said Granger. We thought maybe he was going down to Hagrid's, but when we asked, Hagrid says he hasn't seen Harry out there. He's been a bit funny since. The youngest Weasley boy trailed off, looking at Severus. He seemed to lose his nerve. Well, since the whole thing with Neville. He dropped his eyes to the floor. But we all reckoned that everyone's pretty messed up about it. Miss Weasley gave a little sob. Severus fished around in his pocket for a clean handkerchief. As the students in his house soon found out, he loathed sniveling students wiping their noses on their sleeves. He held it out in front of her. She looked at it as if it might bite her, but took it after a moment. You would say Mr. Potter's been behaving oddly, then? Asked Severus. All the children nodded. Severus looked up to catch the headmaster and McGonagall exchanging an uncomfortable glance. They'd all known that Potter and several other of the students were behaving oddly, but were at a bit of a loss to know what to do about it. Mr. Weasley's estimate of everyone being pretty messed up was quite correct. Poppy had asked Severus to brew an extra batch of calming draught because so many children were coming to her with nightmares. Is there anything else you can tell us? Asked Dumbledore of the children in his best grandfatherly manner. They all shook their heads. Dumbledore nodded. Off to bed, then. We'll come find you if anything changes. Severus doubted the children would actually make it to their beds, but at least they'd be out from underfoot. They trooped down the stairs. I'll go check the tower, shall I? Minerva said when the students had gone and they'd heard the door close at the bottom of the stairs. Dumbledore nodded. I have asked some of the ghosts to check the majority of the castle. I'd rather keep this quiet. He paused. I wonder if you wouldn't mind checking the grounds yourself, Severus. Severus nodded in agreement. Have you checked to see whether Potter's damned cloak is gone, as well? He asked. Dumbledore nodded. I asked the house elves to have a look. It's still in his trunk. It might be less worrying if the cloak was gone. At least they would know Potter had disappeared of his own volition. Which reminded him, if Potter was still alive at the end of this evening, Severus was going to confiscate that bloody thing until Potter was no longer his responsibility. After a moment of thought, Severus said, if the boy is not found in the next hour, I will, of course, bring in the Aurors. Dumbledore sighed with resignation. That is your prerogative. Send a Patronus if someone finds him, Severus said over his shoulder as he strode from the room. The evening was cold and Severus hoped Potter had taken his new cloak. It had a warming charm and an impervious charm, so even if Potter was unconscious, he wouldn't be vulnerable to dying of hypothermia. Black didn't just kill the boy outright. By the time Severus reached the greenhouses, he had been over almost every grim outcome possible. Potter dead, Potter gravely injured and dying, Potter gravely injured and living, Potter cruciated into madness, Potter kidnapped and used in some dark rite to resurrect the Dark Lord. Severus felt sick. He lit his wand as brightly as it would light, and then, on reflection, incanted a spell to make blood droplets fluoresce in the light, a little spell he'd invented, after getting the idea from a television show. A movement ahead of him. The almost full moon silhouetting a slight, cloaked messy-haired figure. Potter, Severus gasped. Where the devil have you been, boy? He quickened his pace and closed in on the child. In the darkness, Severus couldn't see if the child was injured. Potter threw a hand up between them. He fell back a step as though Severus was threatening to slap him. Please, I just fell asleep and... You fell asleep. Severus grabbed Potter's shoulder. Potter did indeed look unmarked. Like a catalyst that turned a potion from base to acid, relief turned all of Severus' fear to righteous anger. Are you mad? I was just about to ask the Aurors to look for you. He shook the boy's shoulder. What the hell were you? Severus never finished. Something huge slammed into him, throwing him to the ground. An animal was at his throat, one paw on his wand hand, one on his chest, like something out of his nightmares. The nightmares he'd lived through since James Potter had saved his life, that long ago night. He got his free hand onto the beast's jaw, keeping it from him. Desperately, he hoped the boy would have enough sense to run for the castle. Clearly too much to hope for. The boy had grabbed the great brute around the neck and was yelling nonsensically at it. Potter, What the hell are you doing? Get away before the damn thing eats you, shouted Severus, fighting like a mad thing. Snuffles. No. Bad dog. Severus could hear the boy's words now. Bloody dog. You're making it worse. The dog backed off with a sudden whine. Severus saw it turn to the boy, give him a lick on the cheek, then turn to growl again at Severus. Not moving at all, Severus asked, "Do you know this animal?" He chanced to look at the pair. They were standing closely together, in mutual defense. Judging it safe enough, he slowly stood up, keeping his wand on the creature. The boy, his arms still around the dog's neck, said, "Yes, sir. He's never acted like this before. I think he must be someone's familiar. Please, sir." Suddenly the boy sounded stricken and tears washed down his cheeks, shining in the wand light. "I've been feeding him and I guess he's gotten fond of me or something. He probably thought he was helping me. I know he's probably a wizard's familiar. We can find out whose and send him back there. He didn't know who you were. He's not dangerous. We can take him to Hagrid's. Please, please, don't." The boy broke off. "Oh, Lily," thought Severus, "he's so like you." Through this whole horrible term, nothing moved the child to tears, until he feared for an animal who'd obviously chosen this boy as his wizard. It was not at all unusual for a familiar to attack when they thought their wizard was in danger, but the child probably assumed that the dog would be treated as vicious. "Potter, calm down," Severus said softly, trying to calm both child and dog. They were both shivering, with fear or cold Severus couldn't tell. "I won't hurt the dog." "Yes, sir," Potter replied hopelessly. The dog stopped growling, at last. "Clearly the dog is someone's familiar," said Severus dryly, pointing his wand to conjure a lead for the dog. There was no need to give Mrs. Norris a heart attack. "Abduco Canis, do you think you can manage to walk that monster up to the castle or should I stun it?" asked Severus. Potter picked up the lead. "No, sir, I have him," he said meekly. "Come along, then." Severus sighed. He wasn't angry anymore, just deeply, deeply tired. That made something occur to him. "Why are you sleeping outside, Potter?" he asked as they walked. "I didn't mean to," Potter replied defensively. "I just came out to." He trailed off. "To," prompted Severus implacably, steeling himself for the answer. "To feed Snuffles," muttered the boy, sounding ashamed. "Is this where you've been sneaking off to every afternoon?" Now Severus remembered the times he'd noted Potter slipping food into a plastic bag. He'd wondered about that, but so much else had been going on that he'd forgotten. The boy nodded. "I didn't think anyone noticed," he admitted quietly. "And I wanted to make sure Snuffles had food." "That's what you're calling that monster?" snorted Severus, another wave of relief washing over him. He'd pictured any number of illicit, unhealthy, or even possibly lethal activities. "You spend too much time with Hagrid." The alternating relief and adrenaline had him feeling a little punch drunk. The boy looked at Severus with such an expression of surprise that Severus fought down another snort of laughter. "Oh, bugger," muttered Severus, realizing he hadn't informed the headmaster that he'd found the boy alive and undamaged. Quickly, he conjured his Patronus and sent it off ahead of them. They walked on in silence for a moment. "You haven't answered my question," said Severus. "I just haven't been sleeping well, and I guess I was more tired than I thought. I just sat down for a moment and—" "How long haven't you been sleeping well?" asked Severus, suddenly sharp again. He wondered that he hadn't thought to ask before. It would explain some things about what he'd observed about the boy. Since, well, for a while," the boy admitted. Yes, that said a lot about his behavior and performance. They were at the castle now. With every step both the dog and the boy appeared to become more ill at ease. The dog's tail was between his legs. Severus presumed it was only the bond between familiar and wizard that kept the animal from bolting. Potter seemed to be holding his breath, waiting for the axe to fall. He looked equally ready to bolt and kept putting his hand in the dog's fur. They didn't speak any more until they were at Dumbledore's office door. The dog balked at first at the moving steps but, at a word from the boy, calmed enough to get on them. Minerva and Dumbledore were the only ones there. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted the boy with relief and pleasure. "Sir," muttered the boy. "I'm sorry I got everyone upset." "Well, I can't say I'm at all pleased, Harry," said Minerva stiffly. "And, What's this? She indicated the giant dog that was now cowering behind the boy. The boy's acquired a familiar, apparently, said Severus. That's where he's been going every afternoon. Why didn't you say something, Harry? Said Dumbledore gently. We can certainly accommodate a pet. Even, the headmaster's eyes twinkled, the occasional huge pet. The boy just shrugged, looking at the floor. Severus was losing patience again. No one seemed interested in explaining to the boy just how much turmoil he'd caused. Fortunately, Severus no longer had to put up with Dumbledore's version of discipline where Potter was concerned. I agree that the dog should stay with the boy, said Severus, taking a deep calming breath. But we still need to discuss the matter of missed meals, wandering in far after curfew, and causing the three of us to nearly turn the castle upside down. Potter's back stiffened. Minerva sighed. 20 points from Gryffindor, then. Her punishments had been light since she'd gotten back, but that was fine with Severus. He didn't need to put up with her either. I have discussed with Potter that missing meals would result in a ban from Quidditch, Severus said coldly, addressing Potter alone. He was not going to give Dumbledore the idea that he had any influence here. The boy's hands went into his pockets and he scowled, but tellingly, he didn't argue. Not even with the headmaster and Minerva present. So, for the next week then, for the missed meal, no Quidditch. Potter glanced up at Severus in surprise. Perhaps he thought the punishment too harsh, but Severus was damned if he was going to let Potter off easy from this. Severus paused significantly. I also want you to stop wandering about the grounds alone. I realize that it seems safe enough, but Black was able to escape Azkaban when no one believed that possible. Given that, I'm surprised we haven't discussed this before. Potter looked honestly confused. Who's Black? He asked. Minerva looked upset. Dumbledore guilty. You didn't tell him? Asked Severus astonished. Tell me what? Asked Potter. Severus, started Dumbledore. We felt that. Severus couldn't contain himself. Are you out of your mind? He sputtered, not caring that Potter was standing right there. Tell me what? Demanded Potter more loudly. Severus rubbed his hand over his face in exasperation. He reminded himself that he would never win a duel with Dumbledore. He reminded himself that he still needed his job. He dropped his hand. He turned to Potter to look at him squarely. There is a convicted murderer after you, Potter. The Dark Lord's right-hand man. He escaped from prison this summer. No one knows how. This is why the Ministry was watching your house this summer and why they were so concerned that you returned to your aunt's home. There were powerful wards that protect you there. Potter's face grew paler with each sentence, but he never said a word. That's why we have Dementors guarding the school, finished Severus. And why I bloody well you med we were going to find your remains this evening. The last was shouted at the boy. Severus, Dumbledore said reprovingly. Get to bed, Potter, said Severus sternly. Take your dog, and for the next week, when not at CL, don't even think of leaving your common room, save for meals. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The boy nodded quickly. After a moment, he asked, what about? He indicated the dog. Severus rolled his eyes. It was late and he wasn't thinking. Fine, he growled, irritated that it would take some of the impact out of the penalty, but not seeing a way around it. Make sure the damned dog is cared for, but in daylight and no detours. If I hear any different, you'll be spending that time with me, Severus growled. He wondered if perhaps he should get the house elves to do it instead, but he'd deal with that in the morning. The boy nodded again. Go on, then, Severus snapped. Get out. The boy didn't even wait to be dismissed by the headmaster. He and the dog scrambled out of the room. Severus turned back to the adults. That is not how I would have wanted Harry to find out, said Dumbledore quietly. Then you should have told him yourself, snarled Severus. The boy has no sense of self-preservation. He never simply does what he is told. Dumbledore sighed. I had hoped to spare him the anxiety. Spare yourself, you mean? This was, unexpectedly, from Minerva. Albus, we have discussed this before. You can't protect people by keeping things secret. She sounded weary, as if this were an old argument. It is late, said Dumbledore. None of us are thinking clearly. Perhaps it would be better to take this up in the morning. Severus nodded. He planned to take a great many things up with Dumbledore in the morning. When Snape dismissed him, Harry didn't even spare a glance for Dumbledore. Perhaps he should have, but he'd seen that expression on Snape's face before. He had no interest in witnessing what looked like a major Snape tantrum. No doubt, if he stayed, he'd soon be on the receiving end of it. As it was, Harry couldn't believe his luck. He paused at the bottom of the stairs to lean against the wall, marveling that his hide was still intact. Snuffles seemed to feel the same way. The dog was so excited, he ran in little circles beside Harry, chasing his tail, threatening to tangle himself up in the lead, although it seemed to be charmed against that. It was almost as if Snuffles felt he'd just dodged a bullet as well. Harry grinned at his own slightly hysterical imaginings. Harry knew the dog was just picking up on what Harry was feeling. Marge used to say that dogs understood and generally shared their owner's emotions. He supposed she must be right. Her dogs all disliked him, as much as she did. Come to think of it, it was likely that it was more so, in wizards. Wizards' pets were much more in tune with their owners than Muggles' pets were. Hermione's cat seemed to understand every word they said, and Hedwig was smart enough to always know where to deliver Harry's letters. Snape was just getting more confusing. When Snape had grabbed Harry, he'd given him a shake, true, but not like Uncle Vernon. When Vernon shook Harry, it made his teeth rattle and left bruises, more often than not. This was more like Snape was worrying himself that Harry was real. Unbidden, the telling off Mrs. Weasley gave Fred, George and Ron the night they'd come to rescue Harry from the Dursleys came back to him. She had that exact tone of voice. Harry snorted, choking back a laugh, at the absurdity of comparing Mrs. Weasley to Snape. To be honest, Harry had UMed Snape would just kill the Snuffles out of hand. He'd UMed the man had raised his wand to do just that. In front of the headmaster, Snape acted as though Snuffles attacking him wasn't any big deal, letting Harry go so far as to keep the dog. Harry wouldn't have even asked Dumbledore if he could keep the him, let alone Snape. The great shaggy thing was like a young pony. Much bigger than most of the other students' pets and bound to be correspondingly more of a problem. The largest pets people usually kept were cats or owls. Harry wondered if he could trust the dog to find his own way out of the castle the way the owls and cats seemed to, or if he should take him on walks himself. Best do it himself, especially if that was the only way he was going to be allowed out of the common room for the next week. Food always seemed to find its way up to the dormitory for people's cats, so Harry guessed it would for Snuffles as well. Harry hoped the Weasleys wouldn't mind if he brought the dog with him for the summer, if he went to stay there. If not, perhaps he could ask Hagrid to look after him. "You're going to be a headache, you know," Harry told the dog, fondly. He patted him on the head. "Come on, then. Let's get upstairs." The dog walked docilely enough beside Harry, as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Fortunately, Mrs. Norris was nowhere to be seen. What Snape had said about this black person was worrying. Harry remembered someone on the television talking about someone by the name of Black escaping from a high-security prison this summer. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Marge had talked about it at length. But it wouldn't be a wizard on the Muggle news, would it? Snape, McGonagall and even Dumbledore seemed rattled by the idea. That wasn't good, but, somehow, Harry couldn't find it in him to get worked up about it. It was just one more thing. It's not like I haven't had the last 2 years to get used to the idea that a crazed killer wants me dead. Harry muttered to Snuffles, "Black can't be worse than Voldemort." If Black was so dangerous, Harry had to agree with Snape, it was better that he know. The dog nosed his head into Harry's hand, comfortingly. "If you go after Black the way you went after Snape, maybe I shouldn't worry." Harry said, "I wonder if somebody trained you to do that." The way the dog had pinned Snape's wand hand would be the best way for the animal to take down a wizard. The common room was empty and quiet when Harry got back. 2 lamps glowing on tables and the fire were the only light. Harry unclipped the lead from the dog's collar and tucked it into the pocket of his robe. The dog eagerly sniffed around the room, exploring. "If you make a mess in here," warned Harry, "my housemates will kill us both." On one of the study tables lit by a lamp was a tray. A folded note, and a small plate with a sandwich was on top of it. Harry picked up the note, while looking to see what was in the sandwich. He wondered if, maybe, Hermione had left it for him. Ron might have thought of it, but he would have gotten hungry and eaten it halfway through. "Mr. Potter, I will not have you missing meals and making yourself ill. Do not share your sandwich with the dog. His dinner is under the table." Professor Snape. Harry just shook his head, feeling like he wanted to laugh again. A dish of food did, indeed, sit under the table for the Snuffles. Come on, boy, Harry called softly, looks like we have dinner ready. He pulled a chair up. Do you know I used to get into trouble at the Dursleys for eating too much? He said to the dog, who was tucking into his bowl of kibble. It's true. Harry said, as if the dog had made a sound of incredulity. They always said I was too expensive to feed. Now I've got Snape going mad, if I so much as miss dinner. How strange is that? He wondered now if Ron and Hermione even realized he was gone. They'd noticed he'd not been around in the afternoon and asked him a few times where he was disappearing to, but hadn't pressed him too hard. He regretted the distance that had been growing between them, but he didn't know what to do about it. It wasn't that he was still angry with them, it was just that it felt like he was a million miles away from them. It was so much effort to reach out. Just one more thing. It was very late, but Harry had slept for hours and really wasn't that tired. When he finished his sandwich, he sat down in one of the good chairs by the fire and Snuffles made himself at home between Harry's chair and the fire, curling up with a sigh. Broodingly, Harry stared into the fire, still surprised at how lightly he'd gotten off. 20 points in a week without Quidditch for breaking curfew and missing a meal might seem a lot to the other students. The usual penalty for missing curfew was detention. Quidditch bans were generally saved for the most serious of infractions and no one had ever cared about anyone missing meals before. However, Snape meant what he said about this meal business, Harry supposed, and Harry had heard how distressed the teachers had been about him going missing. Given all of that, it could have been a lot worse. Harry knew that Oliver would have a fit when he heard of this Quidditch ban, of course, but there was no game scheduled for the week, so Harry would only be missing practice. As far as Harry was concerned, Oliver could have his fit. Harry was grateful that it was merely a week. Knowing Snape, Harry had been having visions of a ban for the whole term or the whole year. Hell, the next 5 years. It occurred to Harry then. What were Snape and McGonagall going to tell people about why he couldn't play? Snape wasn't likely to say that he was Harry's guardian and had meted out the punishment for the offense of Harry missing meals. Were they going to just make something up? Snape would certainly enjoy just hinting darkly at catching Harry in the midst of some shameful, vaguely humiliating, illicit act. Lovely. Harry heard the portrait hole open and shut. He turned around expecting, this time of night, to see Fred and George. Maybe Lee Jordan. Instead it was Ginny. She was breathing hard and her cheeks were pink. She was in a blue dressing gown and slippers, with her hair in a ponytail. Oh, she said, I thought everyone was in bed. She fumbled with tucking her wand into the pocket of her dressing gown. Where've you been? He asked. Hungry. She said quickly, went down to the kitchens. Her eyes narrowed and she crossed her arms over her chest. Anyway, where've you been? She asked irritably. Everyone was looking for you. And then, McGonagall told us a while ago, that they found you, and sent everyone to bed. Fell asleep and missed curfew. Harry mumbled, embered, sorry. I didn't mean to upset everyone. It wasn't enough that the teachers had all been looking for him, apparently everyone in his house had been, as well. Ginny nodded, her face relaxing. It's all right. It really wasn't everyone. Hermione just got all worried when you weren't back, she went and told McGonagall. Ron and I told her that you were fine, but you know how she is. Harry nodded, not sure whether to be pleased or annoyed by this. It was nice that she worried, but it sounded like Hermione's worrying had gotten him in trouble again. On the other hand, it hadn't been that much trouble, and now he got to keep Snuffles in the dorms. Ginny stood there, fidgeting a bit. He thought she was going to ask about what Snape had said or maybe say something about Snuffles, but the dog was half under Harry's chair, in the shadows. Perhaps, Ginny hadn't noticed him. Harry, she said after a long uneasy silence, I have something for you. Would you wait there, if you like? Said Harry, wondering what it could be. Ginny hadn't said 2 words to him in days. But then, she'd always been a bit shy around him. She pattered up the stairs and came back down again very quickly. I wanted you to have this. Fred and George gave it to me, when they first came to Hogwarts. I was really upset they were leaving, they thought it would cheer me up. She held out her hand. Harry put out his own and she laid a snitch there. It's a good one. They always used to use it. When they played at home. She smiled, a little sadly. They never let me play with them. Said I was too little. Harry wasn't sure what to say. Ginny, thanks, but why? I never got to thank you for what you did last year. Ginny smiled up at him, looking happier than she had since the year began. And yet, for just a second, something about her face looked strange, as if something were terribly wrong. Harry decided he must be overtired. When he looked again, she looked fine. She went on quietly, I want you to know, it was very vague, what you did. And I'm really glad you got rid of Riddle. Whatever happens, I want you to know that. Harry nodded, completely nonplussed. Are you all right, Ginny? He asked. Of course I am. She said lightly, I didn't like to talk about this in front of anyone else. That's all. She closed his hand over the snitch, patted the back of his fingers before withdrawing her hand. You don't need to worry about me, she said worryingly. Okay, said Harry, although her words had the opposite effect on him. He resolved to mention it to Ron in the morning, at least. Good night, Harry, she said. She gave him that same vaguely wrong, enigmatic smile and walked back up the stairs to her dormitory. He's so sweet, Hermione gushed, as she scratched an appreciative Snuffles' ears. So this is where you've been going? To feed him. Why didn't you say? He's such a handsome boy. She sat on the settee, with Snuffles sitting beside her. The dog was looking positively smug with the attention. Harry smiled, uncertainly, and shook his head. He'd never quite pictured Hermione as a dog person before. She certainly didn't like Fang this much. However, that might have had something to do with the fact that Snuffles wasn't drooling all over her robes. I don't know, Harry said quietly, looking at his hands as they rested in his lap. He hesitated, then said in a rush, listen, I'm sorry I haven't been, well. I've been a bit. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's just that so much has been going on. And well, I guess I was afraid the whole lot of us would scare him off. Harry knew that he hadn't been treating his friends very well lately. He hoped they'd accept his apology, awkward as it was. That morning, Ron had been right on Hermione's heels looking for him, and Harry knew he hated getting up early. She'd been up looking for Harry at the crack of dawn and found he and Snuffles curled up on one of the common room settees. She'd shaken Harry awake and demanded to know where he had been until well past curfew. Snuffles had interrupted her interrogation by raising his head and yawning, and then turning to regard them, his mouth open in a great, panting doggy grin. Harry had explained to Hermione and Ron, who was still in his dressing gown, how he'd fallen asleep outside after feeding Snuffles. How Snape had found him and dragged them both to the headmaster's office. Don't worry about it, said Ron chingly, you've had a lot on your plate. Ron reached over to pat the dog's head too. He doesn't look like he's scared of anything, now. Ron smiled. I can't believe Snape said you could keep him. Did he really attack Snape? Yeah, I thought he was going to tear Snape apart. Harry said, and then Snape said something about him being my familiar, and we brought him up to the castle. I don't get it. Well, familiars are a bit like wands, aren't they? Said Hermione, thoughtfully. They are, asked Ron, mystified. Hermione gave her familiar eye roll. They choose the wizard. Even if Snape said to send the dog away, it would probably find a way back. Most of our pets are like us, in their own species. They're the wizards of their kind. She looked impatiently at their blank expressions. Or did you think any old owl could do something like deliver our mail? I never thought about it, shrugged Ron. Hermione sighed. There are all kinds of laws in the Muggle world against keeping exotic animals, and you have to get cats and dogs all sorts of vaccinations and have them neutered and things like that. But magical pets are like us and don't need all that. Ron was looking hard at Hermione. What's neutered? Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione's cheeks went bright pink. You explain, she said, seemingly caught between amusement and emberment. Later, said Harry. He'd forgotten to tell them the most important part. After he said that I could keep the dog, Snape said that I couldn't wander the grounds by myself anymore, because someone called Sirius Black is after me. Ron went pale. You what? He whispered, sounding uncharacteristically shocked. So, you know who he is? Harry asked in exasperation, as Hermione had put her hands over her mouth in fear. He was you-know-who's right-hand man. Ron replied. He killed 13 muggles right after. Ron sort of vaguely indicated Harry's forehead. He blew up a whole street, my dad told me. They say he's mad. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years. He escaped last summer. It was big news until Ron looked down, uncomfortably, until Neville. Ron looked up again. Don't you remember? Dumbledore said about it the first day we were back. That's why the Dementors are here. I know the Daily Prophet hasn't had anything but the Longbottom trial in it for weeks. I suppose it's because there haven't been any black sightings, but he's still out there. Snuffles whined and gently pulled on Harry's sleeve with his teeth. Shush, Snuffles. Harry said to the dog absently. He remembered vaguely that Dumbledore had said something, but Harry hadn't really been in any shape to listen to the welcoming speech that day, and since Neville. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Oliver banging in through the portrait hole, a slip of parchment in his hand. He was dressed in his Quidditch robes, as if he'd just come off one of his early morning training sessions. Harry, cried Oliver, waving the parchment around, what the hell is this about you being on the injured list for the next week? What? Said Harry, confused. Madame Pomfrey just sent me a note to put you on the injured list for the next week. Oliver walked over to them and paced up and down in frustration. So I'm going to lose a whole week's worth of practice with our seeker because you have managed to mangle your hand somehow. Harry didn't reply. It was no good talking to Oliver, in this mood. Oliver made a disgusted noise. I told her it looked fine to me yesterday and she got all shirty with me. Wanted to know if that was my considered medical opinion. She said she'll fix it this weekend and you're not to play for several days after. A week, she said. No consideration of training schedules. No understanding. Oliver paused to take a breath but didn't seem to expect Harry to say anything. I'm telling you, Harry, go talk to her. Tell her it hurts too much. It's an emergency and you're going to bloody cut it off, if she doesn't do something about it now. And if that doesn't work, I'll find you a knife and help you. With a growl, Oliver stomped off towards the boys' dormitory. What happened to your hand? Asked Hermione, concerned. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Apparently, this was how Snape planned to explain away the Quidditch ban, but it left Harry to make some difficult explanations. He supposed it was better than telling people he'd been using inappropriate charms on first years, but still. He didn't like to tell Ron and Hermione the business about being punished for missing a meal. Ron would rant and rave about the unfairness, but Hermione might very well side with Snape. Harry didn't need either reaction, when he wasn't sure how he felt about it himself. Oh, it's nothing, I just fell, you know. Hermione looked fierce. Suddenly, no, you didn't, she said, sharply. Ron leaned forward, suddenly looking much more awake and alert. Did something happen last night? With Snape. Ron looked around them, dropped his voice. Did he hurt you? Harry felt his cheeks turn hot. No, nothing like that. It's just, Harry suddenly knew he'd made the wrong choice in what to explain. He wished he could crawl under the carpet, rather than talk about this, and he knew his friends would be quicker than the adults except for Snape, perhaps to see through his usual lies. He took a deep breath, deciding to chance this little bit of truth. It wasn't like it was anything Snape and Pomfrey didn't already know. This one time, Harry said, clenching and unclenching the hand that seemed to become stiff. As he thought about it, my cousin and his friend caught me and they broke my hand. Harry didn't think he'd ever forget the not-quite noise it had made as the door slammed into his hand. A sickening crunch, accompanied by a pain so sharp, it wasn't real. Dudley and Piers had gone further than they meant to, that time. Aunt Petunia had even given him a paracetamol and an ice pack that night, when it became clear that the pain and swelling in his hand hadn't gone away yet. It didn't heal right, Madame Pomfrey says. She says I've got inflammation in the joints. Your cousin broke your hand, gasped Hermione. That bastard, growled Ron. It wasn't a big deal. Harry shrugged. Dudley could hardly ever catch me, it was just that one time. I don't think he expected it to happen, you know. Harry said. Anyway, it was a while ago. And Madame Pomfrey's going to fix it, so don't worry about it. He finished, firmly. He didn't look at his friends as he said this, but he knew they were exchanging worried, confused looks. Look, I'm hungry. Let me go change and we'll go get breakfast early, okay? Hopefully, Snape would be there to see that Harry was not missing another meal. Snuffles stayed contentedly next to Hermione while Harry and Ron went up to get ready for breakfast. When they headed down to the Great Hall, the Great Dog continued out to the entrance hall and then out onto the grounds. Their conversation was a bit stilted, as they sat eating. Hermione seemed to want to say something and was biting her tongue. "Mr. Potter," Snape's deep voice, right behind him, nearly made Harry tip his tea into his lap. "Yes?" Harry asked, sharply, turning around. Snape raised one eyebrow. "I imagine Mr. Wood has informed you that you have been added to the injured list." Harry nodded. Snape's mouth compressed into a line and his eyes were narrowed. He reached into one of the pockets of his robes and drew out a thin object. He held it out to Harry, who took it slowly. It took Harry a second to realize what it was: a Muggle pen. It had an odd triangular grip that was thicker and softer than normal. The end looked as though it had been spelled to have a tip like a quill, however. "Sir?" asked Harry, confused, "what's this for? I'm sure your other teachers would appreciate legible handwriting from you, quite as much as I would. Try using that, rather than a quill, until Madame Pomfrey mends your hand." Snape said, archly, "Now, we will not see a repeat of last night's antics." "No, sir," replied Harry, gloomily. "Good." Snape turned and walked away with robes in full billow. The rest of the day was uneventful, although at lunch, Harry remembered the odd conversation he'd had with Ginny the night before. He looked down the table at her, seeing her sitting near Colin Creevey. She was sitting alone, but she didn't look unhappy, merely a bit preoccupied. Her lunch was in front of her, barely touched, and she was pushing her food around on her plate with her fork, a tiny smile at the corners of her mouth. She saw him looking at her. Instead of blushing and looking away as she usually did, she gave him a sweet, rather wistful smile. Harry smiled back, feeling rurred, and went back to eating his own lunch. That afternoon, he used Snuffles as an excuse to walk out on the grounds right after CL. An excuse, because it appeared the dog didn't have any trouble finding his way around the castle himself, and had been waiting at the entry to Gryffindor Tower when Harry was on his way in. Harry reckoned Snuffles could probably find his way in and out well enough, but he wasn't about to tell Snape that. He didn't dare stay out long though, and it was apparently a good thing. As he was walking back in, he nearly ran into Snape in the entryway of the castle. Snape didn't say anything, he just stood, with his arms crossed, glowering. He nodded to Harry, who nodded back nervously, without speaking. Snuffles whined and moved closer to Harry. Harry made sure he was at dinner early, and in the common room right after, not wanting to spend the evening in Snape's office, cleaning cauldrons. Snuffles tucked himself into the corner of the common room, under the table Harry, Ron and Hermione were doing their homework. Harry was grateful the dog had such a calm disposition, as it offset his size. After the initial oohing and aahing, most people didn't pay any more attention to him than to Hermione's big, ugly cat, Crookshanks, who was now snoozing contentedly next to the dog. "I hope he gets along that well with Scabbers," remarked Ron, a little darkly. Scabbers was Ron's rat, that Hermione's cat took great pleasure in chasing whenever he got the chance. So much so, that Ron had taken to magically locking the rat into the boys' dorm during the day. Privately, Harry thought that it might be a kindness if Crookshanks caught the rat. Scabbers had looked quite ill, and frankly, not long for this world, all term. The common room slowly emptied as it got later. Harry finished his homework and moved on to just reading. He was never in any hurry to go to bed. The three of them moved to the chairs by the fire. Crookshanks curled up on Hermione's lap and Snuffles stretched out in front of the fire. By 10:30, it was just the three of them in the common room. Harry and Ron talking over the chances of the Chudley Cannons making this year's Quidditch finals and Hermione reading some thick book or another. Hermione closed her book, stretching. "Well, I think," she began, but she didn't finish, because just then, Ginny came down the stairs. Ginny was wearing her dressing gown and looked sleepy-eyed, as though she had just woken up. "Oh. Hello," she said blearily. "I didn't know you'd be here," she said. Her voice was slurred. "Hey, Ginny," said Ron, "what's the matter? Can't sleep?" Ginny smiled a little oddly, sitting down hard on the settee next to Hermione. "I thought it would have worked by now," she said. "I must have brewed it wrong. And it is the full moon, isn't it? It's supposed to be ready on the full moon. Her voice was a little petulant, and sounded much younger than she normally did. Ron and Harry looked at each other, having no idea what she was talking about. "What do you mean?" asked Hermione. Her eyes were wide as she looked at Ron and Harry, and then her eyes flew back to Ginny. "What's wrong?" As usual, she seemed to be getting something before either of them. "Neville's so much better at this sort of thing," Ginny said softly, her face serene. "His hands shake, though. Did you know that? He can't do the wand movements right. And Snape scares him so much, he can't ever keep his mind on what he's doing." She looked at the backs of her own hands, holding them out in front of her. "Maybe I did do it right. My fingers feel sort of funny." She rubbed them together. "They're cold." In the dim light of the common room, Ginny looked very pale. Harry saw that she was becoming paler by the second. Her lips were very dark, almost purple. Hermione reached over and took one of the hands Ginny was still rubbing together. "You're like ice," she exclaimed. Hermione turned Ginny's hand over in her own. Her nails were blue and the blue color was creeping up her fingers. "Ginny," Hermione's voice rose an octave in alarm, "what have you done?" Ginny's eyes were gly. "Don't worry," she said softly, "you don't need to worry about me anymore." "Ron," said Hermione, very softly, "I think you'd better get Madame Pomfrey." Ron nodded in agreement, standing up. "Yeah, all right," he said in a voice that Harry had heard him use before, when he was out of his depth, knew it, and was making no pretense of it. "Don't you dare," hissed Ginny, rising to her feet. Gone was the dreaminess of a moment ago. "You lot mind your own bloody business." Ginny's face had gone gray. Sweat gleamed on her forehead. Her voice lacked any volume, coming out as a breathless whisper. As they watched, she took 2 trembling steps away from them and crumpled into a heap onto the floor. For an endless second they stared at her. Hermione was the first to break out of her shock, dashing over to Ginny and turning her onto her back. "Ron," she shrieked, "go get Madame Pomfrey. Now." Ron started, as though she had slapped him. "Right," he said, dashing out of the portrait hole. "Oh my God, oh my God," Hermione was saying loudly. Harry had never heard Hermione sound so scared. "Oh no, Ginny. Oh Ginny," she practically yelled into Ginny's face. She put her ear up to Ginny's mouth, as though listening to her breathe. Harry could see that Hermione had started to cry. She pinched Ginny's nose and held her chin with her other hand, then she put her mouth on Ginny's. When she took it off, she listened to Ginny's breathing again. Abruptly, Harry realized Ginny wasn't breathing. From where he was, he could see her chest was perfectly still. Dimly Harry was aware that he had also leapt to his feet, and was standing very close to Hermione and Ginny, unsure of what to do. Snuffles stood at his right, leaning against his thigh. Hermione put 2 fingers to Ginny's throat, at the curve of her jaw. "Harry, go get Snape," Hermione cried suddenly, almost sobbing with fear, although her shaking hands were now moving down to Ginny's chest with purpose. "I think she's taken a potion." Harry ran as if Voldemort himself were on his heels, out of the portrait hole and down the corridor, taking every shortcut he knew to the dungeons, praying that Snape was in his quarters, not wandering the castle somewhere. When he came to Snape's door, he used the butt of his wand to bang on it. After a second, Snape, wearing a dark green dressing gown, snatched open his door, snarling, "What is the meaning of this?" "Sir," gasped Harry, "Ginny Weasley. She's taken a potion. It's bad." In the common room, Snape stared at Harry, then, "Come in here, Potter," he snapped. "Sir, we don't have time. She's..." Harry began to protest. Snape gave one of his growls and simply dragged Harry in by the shoulder to his fireplace. He grabbed a box of flow powder from the mantel. He threw a handful into the flames. "Gryffindor Tower," he called, and then stepped into the fire, dragging Harry with him. He let go of Harry as soon as they hit the common room floor. Harry fell onto his hands and knees onto the hearth rug. The common room seemed to have gotten very crowded since Harry had gone to get Snape. Harry couldn't see Ginny and Hermione, with the crowd of students around them. "Get back," Snape ordered, "back to your dormitories. Now." The students moved back, out of his way. Some of them going up the stairs, but some of them only going as far as the wall. Fred and George stood next to Percy, at the bottom of the stairs, the three of them wearing the same terrified expression. Harry had never realized how much Percy resembled Fred and George before. Harry heard someone counting out loud, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. "What on earth is going on here?" cried Professor McGonagall's voice. "Miss Granger. Miss Lloyd, what are you doing?" "They're doing the right thing, Minerva," said Snape. The students were out of the way now. Harry could see what was happening now, around the settee. Snape had knelt beside Ginny and was pointing his wand at her. "Don't stop yet," he said, to the two girls who were bending over Ginny's body. A seventh year Harry didn't know, was also kneeling beside Ginny, now. Marion Lloyd, Harry thought her name was. She was leaning with her palms on Ginny's chest, pushing on it. It was she who was counting. When she counted to 15, Hermione leaned over and put her mouth on Ginny's and Ginny's chest rose. Harry had seen this before, but in his panic, he couldn't think of where. The fireplace flared green. Harry scrambled out of the way. Madame Pomfrey tumbled out with Ron. "What happened?" she demanded. "It looks like an overdose of a draught of peace. There's residue still on her mouth," said Snape, quickly. Her heart stopped. "Lloyd and Granger started CPR, so I believe." "Yes. There's magical activity. There's still time. She's not gone, yet." "You think the two of us are enough?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "She's small, and I will do it alone, if I must," Snape snarled. Beside Harry, Snuffles made a sharp little movement, as if to run forward. Harry put his hand on the dog's collar. "I believe there are 3 of us here," McGonagall put in, briskly. "I don't know the incantation, but I know the principle." Snape nodded, sharply. "Lloyd, Granger, step away," said Snape, taking McGonagall's hand. Madame Pomfrey took the other. Pomfrey and Snape aimed their wands at Ginny, who jerked where she lay on the floor. Snape said a long, harsh-sounding incantation and there was a flash of white light. McGonagall gave a little cry, as if she'd been stung. The adults dropped each other's hands. Snape and Pomfrey knelt beside Ginny. "Yes. Yes," cried Snape. The man sounded jubilant. "She's back. She's not breathing on her own, yet." Madame Pomfrey pointed her wand at Ginny's mouth and muttered. A glowing blue ball appeared over her mouth and nose. Ginny's color started turning from sort of a blotchy purple to a sickly, pale gray. "We have to move her gently," Madame Pomfrey said, conjuring a stretcher and blankets. "Severus, will you inform the headmaster, as well?" "Of course." He shot silver from the end of his wand. "Minerva, I'm going to help Poppy," he said to Professor McGonagall. "You should come down to the hospital wing and have a pepper up, at the very least." The professor had sat down, looking very, very tired. "Of course, Severus," she said, distantly. Snape looked at her with concern, then at Percy. "You," he snapped, "escort Professor McGonagall down to the hospital wing." He stopped, sighed, looked at Fred and George. "The rest of you Weasleys, you may as well all come. Your sister is out of danger, but I'm sure all of you will want to worry yourselves of that, before you do anything else." He looked then at Ron, Harry, Hermione and the 7th-year girl. "The headmaster will want to interview all of you, I imagine. So, if you could all accompany the professor." His voice was lacking its usual edge. "Professor Snape," asked Hermione slowly, "what did you just do?" Her voice was still high-pitched, and frightened. Snape sighed again, glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who was still fussing with making sure Ginny was ready to be moved. "We were able to restart her heart, because her was still alive. To put it simply, we had to part with some of our own life energy. It is too late in the evening to be discussing magical theory, Miss Granger. Suffice to say, that it was harder on Professor McGonagall than myself, because of the difference in our ages. Now, see to her, please. I will see to your housemate." Harry stared hard at Snape, wondering about what the man had just said. How much of this life energy had he just given away? Was it something that came back? Snape was moving very stiffly and slowly now, as was Pomfrey. McGonagall looked like they just might need to carry her. Whatever they had just done, it seemed like they had put themselves in harm's way, for a student. Harry could see either McGonagall or Pomfrey doing that, without hesitation, as they had just done. But Snape the bastard, Snape the git, he was unfair and a bully. He was a nasty, evil prat who picked on people in CL, was known to make even fourth years cry, and played favorites, outrageously. That evil bat had just told Pomfrey he'd do it by himself, if he had to. He didn't even like Ginny. As Harry watched, Snape swayed, caught himself on the back of the settee. He saw Harry watching and glared. The man's eyes were sunken and there were lines around his mouth that hadn't been there a moment ago. "Ready, Severus?" asked Madame Pomfrey, tiredly, levitating Ginny on the stretcher. They both put their hands on the stretcher, but Harry couldn't tell whether it was to steady Ginny or themselves. "Madame Pomfrey," said Marion Lloyd, suddenly, "I'm pretty good at levitation. Why don't I do that? And you and Professor Snape just tell me what to do. Don't forget, I can help you in the hospital wing too." Madame Pomfrey looked at her a little vaguely. "Yes, of course, dear. I forgot." "Harry," Marion whispered to him, "go get Professor Sprout. She does healing too. Meet us in the hospital wing." Harry ran out the front door of the common room just as the fire flared to life, with the unmistakable sound of the flow being activated. "What has happened?" asked Dumbledore. His voice was uncharacteristically shocked. Harry didn't wait to hear what they had to tell Dumbledore, as intent as he was, to get another healer on the scene. The students were mercifully quiet, as they made their slow way to the hospital wing. Severus leaned heavily on the levitating stretcher, confident in Miss Lloyd's spell. She was in his 7th-year potion seminar, with ambitions to be a healer and therefore, was actually a useful pair of hands in this little party. He was very grateful that Miss Lloyd was such a competent girl, for a Gryffindor. He wanted to sleep for a week, but naturally no such thing was possible for some hours yet. The headmaster would have to send an owl to St. Mungo's to request a healer. Miss Weasley would not be able to be moved for several days, at least. This was not the first near suicide in his tenure at Hogwarts, but it was rare to have such an obvious one in Gryffindor. They tended to be a little cagier about their self-destructive tendencies. Dares and foolish risks were their more usual maneuvers. Then, if they failed, it was all merely a joke. A peace draft was complicated, for a second year. He wondered how she'd learn to make it. It was a 4th-year potion and the child must have ingested about a gallon of it, to have stopped her heart. That, or she had found, and followed, the instructions to reduce it, under the light of a full moon. The full moon had risen a few hours ago tonight. There would have been time. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.